City Convergence champion.
And he gets
The freak queen.
What a long road that was ahead of him. Welcome to the Capcom Cup.
And there it is. Pop gets his retribution.
John has it up. And wake up, OD. Dragon Punch and Kusanagi. The trophy along with a ticket to Capcom Cup. And Shuto now books his place to Capcom Cup. It's no other quality.
The whip runs from the heavy. Oh, the engine right. Angry bird.
Show him the door because, kid, you're in grand finals. Who would have thought?
I love hearing those voices. Gives me chills every single time. Welcome, everybody, to the Street Fighter 6 Esports Recap. We got ourselves a really big kickoff to the Capcom Pro Tour with all the World Warriors that have been happening throughout the weeks. And I will say weeks, multiple weeks, because there's been so much going on. But we're only going to be having time to cover at least 5 of them, 4 of them being the grand finals, and then 1 of them a full-on top 8. You already know how it goes. Very similar formula as to last year, excuse me. My name is Vicious, trying to get all the kinks out and trying to speak English well. We got James Chen back into it as well. How you doing, man?
Me doing well.
Yeah. Ain't me fail
doing
English?
good.
That's impossible.
No, I'm doing great. I mean, honestly, it's been an exciting start to the CPT. Obviously, not just the World Warriors all going crazy and everything, but we've had the offlines again. We've got points again, and
It feels grand.
Oh,
it feels
man.
great, which is exactly why we have the Street Fighter 6 Esports spotlight, right? We want to make sure that everybody is on track with everything that's been going on around the world. And again, although we only get to cover the following schedule, we have so many that have been going on even today, this weekend, that are currently happening. And we will definitely keep you posted. But just in case, if you hadn't seen who had been qualifying, Liquipedia is definitely the way to go, right? Or at least been scoring points, I should say. Not qualifying, but scoring points.
Shout outs to Incross and crew. I know I always like shout outs to Incross, but he's like, there's so many people on his team that is helping out. So absolutely, shout outs to all the guys maintaining the fighting game section of the Liquipedia. It's like basically kind of like our go-to places for
It feels that way.
information, you know?
Honestly, it feels that way.
For like the historic and knowing who qualified and got points and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's
So
really
detailed.
awesome. But I mean, like we said, we're going to be going over
A couple of these grand finals throughout the schedule, right?
yeah, so we're going to be going through 4 of these matches that are coming up over here, right?
Yeah.
So
Let's take a look at the schedule, in fact. I do know we have it propped and readied up for you guys, just in case you had missed it these last couple of weeks. The things that we're going to be going through, obviously, for our World Warrior number 1, it's U.S., Canada, Midwest. That's going to be a banger, that is for sure, if you hadn't checked it out. Then followed up with Brazil, World Warrior number 1, followed by Europe North/East number 1, as well as South America East number 1, to round us out into US, Canada West number 1 for a full top 8 regional spotlight. But this grand finals replay throughout the first 4 are going to be so damn good to watch. I highly encourage you guys to stick it through because this is going to be ecstatic, especially with who had made it into each and every one of these grand finals, plus the character selections.
yeah, I mean, we're getting to a point right now where, you know, we're starting to see. Remember when Street Fighter V first came out, there was a lot of these top players that started showing up and started doing damage. That's kind of like unique to the Street Fighter V scene. We are seeing that in spades here for Street Fighter 6, and the young guns are not coming to play for fun. Let's just put it that way. They are here to win. So we've seen that. You know, we talked about the offlines. We saw that at CEO as well. So it's an exciting time to be a fan of these fighting games because we're just getting more and more players, and that is just a sign that you are always going to be happy about because it's like the future generation is secure.
It feels good.
You know?
It really does feel good because they're, again, fighting to win, so they're doing anything they can within their means and power and time, especially time, to be able to do so, whether it's like improving their... You know, we can talk about that off stream. That is for damn sure.
Oh, man.
But in speaking of like the character selection, again, they're using everything they can to not only improve their character and strategies, but also utilizing different characters with the most recent buffs and the most recent patch. But in terms of what we're going to be covering through and through, we do have our top 8 within the US, Canada, West region. Let's take a look at what that's going to be looking like towards the end of today's schedule. Obviously, we have the following. Here coming in from Wednesday Night Fights, Samurai versus Zach Boz, then Axel versus Chris Tatarian to start things off in the winter semis.
Yeah, Axel definitely one of those new rising players here in SoCal. And speaking of, we have Noah the Prodigy down there. I mean, I don't even think he's a rising player. He's already been on the map for a while now, going up against JB, Enzo the Hokage, another young player, but again, not a new player, kind of a veteran already. Like,
I mean, he feels like a veteran, but
right?
he's definitely been showing up way more in Street Fighter 6, right?
Yeah.
But then he's going up against one who's shown up in Street Fighter 5 primarily, Dr.
Yeah.
Danny Pham.
Yeah, that's going to be a Zangief match, and I'll talk a little bit about that more when we get there, but...
As if we haven't talked about it already.
I don't know what you're talking about,
spoiler
Jeremy.
on that one. If you guys tune into Wednesday Night Fights, first and foremost, we love and appreciate y'all. But man, this is going to be a real fun one doing
This
the
is
top
going to be
8.
so weird.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. We might be saying completely different things, but I'll tell you what, we'll save that for when we get there.
Yeah, but you know what? The people are going to be still winning the same amount of money, right, for qualifying through these World Warriors over here. It's not just, oh, cool, I get these points, but if you actually win the regional finals at the end of the season, first place gets 2,000, second
so good.
1,500, fourth place gets 700, and then third place, oh yeah, you're right, I'm going straight down here. Third place over here is $1,000, fifth place with 500, sixth, obviously fifth and sixth are tied, and seventh and eighth will be getting $300 each.
Pretty good. Again, being able to sign up for free and at the comfort of your own setup, whether it's at home, whether it's at an office, whether at your organization, right? It's going to be a really, really good time to get yourself into the World Warrior because you get to access a lot of the big players that have been going through each and every one of these Capcom Pro Tours and getting that experience in.
Yeah, and that's one of the important things. It's free to play, and the experience is really important. I mean, even just to get into these tournaments, you're going to join a Discord, and you're going to have the access to be able to talk to a lot of these people as well. So even if you're like, oh, I can't play, I can't get top, you know, whatever.
Why not just do it?
Join. It's free. You get to play some of these players, and you'd be surprised at how many of these top players, if you fight them and just like, hey, I'm kind of new, can you give me any advice or what were some of my weaknesses? A lot of these players will take the time to try and help you.
And I'm glad you ended it with that because we actually have one of those players to kick things off here for the U.S.-Canada Midwest Series. We had Just a Kid, right? He had exactly the same type of upbringing within Street Fighter V. I hear it all the time from the Midwest saying, like, this kid used to do nothing but jump. Like, genuinely. And he would admit to that. Now look at him. He's in the grand finals coming up against Hamad.
Yeah, what's really cool about that, too, is that, you know, I went to Frosty Faustings long time. Obviously, Frosty Faustings is ginormous now. It's just like one of the biggest events that we have. One of the earlier ones that I went to was still small. Yeah, he was there with a different handle, obviously, but like, they were all saying, like, watch out for this kid. He's an up-and-comer. He's an up-and-comer, and he got top 8.
Yeah,
and look how he is now. I mean, top 8 at Evo 1 year. You know, he has definitely grown to be one of the strongest players in the country.
Then you have him in comparison to a player who's been a tried-and-true veteran within the Street Fighter 4 space and continually grown as a Street Fighter player in general. And that is Hamad, right? He started things off way, way early with that very, very tough to crack Fei Long with the patience and his orthodox play style. But now he's switched it up pretty significantly. Now he's going into E Honda, which is a little bit of a different look when it comes to like patience play, but man, he turns it on offense. He's very, very tricky with his facing.
Do you know what he was seeded in that tournament? So
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Just curious. I'm just curious.
I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, I don't think he's mentioned it or talked about it at all. So yeah,
probably not. Probably not. But let's take a look who we have in our grand finals for our very first recap here. It's going to be the U.S. Canada Midwest.
Either way, grand finals is on the way, people. It's Honda, and it's jury. It's Hamad versus Jack.
Yep, and Hamad on the winner's side did take this set 3-2 when they played in the winner's semifinals. So this matchup has happened once today. Granted, when it did, Jack started the set on Mod. So we're going to have to see whether starting with jury makes a difference. But Hamad right now firmly in control, just being an absolute wall. Early Kara throw to close out the first round.
Man, this is just a little ambiguous, hard to deal with. You're worried about the overhead, you're worried about the follow-ups. I get it. The fake out sometimes that Hamad might do. The anti right there, hard to deal with. Cross-up headbutts are a little bit difficult for Honda to hit because you have to use Stand Fierce instead. Drive rush medium, the stop this time. Stocks up after the block, stream.
That's twice now going for Kara command grab. I wanted to highlight how solid Hamad still is on checking drive rush with that standing strong. And it's continuing to be the case as this goes on. But the fact that the read on how Jack is gonna defend has been so solid so far is also really impressive. I guess there's something to be said that, you know, a grappler sets a different pace of defensive decision making than a non-grappler character does, right? And Hamad gets the advantage of Jack being in a slower defensive decision making mindset with the previous couple of matchups.
Quick with it right now. Hamad, first game already. Jack with a better start. Ends it with the DP, has to watch his stock up. Expends none of the fireballs, which I get, because, you know, Hamad could wake up with a headbutt and avoid that. So you have to have that knockdown sort of scenario, make it meaty. Stand fierce. Now the drive rush. Now the medium, the fake out, but no follow-up in terms of the combo.
Okay, perfect parry, punish counter throw, wants to maximize the drive gauge damage, keep the corner position, not finding the anti-air, but getting the trip guard. Low-key better.
That works out. Take that. Interrupts the drive rush with the stand medium. Even though nerf with the hurt box, it's still a fantastic button. Wakes up with violence, eyes aren't even open, swinging with that level 1. Corner distance as well. Ooh.
Okay.
God dang, Hamad is going crazy right now. He tried to go for the
what the hell
empty
was
command
that?
grab,
That
bro.
is such a crazy choice for
They try to go for
round
like the tempo
start
step.
position.
Yeah, you go for like the plus frames fake out, but you go for the command grab instead. It's really nasty.
This has all the energy of like Hamad is feeling himself a little bit and is starting to try to, not quite a freestyle, but just like, I bet I can get this shit to work. Dial it back a second. Where you were was perfect.
Jack routing it back though. Worth having to expend a bit of juice right there off the drive rush, but that's A-okay. But yeah, Hamad, I still feel like even though that round was taken from him, it's just he's been so good on controlling this character. Now Jack not drive rushing up as much. He's taking it nice and neutral, finding whip punches as you saw right there, drive rushing with intent a little bit more, which has been a thing for him, I think. He's had to keep up his drive gauge and understand when to drive rush up. Neutral jump, fierce, guiding forward just a little bit. Get hit that he needs for that level 3. Close to burnout after this. Bad position here for Jack.
I love that neutral jump fierce choice as well. Like the mid-range game of standing strong, standing fierce, counter poking was starting to get exposed. So bringing that verticality to it and being able to beat Jack's counter poke, massive. Corner control finds the throw. One more touch ought to do it, depending. I think a regular throw won't. Respect out of Jack. Wants to press the issue, but clipped by the step kick. That's 2 games up.
No way. Hamad is on one, yo. At least give me a reset. It's the final game for the tournament right now if Hamad has it his way. Space trap. After the tempo step, the stand fierce connects, gets a pickup. Empty low. Oh, I see, I knew it. So did Jack. The flip out saves him for a little bit longer. The jump back fadeaways have been layups here for Hamad. So is the butts up for the command grab.
Hamad has a spectacular call on when Jack is holding down back. Level 1 out of Jack, wants the screen space, wants the extra control, wants that little bit of damage for this equalizer here in this 3rd game, wants to go in behind the fireball. Not going to happen. Perfect parry into the crouching jab, lets the stomp go this time into a command grab after. Hamad is on set point.
I love that you were talking about how difficult it is to perfect parry and things like that. Hamad has been practicing, as you said, preparing for this. And it's working out to stop the pressure that Jack wants to initiate with the fireballs. Over the quarter now, how do we escape? Stand fierce all damn day. Hell parry, interruption of the trade. Hamad takes this to leave the corner. But it was a setup the entire time. The crouching to kick is the stop sign.
Oh, what a backdash from Hamad. How much resources do we spend? One next touch could be it. We have level 3 available. Spacing trap works out there for Jack and the little shimmy, but we don't get anything for it. Starting to use a little bit of the stop sign. And Hamad's really trying to bait a choice out of Jack, not gonna work out there, and gets the jump in.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the intention with the stand medium, like hide it behind a headbutt. Didn't work out though. Rush for a medium punch to flip out. Misses the grip. Butt slam. Drive rush, meaty stand medium right there. Hella plus. That drive gauge not looking so good.
Right, pressing the issue. hands. No, we don't quite find the anti-air, but it's okay. We're able to reset back to neutral on the screen. DR forward into DP. So Jack gets a little bit of that. Oh my God, actually Jack is smoking out the drive rush low shorts that Hamad has been doing to try to bait out pokes from Jack.
Uh-oh. Where my hug at? There's a few more to get it done.
Back. Oh,
the jump medium, as you mentioned. Offense on defense here. But again, Jack can't get clipped or hit by the heavenly hands that are stocked up soon here from Hamad. The headbutt lands. It's a one-touch scenario. It's a DI, and Hamad takes down Jack by simply armoring through. The man with the hands, Hamad, from winner's side with the Honda, takes a World Warrior.
Can you imagine this? We are starting these recaps here by showing Honda. Edmund Honda getting a win over here. I mean, even though there's not 27 characters in the game, I think they've ranked Honda like at 27th in the cheers or something like that. You know,
you don't ever put Honda in 27th.
Yeah, I mean, dude. Again, the characters are all very, very scary this year, honestly. And we're going to be seeing a lot of this throughout the year. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of surprising characters.
I would hope so. I genuinely would hope so, because they did such a good job with fine-tuning or trying to find like the right balance towards like a general perspective of how the characters operate. So I really enjoy seeing the depth of the characters now being explored fully, or at least a little bit more. But Hamad's been sticking to this character for a minute now. Yeah. So I mean, like the way that he exudes his patience into his gameplay, and then also bursting and also understanding when like his game sense is out of control. Yeah. So him understanding like when he's allowed to do a move like that towards the end was brilliant. I mean, genuinely, there are things that Jack could have done where he could have like maybe canceled as soon as he drive rush, maybe go into like a super right after, perhaps, right? But that's also a really, really difficult call to make.
Yeah, I mean, even people who are, only recently getting familiar with Hamad, he's been playing and destroying people from Texas for quite a long time.
Very long time.
I still remember, like, Street Fighter 4 days, it was like him and Forwood were like doing a lot of damage and stuff. I miss Forwood, by the way. I miss that guy.
Dude.
But yeah, it was really cool to see Hamad win there. Obviously, Jack not looking so, not performing as well in that grand finals, but
not in a bad spot at all, right? It's a great way to consider that was the very, very first shot at the World Warrior. And speaking of which, if you guys hadn't tuned in earlier, there's so many more chances to go, right? This is the very first set of World Warriors that have been going through, but just in case you had missed it, there are plenty more opportunities to join in to the World Warrior, and that is with the following, right? With the season happening right now, the registration is definitely going to be open for all of the events. So head on over to capcom.us/WW25 for all of the scheduling and all the information needed to get yourself started, including the regional finals prizing, as well as how to earn that coveted Capcom Cup 12 invitation. You can check it out down below on the right with that QR code right next to that beautiful Elena, or check out the website, capcom.us/WW25.
All right. It's a good way to start so far, but there's a lot more coming up, especially for the offline regions over here. I mean, Blink Respawn is coming right around the corner here. You can register for this coming up, and man, let me tell you, if anything, try to make it there, because you will not be prepared for the kind of crowd and the kind of excitement and the electricity that you are going to be met with over there. This is one of the most electrifying tournaments. Seriously, like, you will be shocked. So, I mean, with how loud and how passionate all the players are here. And it's not just for their own, DR boys. They're cheering
for everybody.
They're just cheering for good play. Like, anytime something amazing happens, these guys will be, and it's so infectious. It's so infectious, honestly. So register now for the Blink Respawn 2025 tournament, an official Capcom Pro Tour stop.
Following that, we got EVO Las Vegas right around the block. It's going to be returning the weekend of August 1st. The registration is, in fact, still open. So take advantage of that. Sign up now and compete for that extra ticket into Capcom Cup 12 in Japan. And also, you get yourself a nice customized badge, a Street Fighter 6 themed one at checkout. Late registration ends July 1st. Not a lot of time left. In fact, use that code CPT25 for $25 off your ticket right now, August 1st through the 3rd in Las Vegas, Nevada. You don't want to miss it. Every single year at EVO has been nothing but magic. I genuinely think if you go there for your very first one, you will be hooked for life.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And remember, like, what was it, Evo had the 7,000 entrants, and Evo Japan this year had 7,000 entrants. I mean, I'm curious to see what we're going to get for Evo Worlds this year.
I'm excited.
You know?
I'm excited for it. But I'm going to pump the brakes just a little bit. Again, we've been talking about our World Warrior spotlights thus far here in the Street Fighter 6 Esports spotlight. I got to get used to saying that, I'll tell you what. But I'm going to fix that up during the break. In fact, get yourself some snacks, get yourself something to hydrate with. We'll be back with more of these grand finals right after this.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. We just went over the Midwest, U.S. Canada Midwest tournament over here, and you know, just to wrap things up a little bit over there, I want to show you guys where the standings are currently in that region over here. So let's see which players are on top. Obviously, Hamad took that tournament. It's just been 1 week, but that means Hamad does get awarded that, you know, precious 50 points over there. And as you can see, Jack in second place, Stealth, Mia, Colibri, Sevens, Young Tate, and Marv EX right behind
Marv.
there.
Okay, that's cool. Seeing that name up there? Right on.
Yeah, obviously it's just been the first week, and the top players will all be entered into the finals at the end after 5 weeks, and that will be where they battle it out for that spot to make it to Capcom Cup. They'll be seeded based off of the points, and it's going to be... Dude, all of these regions are going to be crazy now. I mean, especially with what we saw at Capcom Cup last year, right? We had players from all sorts of regions, and then we had a miracle run from Blaz
I mean,
last year, and showing how it is important to give all these regions their chance to shine, such as regions like Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, we've even talked about that before, even over at CEO, right? We're talking about miracle runs. That was the most stacked CEO I've seen in a hot minute because of the fact that we brought the point system back. One of those players happened to be not Pedro. Again, now that we're highlighting Brazil, not Pedro happens to be in the grand finals against who, of all people? Zangief Bolado.
Yeah, a player who also made it to Capcom Cup last year.
Right,
and
dude.
had a bunch of fun matches over there, and was definitely one of those players that was a fan favorite. People were cheering for him. And you know,
I was cheering for him.
Oh yeah,
He's a sweetheart, dude. He's cool as hell.
This is the thing, is like when you're watching I mean, you know you're a good player and an underdog and everything when the fan base is rooting for Zangief.
Yeah. Is it the character? Is it the player? It's definitely both when it comes to Japan, because everybody was like, Zangief Bolado. They were super cheerful towards him.
Dude, I love the fact that at Capcom Cup, all the Japanese audience, it wasn't just like they were just only rooting for Japan. They had all these. I saw someone
For
like
everybody.
it was like a cute picture of Ending Walker that like someone
was
drew
very
with the
cute.
sign.
Yeah, there were even some for Juicy Joe. I'm like,
Yeah,
dude,
that's right.
kind of
Yeah,
cool. That's just
uh-huh.
like a whole different story. So
It's the JP fans.
maybe we could see someone like not Pedro there. Right now, he's off to a really, really great start. Obviously, he had some significant amount of points with a significant performance over at CEO just a few weekends ago, right? A very, very well-fought top 8 position. Now he finds himself in grand finals against Zangief Bolado, what you're about to experience now. With Brazil, World Warrior number 1, you're going to get Zangief versus Ken, and that's coming right at you here now.
Jornada final, a última match. Carol, nós temos então Note Pedro da Iwan contra Zangief Bolado da 2Game. Ryu, perdão, Ken agora contra Zangief. Vamos com o confronto final.
É, bora de partida e já acabou subindo errado ali o Note Pedro. A conversão é do Bolado, fazendo uma ótima punição, mas não tem problema. Perfect Parry para poder recuperar aí essa barra de vida do Note Pedro. Vai jogando ali o Bolado para o cantinho, tenta o agarrão, tem um ótimo tech, o jogador da 2Game. Trabalhando no Jinrai. Vai ali para pressão, mais um Jinrai agora para o Note Pedro. E aí vai sendo jogado futsal, né? Ninguém quer arriscar, como eu falei, né? O Zangief Bolado tem uma run um pouco mais difícil aí pra poder fazer. Precisa mandar primeiro o Note Pedro para losers. E aí agora subiu muito bem na reação ali na leitura. O Note Pedro fazendo uma excelente punição da movimentação do Zangief Bolado, que vai tentando se aproximar. Ambos gastam drive rush pra tentar encurtar a tela, não encontra nada. Vai deixando golpes soltos ali o Bolado. Acaba não encontrando muita coisa também. A barra de vida muito parecida para os dois jogadores. Tenta um pulo neutro, acabando encontrando o Bolado. Boa defesa do Note Pedro, mas aí acaba entrando em burnout. Espaça bem, não tem punição, tem um impact, acaba se colocando em burnout agora o Bolado. Vamos ver, vai pro chip damage. Ai, vai com save. Agora o novo patch vai acontecendo. Vai acontecendo aqui na sua tela. Ótima rasteira, vai tentando pressionar. Chute médio abaixado do Ken, vai fazer na play para o Note Pedro, garantindo o primeiro round.
É, o buff ele comentei pra vocês, pessoal. O patch vai acontecendo e vai mudando algumas coisas aí no jogo. Então o level 2 do Ken agora é completamente diferente. Lembrando uma coisa importante, ele não tem invencibilidade, tá? Não dá pra mandar ele ali no ataque do adversário. E olha essas punições do Bolado.
Já vai mandando um bom agarrão e olha esse round do Bolado fazendo o Perfect KO, mostrando que não tem abalo aqui nessa partida.
1-1 nos rounds, lembrando que o Bolado precisa do reset. Foi 3-0 ali pro Note Pedro na final da Winners. Vamos ver como que vai ser o resultado dessa luta.
É, vamos acompanhar aí, nesse momento consegue um bom drive rush, o Zangief Bolado, gasta todas as suas barras aí de super, gastando as 3 barras para garantir o dano completaço, já leva ali mais da metade da barra de vida do Note Pedro, que agora tá em burnout numa situação muito desvantajosa. Vai sendo corajoso, aperta o botão ali, consegue um bom agarrão, mas já vai sendo bem contestado ali pelas rasteiras do Bolado. Vai ali tentando se aproximar, deixou o botão, o Bolado se aproximou muito bem, saiu na frente, Zangief Bolado. Será que teremos um comeback? Bolado voltando muito melhor pra essa partida, hein?
Será, meus amigos? Será? E galera, vai no Twitter da Yuan e olha o comentário da 2Game, cara. Eu tô falando socialmente aí, os caras mais felizes da noite de hoje, guys. Não tem como, pediu pra voltar ali, até saiu ali. Então vamos aguardando aqui, vamos voltar a nossa câmera. Cara, o social media da Yuan e da 2Game é os dois caras mais felizes nesse momento. Não tem como, velho. Os caras tá fazendo até meme já, velho. Corre lá, rapaziada, corre lá, velho. Mano, muito bom, velho, muito bom. Tô falando, eles estão mais felizes que os jogadores, cara. Eles estão mais felizes que os players, viu?
Ah, os caras tão felizes aí de poder trabalhar com o que eles gostam e poder fazer esses memes aí pra gente. E a gente tá mais feliz ainda, né, de poder acompanhar tudo isso.
É, nossa, muito bom, cara, muito bom. Galera, vai deixando o like, tá bom? 1-0 até agora. Vai deixando o like, você que tá acompanhando a live. Quem não tá inscrito no canal, se inscreve pra você poder acompanhar tudo. Lembrando que semana que vem tem mais campeonato, hein? Tem mais campeonato semana que vem. Vamos lá, 1-0 pro Zangief Bolado. Será que o comeback vem? Porque ainda é muito longo, Carol. Ainda tem muito jogo pra vir esse comeback.
É, tem muito jogo ainda pro Bolado vencer. Note Pedro coloca ali o Bolado no corner, mas o Bolado prontamente já faz a troca de lado. E aí vai contestando todas as tentativas de sair desse canto aí o Bolado. Meu Deus, toma pisão. Toma o pisapé ali, acaba encontrando seu momento agora sim, o Not Pedro de fazer a troca de lado. É o momento dele de fazer essa ofensiva, espaça muito bem, tem Jinrai, vai fazendo o combo completinho. Shoryuken no final para poder fazer o dano máximo. Mas aí foi contestado e aí não tem como, hein? Aí não tem como, meu Deus, não consegue a finalização, mas aí a reação do bolado é sensacional na utilização de barra de super e consegue fazer essa punição, garantindo mais um round.
É, foi muito esperto aí, essa é uma jogada clássica aí do Zangief bolado, se aproxima, vê se o adversário pulou, se tiver pulo, aí ele manda level 1 pra buscar o adversário lá no alto e o bolado vai iniciando esse comeback. Será, rapaziada, será?
Vai trabalhando nisso daí o Zangief bolado, provavelmente teve tempo ali pra poder pensar, ver o que errou nas partidas anteriores pra poder tentar contestar as jogadas do Not Pedro. Bom counter, vai combando agora o jogador de Ken, gastando barra de super. Vamos acompanhar porque o bolado vai praticamente entrando em burnout agora. Já comba muito bem novamente o Not Pedro. Abre de novo, tem mais uma barra pra poder gastar. Isso aí pode finalizar, vamos acompanhar. Acabou não finalizando, mas não tem problema. Finalizado agora. Vai garantindo o round e deixando tudo igual em rounds.
Isso aí, vamos ver se vai ter um empate. Lembrando que o Not Pedro ainda assim tem a vantagem de estar pela chave da Winners Bracket. E como a gente já havia mencionado, sem mudanças de personagens aqui aconteceu, né, pessoal? A galera do top 8 no geral pegando os personagens principais aí mesmo.
Justamente, já tenta uma ofensiva ali, o Not Pedro acaba sendo contestado, tem o trade. Ótimo contra-ataque por parte do bolado. Trabalhando ali no soco forte. Mas aí já foi prontamente interrompido pelo Not Pedro, mas não tem problema, porque o bolado já consegue ficar na vantagem de vida novamente. Acabou errando ali o agarrão. A punição foi muito simples do Not Pedro. Poderia ter feito um combo um pouco maior, mas aí acabou ali ficando ainda assim na desvantagem de vida. Bom, ali se estudando bastante, jogando futsis, deixando alguns botões, esperando quem se arrisca primeiro. Quem se arriscou foi o Not Pedro e se arriscou bem. Conseguiu um bom combo, mas agora sim conseguiu a conversão. O Zangief bolado gastando todas as suas barras. Isso aí vai matar com certeza.
É isso aí, 2-0 no placar. E bom, segundo o social media da Tio Game, era a hora da vingança. É agora, rapaziada. Vamos ver aí o que vai ser, porque a vantagem é muito boa aqui, 2-0. Será que vai devolver o 3-0, Carl? Ou será que o Not Pedro vai conseguir 3 vitórias seguidas? A combate aqui tá complicado, hein?
Combate complicadíssimo, mas é o Zangief bolado que já começa bem esse round de novo, hein? Vai fazendo ali a cabeçada, consegue ali converter para mais um combo simples. Perfect Parry agora por parte do Not Pedro. Vai empurrando o Zangief bolado ali pro cantinho. Zangief bolado aceita, abre de novo. Ok, vamos acompanhar esse levantamento. Tenta o agarrão, mas aí já consegue mudar ali os padrões de jogo. Agarrão pro Not Pedro. E agora prefere espaçar, meu Deus. Vai entrando tudo, vai aceitando tudo. O Zangief bolado. Espaça bem, de novo, acaba não conseguindo a punição. Vai tentando sair aí desse range, né, de agarrão do Zangief bolado, mas ao mesmo tempo precisa finalizar logo. Não tem como mais finalizar. E acabou sendo finalizado o Not Pedro. O Zangief bolado entrando em match point, Ryoran.
Isso mesmo, reset point também, hein? Se vencer aí, tá resetado e inclusive vai devolver o 3-0, cara. O que tá acontecendo aqui, pessoal? Que mudança de ritmo de jogo. O bolado aí parece ter encontrado o caminho, então, pra essa vitória. Lembrando aí justamente daquela final que a gente teve ali entre os dois jogadores, onde o bolado venceu. O Not Pedro aqui conseguiu mandar o bolado pra luz, mas aqui o bolado tá tentando fazer o 3-0.
Vamos ver nesse momento, o Not Pedro joga um pouco melhor, o bolado tá em burnout, mas tem muita barra para poder gastar, tem a vantagem de rounds também. O Not Pedro precisa tomar muito cuidado, porque qualquer entrada do bolado pode finalizar. E vai tentando trabalhar ali no... Meu Deus! Acabou errando, provavelmente um possível erro de input, ou tentou fazer uma leitura ali de pulo do bolado, mas não teve jeito. Vitória do Zangief bolado, resetado. Aqui o jogador da Tio Game consegue o reset e agora vai ser tudo decidido nesse último set, Ryoran.
Cara, eu não entendi. Eu não sei se ele queria chipar ali, porque ainda assim tava longe, né? Os meus ex não ia pegar e eu acho que não ia chipar ainda assim. Ainda tinha muita vida. Então não sei se era essa a ideia. Bom, de qualquer forma, que a gente sabe que não deu certo. Bora lá então, o pessoal tá resetado a tabela. Vamos lá então, vamos de match. Chegou então o aumento final, hein, pessoal? Chegou o momento final. Ambos na chave da Losers. É agora, Carol. Vamos para a última FT3 desse World War. Vai ser com emoção. Vai ser com emoção. Bora lá então, hein?
Bora de partida, porque vai ser tudo decidido agora. Vamos ver, porque agora sim o Not Pedro consegue um bom espaçamento para poder fazer a punição. Acaba tendo uma boa conversão ali o Zangief bolado, através do Drive Rush. Vai tentando se aproximar. Acabou ali tentando fazer um bait e o Not Pedro interrompeu muito bem. Vai gastando bastante barras de drive o jogador da 2Game. O Futsis vai sendo jogado, o neutro vai sendo jogado. Tem o trade. Defende bem o Not Pedro, mas aí acaba tentando ali interromper. Toma o soco forte e já aproveita a ofensiva o Zangief bolado para tentar converter mais. Já deixa ali o Not Pedro no cantinho. Vai espaçando bem o Zangief bolado. Se coloca em burnout. Sobe no chore Not Pedro. Acaba errando a leitura. E o Zangief bolado faz a finalização. Round do bolado.
Cara, o Didimokov comentou uma coisa ali. Só que assim, se foi isso, foi muito Galaxy Brain, cara. Porque ele mandou a magia, esperou o bolado mandar o level 2 pra reagir à magia. E aí ele mandou o level 3 pra poder passar o level 2 do bolado. Se realmente foi isso, ia ser um Galaxy Brain enorme. Mas aí, enfim, né? Porque realmente foi muito estranho ele daquela forma. Mas bom, vamos seguindo aí, depois a gente analisa melhor. Mas tá lá então o bolado agora no canto da tela.
Vamos ver, os trades vão rolando. O Not Pedro tem 3 barras para poder gastar. O bolado também, o agarrão vai conectando. E vamos acompanhar porque o Impact também. O Not Pedro vai sofrendo aí nas mãos do Zangief bolado. Tentaria a ofensiva, bem defendido o reverso, mas acaba não conseguindo a punição. O pulo conecta e aí a primeira partida é do Zangief bolado. Será que o Not Pedro deu aquela abalada, Ryoran?
Será, pessoal? Será? No total e no agregado são 4 partidas seguidas, sendo que ele fez ali o 3-0 no adversário. E não tem como, Carol, ninguém reage a esse H1 de comando hoje.
Não tem como reagir. Realmente é uma situação muito complicada e sobe de novo. O Not Pedro tá gastando barra, tá subindo, não tá nem aí. Ele quer subir e o Zangief bolado não tem nada a ver com isso. Vai fazendo a punição, garantindo mais um round em Perfect KO.
É, pessoal, aqui complicou, hein? Aqui complicou. O Not Pedro não tá conseguindo voltar pro jogo. E aí não tem como, cara. No Street Fighter 6 que tem um dano enorme, aí é um dano atrás do outro ali. É como que arranca até a alma do jogador. Se o Not Pedro não conseguir parar, já era, hein?
Vamos ver aí, realmente, né, tem que ter um mental muito forte nesse momento para poder conseguir fazer essa virada. Vai tentando aí o Not Pedro. Tentativa de ofensiva, agora sim consegue conectar muito bem. Mas a interrupção do Zangief bolado acaba entrando e olha esse dano, né? Qualquer entrada do bolado dói muito ali na barra de vida do Not Pedro. E agora sim consegue gastar suas barras bem o jogador da Yuan. Vai ficando na frente ali na barra de vida, os 2 jogadores em burnout, porém o Not Pedro vai se recuperar ali um pouco antes. Vão tentando ficar vivos, mas o confirm do bolado é excelente. Vamos ver se vai ter drop. Acabou errando o bolado. Não tem problema, ainda tá vivo. Ok, vai tentando mais uma ofensiva. Deu um split na parede. É o momento do Not Pedro ganhar o round, dar aquela respirada e tentar voltar pro jogo, o Ryoran.
É, aguenta, coração. Ainda tem jogo, pessoal. Ainda tem jogo. Como a gente falou aí, o Not Pedro precisa realmente parar esse momento excelente. Tá tendo ali o bolado, porque foram 4 partidas seguidas. E assim, o Not Pedro não tem nenhuma barra de super aqui agora pra esse confronto.
Vamos ver, tá quase farmando uma barra ali, mas realmente, né, tá na desvantagem ali de barras, vai espaçando, esperando as decisões do Zangief bolado. Vamos acompanhar, tentando ali o chute médio, acaba não encontrando nada. Os 2 jogadores tentando trabalhar na distância ali no range das suas punições, mas nesse momento ninguém encontra muita coisa. E agora sim subiu muito bem o Not Pedro. Vai tentando fazer o bait ali da magia. O Zangief bolado, né, sempre jogando nessa dancinha do caranguejo pra frente e pra trás. E quem se arrisca mais é o Not Pedro, tentando buscar jogo. Ó, Aí, novamente, ó, o Not Pedro vai tentando se aproximar, tentando buscar jogo. Zangief, o bolado, utiliza muito bem esse Drive Rush com agarrão logo na sequência. Drive Rush novamente, agarrado e vai fazendo ponto Zangief, o bolado.
2-0, pessoal. 5 no agregado. Aqui complicou, galera. Vamos lá, então. Pediu pra voltar. Será que vai ter alguma mudança? Será que vai ter mudança de personagem também? Ainda não sei. Agradecer aqui ao Aldir. Muito obrigado pelos 5 reais aí de donate. Ele falou aqui, Carol narrando cada vez melhor. Bolado, jogando como nunca.
Pô, fico feliz que estejam gostando. Obrigada.
Agradecer aqui também ao Anderson Rodrigues. Obrigado pelos 5 reais aí de doação. Tamo junto. Pessoal, aquela pergunta de sempre. Vamos lá. Eu quero ver vocês aí, pessoal, interagindo. Fala aí. Note Pedro, vira ou não vira esse jogo? Digita no chat. Manda aí. Vocês acreditam, pessoal? Vocês acreditam no comeback do Note Pedro? Vai vir a virada ou não? Manda aí, porque o Note Pedro começa muito bem agora, punindo ali o adversário.
Vamos ver se teve ali uma conversa com o coach, talvez, se teve ali, né, aquele momento de dar aquela respirada, porque nesse momento o Zangief bolado já consegue conectar mais um bom agarrão, mete a mão ali, o Not Pedro não tá nem aí, o Jinrai conecta. Vamos ver, ótimo Drive Rush pra poder se aproximar, fazer a punição do puro. Agora sim o Not Pedro vai fazendo uma ofensiva excelente, não deixa o bolado respirar. Tentativa de agarrão, tem o tech, ok, o jogo volta para o neutro. E vamos ver, ó. Nesse neutro aí, o Zangief bolado é muito bom. Os jogadores de grapplers, no geral, né, tem que trabalhar muito neutro, porque o personagem geralmente não tem ali golpes tão longos. E agora sim o Not Pedro vai garantindo o round.
É isso aí, a primeira partida, primeiro round ele agora dele nesse duelo aí, e precisa aí começar a pontuar, porque agora qualquer partida que o bolado ganhar já acaba.
Justamente, né? Tem que defender todos os rounds aí, o Not Pedro. E vamos acompanhar, porque tá muito melhor nesse round também. Tem muita barra pra poder gastar. O bolado consegue a sua primeira conversão aí desse round. Vai tentando se aproximar, consegue ali a rasteira. Ok, mais uma conversão do Zangief bolado. Vai tentando fazer essa pressão, mas aí acabou errando. É o momento do Not Pedro, vai gastar todas as barras, vamos acompanhar. Vai fazendo ali o level 3 para poder fazer o dano máximo. O escalonamento vai vir. Vamos ver, mas acredito que vai finalizar sim. Finalizado, mas assim, né? Era o Zangief, então não dá para garantir que o escalonamento vai finalizar. Mas é isso, ó, o Not Pedro acordou para a partida.
Tá lá então, primeira partida aí pro jogador, a jornada é longa, vamos ver se vai conseguir, lembrando que ele conseguiu 3-0, mas agora depois de 5 partidas é mais difícil, mas consegue levar. E como você falou, realmente, o Zangief é um personagem que sobrevive em muitos combos ali que deveriam matar, né, porque o personagem realmente tem bastante vida no jogo.
Justamente, mas o Not Pedro parece que teve uma mudança completa de pensamento aí, né? De estilo de jogo, olha isso. Mais um Perfect Parry pra ele, tá numa vantagem de vida interessante. Tem ali o momento da pressão do canto, ótimo Hadouken. Vamos acompanhar a tentativa de pressão, de aproximação aí do Zangief bolado, que agora tá tentando buscar jogo, tá tendo que ficar desconfortável na partida, mais uma abertura do Not Pedro, vai finalizando mais um round, será que teremos uma virada de placar, Rioran?
Será, galera? Será? Not Pedro a um round, então, de deixar tudo igual eu tô falando. Esse torneio aqui é tudo com emoção, pessoal, não tem luta fácil, não.
E olha esse espaçamento do bolado para punir o chute meio baixado do Ken. Vai fazendo um round excelente agora o bolado, vai se recuperando. Bom agarrão para ele. Vamos ver, mais uma boa abertura através do Drive Rush, fazendo um Perfect KO, voltando para a partida.
Tá lá então, Tournament Point agora pro Zangief bolado. Vamos ver então se o jogador consegue o título agora. Nós temos aí os nossos 2 medalhistas de Major aqui então nessa final.
Vamos ver aí, porque consegue um bom agarrão, Not Pedro. Vai fazendo o bait, acabou mandando ali no ar o Zangief bolado, e vai ter punição pesada aí do Not Pedro. Vai fazendo um dano excelente, tem o agarrão, tem o tech, vai se defendendo bem aí o Zangief bolado nesse canto, vai tentando ficar vivo. Qualquer abertura do Not Pedro pode finalizar, porque ele tem 3 barras de super ainda pra poder gastar. Agora sim conseguiu conectar, vai poder gastar suas barras, vamos acompanhar isso daí. Vai vir level 3 para o Not Pedro, vai fazendo o seu ponto aqui na partida. Not Pedro voltou on fire.
Galera, 2-2. 2-2. Vamos lá, pessoal. Vai ser com emoção mesmo. Manda aí, pessoal. A sua torcida é pro Note Pedro. A sua torcida é pro Bolado. Manda aí no chat. Manda emoticon também. Deixa esse chat bonito, pessoal. Manda emoticon aí. Pode spamar à vontade. Pode gritar à vontade aí, pessoal. Torce bastante, porque agora é a última partida do primeiro World Warrior do Brasil.
Meu Deus, o espaçamento do Note Pedro tá perfeito. Depois dessa pausa que ele deu, parece que ele voltou ao centro ali das suas jogadas, da sua estratégia. Realmente o Zangief Bolado tá sofrendo um pouquinho mais. Consegue mais um bom Shoryuken o Note Pedro. Vamos acompanhar. Olha o Futsi sendo jogado. O Zangief Bolado tenta encurtar a tela, enquanto o Note Pedro vai só dançando, indo pra frente e pra trás. Buscando ali um botão do Zangief Bolado pra poder fazer a punição. Zangief Bolado numa desvantagem de vida muito grande, tentativa de ofensiva, consegue um bom agarrão. Aí o Note Pedro, mais uma entrada, ele pode finalizar e entrar em match point. Vamos acompanhar, o Zangief Bolado vai ter que defender isso daí. Ótimo soco forte, tem recurso para poder gastar o Note Pedro. O Zangief Bolado também. O jogo vai ficando estudado, vai ficando frio e calculista. Vai trabalhando nos projéteis, tentativa de agarrão novamente, lido pelo Zangief Bolado. Tem o Tech, abertura aí do jogador da 2Game. Vai ali tentando fazer essa virada. Mais uma abertura do Note Pedro. Qualquer coisa pode finalizar. Qualquer entrada pode finalizar. O Zangief Bolado acredita. Consegue um bom agarrão. Vai trabalhando nessa virada. Mais uma boa conexão do Zangief Bolado. Ele consegue fazer mãos ao alto, que esse round foi roubado, Ryoran.
Caraca, que comeback, hein, pessoal? O Note Pedro tá vindo muito bem no jogo. Tá vindo muito bem, mas essa virada foi sensacional agora para o Bolado. Tournament Point, mais uma vez, ele agora pra ele.
Tournament Point para o Zangief Bolado. Ele que tá vindo da Losers. Ele que pode fazer essa virada aí e já consegue um bom agarrão. Ok, o round é ali a vantagem para o Note Pedro, né? Tá numa vantagemzinha de vida, mas aí agora acaba errando o agarrão Zangief Bolado. A punição veio e vai vir forte. Acaba gastando ali apenas 2 barras o Note Pedro. Deixa o Bolado no corner e ainda ali no burnout. Pode finalizar agora. Tem uma barra, vai finalizar garantindo o round. Nem precisou gastar a barra, deixa tudo igual. Tournament Point, double Tournament Point.
Caraca, pessoal, esse aqui é o melhor World War do mundo pra assistir. Não tem como, pessoal. Round final, então, agora o último round do evento.
E bora de partida, vai tentando aí ir pra cima o Note Pedro. Zangief Bolado vai contestando bem, se defendendo. Ótimo drive rush do Bolado, mas já tem drive rush na sequência do Note Pedro, que gasta todas as barras que tinha pra poder fazer um dano ali, deixar o Bolado no canto. Vamos acompanhar porque o Bolado vai ali bufferando alguma coisa, tentando fazer uma leitura. O Note Pedro não aceita, prefere espaçar. E o jogo vai sendo jogado. Vai buscando o jogo o Zangief Bolado, utilizando bastante drive rush para poder se aproximar, fazer aquele mix-up para cima do oponente. E vamos ver, os dois jogadores se estudando bastante. É momentos de tensão. Consegue o conforme o Bolado. Vai gastando 3 barras. Vamos acompanhar esse escalonamento. Botou pra assistir filminho. É momento de tensão. Vai finalizar, vai finalizar. Não, tá vivo o Note Pedro. Ainda tem chance de fazer esse comeback. Vamos ver, ele vai trabalhar. Não tá morto ainda. Temos um jogo, meus amigos. É Yuan contra 2Game. Quem vai conseguir essa finalização? Tentou contestar o Zangief Bolado, acabou não encontrando. Agora sim, vai no agarrão. Vai finalizando. Zangief Bolado se sagrando o grande campeão da noite, mostrando o poder da 2Game.
And what a contrast that we see there. We went from one region where the grand finals was kind of lopsided, a little one-sided, and then we just see this event over here with Zangief Bolado resetting the bracket and then getting it to final game, final round in an extremely hyped set here for the Brazil crew. So just a really fun, stuff there.
And fun to listen to. The commentary was actually pretty on board with like their energy and delivery.
Yeah.
I love that the whole way through. Shout out to the folks over at BR Kumite. Rio ran over at their Twitch channel as well. You saw it down below. Really, really great stuff to them all around. But man, Zangief Bolado and his measuring tools with like a couple of lights and the mind games he presents off of whether it hits, whether it blocks, or whether it whiffs. That's what leads into like his SPDs, right? Majority of the time. But sometimes he has some pretty solid reads on when you want to jump. And it's been very, very tough to call for Not Pedro. You saw it throughout the whole set, right? Even in the first set, the first engagement, him going 3-0 in that fashion, I'm like, man, there's so much about Zangief players where it's like, one, you're afraid to make the moves that you were thinking about doing. 2, it's hard to decipher what they're going to be doing upon defense or like offense going forward.
And Zangief Bellato, I mean, he's not even really like old or anything, but you know, like, you know, taking out the kid here, you know, I'm picturing like Indiana Jones next time, kid, you know, kind of thing. But like, he's not even that old himself, you know.
Not at all.
But it's just that when you have Not Pedro, who 19 years old right now, and again, I'm just going to say this because it made me cry before, but, you know, Cryme, Blas, Not Pedro, I'm older than all three of them combined. So, you know, it is definitely a different, it's an interesting situation here. But again, as we mentioned, it's great to see the young players coming in here and actually being able to carry on this tradition. And not only that, but all of them from the South American regions as well.
Yeah, I think it really lights a fire in a lot of the competitive players' regions, right? They see these young guns doing it so well. It's like, man, what is it that they're doing that yields so much success? Like, how do we figure that out? So they'll download them or at least try to study up on that. But also, what an inspiration it is towards that area to be like, yo, these cats are balling right now. Like, we could probably enter and do the exact same thing. Let's watch these cats. Let's see. Maybe we can get into the circle of, like, the FGC for Brazil specifically. Let's hit up these guys to figure out how to play.
And it's really interesting, too, because, I mean, I believe we're going to look at, South America East as well later, a little bit later on.
Oh, yes.
But one of the interesting things that I noticed about these regions here is that there is this almost kind of like tradition, I feel like, that in their FGC, like, that's being preserved a little bit more, because when you actually look at like Blas and Cryme and Not Pedro, I think they're all joystick users, which is like one of the crazy things.
I
you know?
think you're right.
Yeah,
I think that's correct.
At least 2 out of the 3 of them are still joystick users. I believe
Cryme for sure.
Blas and Cryme from Chile. I think Blas can play everything. Actually,
He can do whatever he wants. At that age, he can do whatever he wants. He's got so much time to learn.
Yeah, we'll talk about them a little bit later. But with Brazil, let's actually take a look at the standings of where everybody sits right now. Obviously, Zangief Bellato and Not Pedro, you're going to see in first and second. But you can see Brian Job, I guess. Sorry if I mispronounce your names. Juninho Raz, a name that we have been seeing for a long time now for this region here. And then Namikaze XTM, Dragon Legend Kioma. I mean, that's a veteran. That's a veteran.
For so long,
still the person who was the closest to defeating Kazunoko in his winning Capcom Cup year. And Gust rounding out that top 8.
Pretty well rounded in regards to the talent there in Brazil. I want to see what happens going forward with that exact spread, with the amount of talent that they have, and see who makes it out of that region. Because again, Zangief Bellato being the one from last year, he made such a big splash with his, I think it's his very first Capcom Cup, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Amazing stellar performance. I love the precedents being set already. So really excited, looking forward to seeing what Brazil has to offer, even more so with the other regions coming up next. And speaking of which, we're going to be going on to the next one. It's going to be Europe Northeast, but not before we take a little bit of a break. So you guys have been enjoying yourselves thus far. You get to do so a little bit more after this. When we return, we got more of the grand finals here in the Street Fighter 6 Esports Spotlight coming right at you.
Here comes a new challenger.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Capcom Esports Spotlight. We just got the chance to check out 2 of the tournaments for the World Warriors in the Western region here in the Americas, North and South America. But why don't we shift over a little bit further towards the Europe side?
Across the pond.
I was about to say east, but it could be west either direction. You know,
Yeah,
so you know,
technically.
yeah. Let's just head over to Europe and actually check out what's been going on over there.
Surely. A lot of talent that we talked about and people that we have seen for a long time, at least within the Street Fighter span, but more so now in Street Fighter 6 that have been really, really dominant. We've seen Juicy Joe and Phenom coming up to the plate with the grand final segment of Europe Northeast. And also, just to kind of talk about it, Rickemans Barnett was in this one as well.
Another Honda player.
That is actually correct. Shady Imposter is a name we've seen before, but other ones, honorable mentions, Malmus for sure, we've seen before. Magic Harper, I've never seen that name before, but it sounds pretty cool. Wonder Boy, I feel like we've seen like a small amount of times, and then Fang.
Okay. I mean, again, it's really cool to see a lot of these players playing out here. Rickemans Barnett, obviously. I asked him if he walked from the airport to the CEO venue, and then he's like, I did. But he was like, it was 15 minutes. And I was like, oh, that's right.
That's not bad. Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. It was so easy to get to that venue.
Right?
It really was.
Oh, I mean, hopefully later on we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more about CEO because, I mean, what a return.
Yeah, but, we'll definitely have a segment for that. We will 100% have a segment for that, so you guys tune in for that as well.
But yeah, so we're going to be heading over there. And again, Phenom and Juicy Joe. Juicy Joe was one of the surprise runs in Capcom Cup.
That's right.
With that JP. And, you know, it's so funny because before Capcom Cup, I think a lot of people were like, yeah, JP is strong again. But, like, people weren't, like, talking about him because they were all talking about the Eds and the Rashids and the Akumas and the Bisons. And then JP took first place. Juicy Joe got in that top 8 as well. And now I think I just saw like I forgot whose content it was. My apologies, but they were like trying to list out the top 5 and they were asking a bunch of people and everybody had JP like number 1 or number 2.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I don't want to hear anything else, to be honest with you. I'm like, JP has to be within that conversation, no doubt.
And I love it too because you can thank Kakaru for this, but if you actually looked at the patch notes, they were like, yeah, we didn't do anything to JP. That was like basically it. Like he got the least amount of changes because clearly the character is extremely strong.
I think he's really, really good, and with a good navigator, it takes you to really, really far places. I mean, Juicy Joe has proved it a bunch of times over. Obviously, we've seen Kakaru do it. It's just only a handful of players that have been really able to excel with this character to higher echelons.
Yeah, and and speaking of I mean, in this region, higher echelons, Phenom, like. It's basically this tournament this region has basically been the Phenom qualification bracket.
What's crazy is like when I think about Phenom, sure he's an amazingly talented player. I'm not gonna take that away from him, but to me he's always a safe pick to at least make a decent run at any major stakes tournament. Which is kind of wild. I want to see him excel and become the tournament winning player, right? Because I think he's had it in him for so long, to the point where it's like I feel like he's overdue for something big. Because of how much work he puts into it. Obviously, these guys all work very hard, but it's just been so interesting to see how many times over we've seen Phenom in these positions, but not have it pay out in full.
Right, and you know what? It's getting harder and harder because Juicy Joe is really stepping up out here. You know, Rickemans Barnett qualified 1 year as well with the Manat in Street Fighter 5.
Amazing, by the way. Such an innovator with that character.
So it's not going to get any easier for Phenom, but I mean, he's still a player that we can count on, but let's
One thing, by the way, just before we get into this grand finals, I'll have you know, Phenom was sent to losers in the very beginning of their top 8. He actually got sent to losers pretty quickly, I believe to Rickemans Barnett 0-3. Now, Phenom was listed as having both Cammy and Mai as the character selection for this tournament. I hadn't seen what had transpired in the very first part, but he ran the entire way back into grand finals. I don't know with who exactly, but we'll find out.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's check it out here. It's going to be I'm sorry. It's going to be Juicy Joe versus Phenom grand finals.
Grand finals, Juicy Joe versus Phenom. All right, let's make it a big one. Very fast, Europe Northeast, and the teammates. It's going to be a team kill. So Juicy Joe on that winner's side, Dr. Buttons, and of course Phenom on that loser's side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mountain for Phenom to climb, but if anyone can do it, he certainly can. And this is a great start coming in here with the dive kick into the corner carry, going for the throw there, and throwing again. So we're getting super close to this left-hand corner.
Absolutely.
Lovely meaty as well.
Yeah, indeed. We're reaching. We're not seeing that option from him actually as of yet. He's often going for the crouch fears or the roundhouse. Not even for just a straight up throw like that. Interesting.
Although Joe as well is doing a great job right now of kind of closing that, you know, life lead down and really setting up a great hail of projectiles here, teleporting in and finding another throw. And finds the counter here. Wow. And just that ability to be so patient under that kind of pressure, because it took a little while to kind of erode Phenom's life lead there, but Joe throughout it all was just like, nope, we're chill.
Yeah.
Can deal with it.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, the confidence is like, I think that was triple dash. That was when his only departure was on. Oh my goodness. He does not care. He's starting dominance. And the thing is, right, Paul's being, being from a similar region, right, they were going to be playing often anyway. But now they're teammates, so they're definitely playing far more often. You know, it's like training each other up and getting each other leveled up. Oh, parry on the jump in.
Oh, I've seen so many nice clean anti-air from Juicy Joe. Is that a sign that Phenom's getting Joe to crack ever so slightly?
Yeah, because the thing is, right, we've seen a lot of crouch fierces as responses to anti-airs, right, for Juicy Joe. Not many parries. And the thing is, we should be looking out for aerial command grabs from Juicy Joe if Phenom opts for a dive kick, because that's a very good option for JP against Cammy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But again, no anti-air there at all. And the timing there on the OD dive kick was absolutely beautiful for Phenom. No, taking no chances, cashing out that level 3, and we're going to be at 1 round each.
Yeah, taking it the distance. First game of the set of grand finals, and it's already going to that final round for the first game. Juicy Joe sitting on that 3 bars of super though. However, beautiful conversion from that low forward into that Tribog, making the approach, pushing him to the corner.
Still holding that corner down really nicely. Great use there of the jump button to be able to hold Phenom in the corner, and we're using that level 2 to be able to chip away at that drive gauge, and that DI will do it. Set up the stun. Let's get the combo going. How much damage can we get?
Yeah, he's already on the
damage. Oh, we're not even spending.
Yeah, he's already on cue to get another one, by the way. Look at this. So
It's about, yeah.
Yeah. Another one.
There it is.
Goodness gracious me. Wants to fight way out of the corner. Tries to throw. That's gonna kill. Conabog gonna take it. Winner side. Juicy Joe gets the first game. Looking really strong. And I love that sequence actually. You know, he didn't actually have to make Phenom actually hit or eat the Lavushka. He just had to force him into burnout and then DI him. That's what he opted to do. Very intelligent option, because actually I don't have to make you eat the mix up. I can just force you into burnout and then force a DI, which you can't block anyway. So it's great forward thinking from Juicy Joe.
Yeah, super clever. And that's exactly what you need to be able to do this the speedy way and to not risk getting reset. Here comes Phenom, great corner pressure as we've seen, but that crouch medium kick has been used to great effect from Juicy Joe. But now we're in the throw loops. And let's get it to blend the time.
Yeah.
Lovely amnesia.
Yeah, departure on screen as well. Level 1 for both these guys. Beautiful parry there.
Oh no, but couldn't quite convert it, just a bit too far. That's so unfortunate. What a perfect parry from Juicy Joe. That felt like a setup, like, come on, jump at me, but in response, Phenom answers right back.
Absolutely. Spiral arrow, the throw. What you got, baby? Oh, yeah, another one.
The patience.
Again, you see how he's actually not even going for crouch fears. It's just not optimal as a response. He's going for parries a lot of the time, and I wonder if Phenom's going to pick up on that soon, because we want to see some more empty jumps, perhaps. No. You're way too cheeky with that one.
That was so cheeky. Like, Phenom isn't going to fall for that one. Not right now. Not when he's on fire and fully woken up and ready to start his day.
That's right. 10 o'clock at night.
Clocking into the office time.
Yeah, exactly.
Great throw timing there, though, from Juicy Joe. Trying to keep Phenom locked on in this corner.
Oh,
But we found that. Oh, lovely. Spending a level 2. Lovely optimization, 1-1.
Yeah, that Killer Beast being coming right on through. Game appears. Of course, Juicy Joe more or less in the lead right now. He's only needs 2 more games to secure victory tonight. Phenom gonna have to play chase.
Certainly does, but it's a space to work from, isn't it? That first win. But would you let him take another one? We're gonna have to wait and see. It's gonna be close. Nice patience here.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to get a response.
And that finds the throw. And again, like you mentioned earlier, Ruzo, you're still going for those throws straight into that heavy kick to try and take the chunks out of the drive bar. And it's still working really well as a strategy. Nice setup here from Juicy Joe.
Ready with the parry.
Oh, finds the counter hit. Good conversion.
Oh, just out of reach.
Whiff.
Yeah, just out of reach, unfortunately. Juicy Joe reaching. Oh, momentum swinging to Phenom's side. Level 2 on both sides here.
This could be a super important start of that momentum shift. That slight lead for Phenom. Definitely feels like it could make the difference, but this is a great pickup here for Juicy Joe. We're going straight into that corner. I'm not going to spend anything yet, but setting up the departure.
Indeed, throw to boot. Lavushka on cue if he wants to use it. He tries to clutch fierce there. He actually see how he got punished for that instantly. That's why his parry's been a lot of the answers here, especially for Phenom jumping. Just blocking this time.
Yeah, like you said, those air throws could be super crucial to help deal with those. Ooh, parry.
Again. You hit another one, or he tries to bait it. Yeah, he tries to bait it. Juicy Joe not biting. Willing to take another throw there. Gonna be able to kill here in this instance. There we go. No! I think Chronobog would have been the deal there. I think he was expecting it to kill, unfortunately. Fair enough.
Oh, thank goodness that character medium punch did the job.
Risky, I think he was expecting it to kill, just wasn't enough. I think sometimes you gotta just go for the spend. He actually could have, but damn.
It's worked out because both players have got level 3, and of course that does mean JP has access to that level 2, which can always be used to put some extra pressure on Phenom in a clutch situation.
Find some pressure now. Low and dry buys both of these gentlemen here. Lavushka comes right on through as a response. Wants the side switch? There we go. We get it. Departure on screen. Set to DI. Into momentum. Oh, he forces the parry. Fantastic stuff there, Dr. Bones.
Yeah, great sequence. But what a throw on the DI attempt now. Phenom's out of that corner, but still needs to be careful because Juicy Joe has still got some drive gauge to work with. But that level 3 could be critical for Phenom. Juicy Joe needs to be aware.
Careful now. One touch is all it takes. Not enough because he was scaled. That is going to be the round right there. Juicy Joe's already taking the DI. Don't see that.
God damn. Phenom 2-1. We are getting closer to the reset.
We absolutely are. Wow. The pressure is on.
It really is. And that is a big error for Joe, letting Phenom get that massive jump in because we're already going to the corner so early. And that offensive space is so important in this game, and Phenom has been making the most of it. Everything is working out super nicely, but that is a big punish counter throw.
Apply some pressure with the Odie Torbellin. Again, the Torbellin baits the parry. Doesn't actually go forward with the drive rush into throw. Didn't expect the parry attempt from Phenom. The low forward gorgeous, and Phenom is on a roll right now. He's looking to reset the bracket here. He wants his points. He wants his placement to be at the top.
But this time Juicy Joe finds that anti-air and we've gone to that corner. Can Joe keep Phenom locked down and start to erode this lead that Phenom's been building up?
Downwards again.
Ooh.
Very nice. Good tech. Departure is set. Walks up for the throw. Love the challenge. Beautiful touch right there from Juicy Joe. Look at this big chunk of health depleted like that. Level 3 on both sides right now. Looking for Lavushka possible opportunity. Dive kick connects, and he's going to be able to get the level 3 off that. That means that we're going to get a reset.
Oh, damn. And that was another point when Juicy Joe could
Ladies
have
and
strength, but
gentlemen,
didn't.
we have a reset.
Cammy wins.
Phenom has done it. The momentum is with him. Can he do it one more time? Oh,
He's riding the wave there. He's riding the wave. He's riding the wave. He's really feeling it. And I think Juicy Joe's got to be aware of some of those options. He's not approaching some instances with confidence. Like, he'll go for the feint turbulent. He forced Phenom to parry, but he didn't go for the driver's approach into kind of get the punish counter throw. So little things like that, do it with confidence, because he can definitely do it. It's just about he's thinking a bit too ahead, if that makes sense. Trying to be a bit too smart about it.
Yeah. On not fully believing in the decisions, almost like you said, setting up all these great situations, going, I'm going to force you to parry here, but they're not really like making the most of it and kind of going, well, this is what I'm going to try and do, but it's probably not going to work. So not being then ready to get the fault when it is working. So it's just almost like that, take a breath and be like, no, I need to believe in what I'm doing, because it has worked so well up until this point, and it can work again.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that was Juicy Joe on that winner's side, mind you. Phenom's doing the bit of the losers one in that top 8 side. Right, 3-0'd Magikarp, a 3-0'd Malmus, and 3-1 Riekman's Barnet. He's got a 3-1 against Juicy Joe in this reset. And of course, you can get signed up for Europe Northeast number 2 next Saturday, I believe it is, 5th of July. Am I correct? I am correct.
Yes, you are spot on. And
go ahead, Buttons.
Oh, and of course, if you want more World Warrior action, more amazing games, you can always tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. CEST, 6 p.m. BST for World Warrior UK and Ireland number 1. It's going to be sick. There's still time to sign up. If you are in the UK or Ireland, get involved, get signed up, show out, and have a great time.
We could do the same for Europe West, 28th. It will be on Saturday. Don't miss out. Sign up today. Because if you're in this region, you've got to show up, right? And Germany, of course, on the Sunday, June the 29th, it will be at 5 p.m. CEST. Please pay attention, particularly to the times. On the weekends, it is 5 p.m. CEST and 4 p.m. British Standard Time. Of course, if we're not on World Warrior...
Very old slider.
Very old slider, right. Well, anyway, forget the old slider. We've got Capcom Spotlight tonight in half an hour. But before that, we've got the Grand Finals reset now. Phenom versus Juicy Joe. Both now on that loser side.
Yeah, it's just one more first to 3 to go. Maximum of 5 games to decide who is going to be our first champion on the road to crowning our qualifier for Europe Northeast. And that's a great start from Phenom, getting that corner carry all set up. It's been doing so well. Great little shimmy there. And once again, we're cycling those Oki situations.
Lead, fighting right on back. The struggle gets blocked, or parried rather. Reaching with the fierce. Gets absolutely challenged. It's great tech. Trying to reach once again. Will not be having it.
Good fake out by Hall. And like he said, no capitalization, which means that's going to be round 1 Phenom.
Right. Phenom finally officially in the lead, right? In this grand finals.
Yeah, this is that first time when it's like, yeah, no, finally, lead is mine, all is good, but here comes Joe swinging. Sets the departure, we teleport to get out of that corner, but Phenom is doing a great job on defense. Lovely perfect parry there, but still locked down in his corner.
Absolutely. Big cross up leads into that lift uppercut combination and that dive kick. Looking to reach. What a stagger forward, a phenomenal tech. The DP does not quite meet the requirements.
That was a perfect jump spacing. And Joe, this time the confidence is there. We're going to get all those juggles, and it's going to be dead with the level 1.
Now round appease, level 3 for Phenom, however. Oh my goodness, watch your dome 3 times in a row.
Nice check there with Juicy Joe.
yeah. Departure on screen, Lavushka is the opportunity now. Beautiful, that was a gorgeous anti. I have to say, that's level 3 coming, by the way, and that's a game for Juicy Joe. Phenom had that level 3, just never got a chance to spend it.
Yeah, it almost feels like the confidence is back. Like that round 1 has just made Joe kind of shake himself off and go, no, I've got this. I just need to go for it. I can't be scared. I've just got to play my game. And it definitely feels like there's been a big shift in how he's approaching this grand finals, which is fantastic to see because it means we're going to get some 6 sets.
Absolutely, making the distance count right now. The throw, we're back in that corner. It's that shimmy game. And a lot of the time, Juicy Joe is willing to take these throws, especially in instances where he doesn't want to have to deal with too much of a chunk of damage, right? I'd rather take his throw than deal with a 3,000 hit combo.
Yeah, but exactly the right course and finding great counter hits here. Misses the juggle extension though, unfortunately, but still has Phenom locked down. Going for the feints here, trying to bait out that parry usage.
Trying to take a turn back. Big anti-air there. Finally anti-airing with that fierce, and actually does connect. Instant walk forward dive kick. Doesn't connect, but gets to close the gap for him, however. Force ban out. No parry. Throw is taken. Level 2 on both sides. Perfect parry. I love that he's read up on that.
Yeah, great to be picking up on it. Nice. We've got the burnout from the drive reversal, but which was mistimed because the level 2 is going to do its work. What we miss? The pickup.
No
That's
way.
Such a surprise. He's going to work. No, drive reversal. Juicy Joe still has drive, but has burnt himself out. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Oh my god, he was so desperate to chip out there because obviously the grey health was there. He would have got chipped regardless of how much chunk of that grey health was. Good spacing from Phenom, but however, got clipped on as he tried to jump in. Juicy Joe leading the set right now with a round and a game.
Yeah, and this is the time for Joe to really take charge of the situation, try and get a nice 2-0 buffer, but Phenom is coming out swinging. Absolutely locking Juicy down, but again, the fight using those medium punches to really great effect, finding those gaps in Phenom's armor, being able to get that space.
Absolutely, level 3 on cue for Phenom. Juicy Joe got level 2 Lavushka at some point, but low forward with such confidence assertion gains him that round.
Yes,
Yo, thank you very much to Lord Gorge for buying one of the Swordman League t-shirts on Match Arena, which also means $7 go into the prize pool.
Thank you very much, Lord Gorge.
Enjoy your t-shirt.
The players are earning that money.
That actually should be the game right there. So this is a toe for toe, honestly. These guys are fighting back and forth so hard.
They are. It's amazing how quickly like the momentum's swinging, and I think it is really going to be that mental fortitude piece as to who gets through, because it definitely feels like whoever gets the shake in their confidence, their game plan just starts to fall apart. And Phenom is looking really strong right now.
Looking exceptional. Oh my goodness! I whiffed 2 buttons in your face, but I'm still gonna press a jab. Yeah. Let's go, baby.
Ooh. Couldn't convert off the punish counter. Nice tech. Great timing on the dive kick.
Yeah, being a bit too carefree with those buttons, if anything. And now you're paying the price a little bit. Stuck in the corner. We take another throw. This time he actually attempts to tech the throw. He gets punished for that. You shan't catch him teching next time.
Now that's why Juicy Joe been showing so much patience on those throw attacks. I thought we weren't going to get the bait to actually work, but that time it did.
Nice low forward, spiral arrow, the throw to boot once again.
Nice drive rush kind of.
Oh yeah.
Good count hit.
Oh yeah, what a lovely meet in the air there, Dr. Buttons. And he could have actually converted that to level 3, but you know, you don't want to spend straight away. He's still in with the opportunity.
But that CA on Cavi's side is now really dangerous. You want to spend when you get the chance now, otherwise you might miss the boat. But we're not going to even need to spend because we've got the pickup, we've got the confidence, we've got the combo.
Not even parrying anymore on those jump-ins. He's not resorting to that.
Yeah, it feels like the jump medium kick is what Joe's decided might be now the check. Oh, the big whiff there from Phenom, but not a big punish, unfortunately.
Nice, good throw. Dive kick comes around through. Grom's Joker into that Lavushka. But oh, interesting. Neutral jump into that low. Gets Phenom to bite that, however. Not level 1, gonna go for OD departure. That's gonna teleport right out of there, I believe. Yes, he is. Chronobot gonna hit. No, not quite enough. The chip comes through. Departure is set. And we are gonna be causing some chip territory. We're in chip territory right now. Ooh, I think you wanted to close the gap there just before Phenom got his drive bar back. Now you're in a scary situation. Amnesia bites through.
Ooh. We can't juggle. This is still terrifying for Juicy Joe. That gauge is coming back slowly, but Phenom isn't going to make it.
No. Not having it. Not having it, mate. And now Juicy Joe. Closer to victory.
Yeah, the pressure's on Phenom now. That lead's so important for Juicy Joe to be able to go, right, I could just settle in a little bit. It's Phenom that really needs to push right now.
No, man, it's minus 14 that button, by the way. Yeah, minus very heavily negative. Gotta be real careful throwing that out.
Yeah, super careful, but that is a good punish counter, and we get the pickup of course. Set up to departure, the JP classic. We know they want to do it. It's so useful for them.
Departure on screen once again. Level 1 on both sides right now. Both looking for opportunities to capitalize. No Lavushka just yet. Taking their time about it. Back to full screen. Might even go for level 1 here. Yes, there you go. Chronobot is now on tournament point.
Is he going to do it? It would be amazing if he can. It almost feels like we've had that journey of like the lack of self-belief to that real growth of confidence. Can Juicy Joe fend off Phenom?
Absolutely. Let's see how he fares. Throw to boot right now. Phenom is not going down without a fight. Another throw to boot as well.
Nice. Ooh, punish counter, but we're not converting. Ooh, maybe overreaching a bit there. And the burnout is not good.
It's not good at all. The throw is definitely tech right now. Lavushka is definitely the opportunity that will give Juicy Joe the distance. There you go. It's active. Let's see what happens here, Dr. Button.
Onward didn't block. Big pickup. But no need to extend, so we're just getting the normal juggles. There we go. Oh, big DP out for Phenom. Phenom's still alive. Has level 3 on deck.
Absolutely. Throw back into the corner. Level 3 is available right now. Beautiful DP for Phenom. What have you got? Parries the jump in. The catches in with the driver.
Not over yet.
These guys
We're not done.
Yep. Phenom wants to make it another game. Not going to go down without fight right now. Joe hitting out these turbulence. New departure on screen. Level 3 for Phenom. You can definitely give it the response he needs. Parry. He's biting off free. Love that walk forward after the perfect parry buffer. Not taking it.
Oh, I didn't recognize it. Yeah, I love that Phenom's going, you're not going to anti-air? I'm going to jump. I want these plus frames. I'm going to take them.
Offering away. Can he strike? Doesn't confirm into anything. Low forwards are coming through. Level 1. Level 2 is on deck soon.
Oh, there's so many whiffs. The tension is so real. Phenom finds the throw. Every button means Juicy Joe's like building up that super, but Phenom finds the hit. No conversion yet though into that super, still holding on to it for the threat.
Yeah, no departure set up there, unfortunately, for Juicy Joe. Opts to dash forward, takes the clip. Level 3 is going to come right on through here. Interdiction.
Congratulations to Juicy Joe, winning World Warrior Northeast number 1 of Capcom season 25.
JP wins.
Fantastic stuff there.
It's not Salt Mine without Redis. chiming in for the grand finals moment each and every time. God bless him. I love that guy. Genuinely love that guy, by the way. Really, really funny.
I mean, he shows up to a lot of the Capcom Cups and such, and a lot of different events. And every time I see him, it's happy to see him. And honestly, like you said, if he wasn't chiming in, I feel like it's not a.
It's not the same.
Yeah.
In fact, when I saw him at one of the major events, the last time I saw him during a grand finals, I looked at him. I'm like, "Are you going to do it? Are you going to say it? You got to say it." And he did it. He's like,
he did.
Yeah, so wins. Yeah, it was so funny. I'm like, dude,
God, that's amazing.
I love this guy. But I also love the competitors too. I mean, Juicy Joe and Phenom, what a performance from both. Seeing that rebuttal, we were just talking about it too, where we see Phenom, all the hard work he's been putting in each and every season, only to come up short just a little bit. That full-on reset. With Cammy, by the way, after the huge struggle coming in from loser's bracket, immediately off the cusp, only to fall short to Juicy Joe. And that was such a prime time to press that normal for the counter hit, the crouching medium punch from the side of Juicy Joe. There's something about the timing of some of these players that even other top players have started to study. This is actually a real thing, and I've been talking about this for a while. There's moments where they would watch the VODs and study when they would want to try to pick their counter poke.
Right.
And like which counter poke to pick, and also at what timing they would be more in tune to do it with.
Right. And you know, we'll be talking about this in just a little second here, but one of the clips that had been going around a lot recently was Shine coaching Feisty in the Sajam Slam.
God bless.
And you know, there was one point where she was just like, what should I have done in this situation? He's like, just you should press different timings. You know, you should. It's
real.
But the thing about it is, like, it sounds vague and it sounds weird, but it's actually the truth. Like, learning the timing of their buttons is like such a weird thing.
But he has to deliver it better, right? There's so much more detail into it, especially for somebody who's not in the know. That's great advice if you're in like a Street Fighter League scenario and you're talking to your other teammates. Like, yo, what am I doing wrong? Like, yo, change the timing up. Boom, they would get it, right? But not for something like, you know, like players who have not been in that spot just yet. Like when they're in their moments of learning their bearings and figuring out what like top tier play is actually feeling like, right? Or what it's kind of like about. That's a different thing. And
I love Shine, by the way. I mean, seriously, honestly, he's like one of my he's one of my favorite players.
You know who
like,
used to do that a lot, and I still kind of like ream him for it a little bit? Justin Wong.
Oh, Justin Wong. Yeah.
He does it all the time. No, his advice is great now, and he'll be watching and be like, "Oh, so I don't say any more advice to you? Like I'm not going to tell you anything going forward." But I'm just saying he used to do that.
Yeah.
He's turned a new leaf. Once he became a dad, then he's actually started to explain
Vi was another one that was very famous for that.
Vi would do that. Son, Vi would do that all the time. All right, I digress.
Top players, you know what I'm telling you?
I digress.
Because they know too much. It's hard for them to explain. So.
The World Warriors, man. Europe Northeast, that was the conclusion of that one. We still have plenty more to go, but also all the information that you can get in order to join in.
Yeah. Do we want to take a look at the standings, or how we look at the standings? Oh, well, anyways.
My fault.
Oh, there we go.
Gang. No. My fault. I was stressing out about Vi, about Justin. My fault, gang. That was me. Chat, you could roast me. It's fine.
Juicy Joe, Phenom, again. And as we talked about Rika Mins Barnett, you mentioned all the other guys out there, Mamas and Magic Harper, Shady Imposter, Wonder Boy XD, and Fang. Rounding out that top 8 right there. So again, this is going to be 5 weeks long of just, you know, playing here. It's not too late to enter in here, right? So definitely, if you have a chance, try to jump into these World Warriors. The World Warrior season has basically already started here, obviously, as we can see here. But the registration is open for all the events. You can find all that information if you just use that QR code or capcom.us/WW25. That's where all the schedules are going to be for all the different regions. And, you know, as we've mentioned a million times already here, even if you don't think you can take these tournaments, it's a fun experience.
Absolutely.
It's good to get online. And a lot of the times you have to get these early, like, butterfly tournaments where you just get washed 0-2 out of the way, and as you keep going it gets better, and you can talk to a lot of the players. You can also find training partners you know, this way. So definitely check that out. And of course, if you win the World Warrior finals at the end of the season, you do make it into Capcom Cup 12. So it's kind of nice, yeah. But I mean, we've been talking about learning. We've been talking about, you know, just getting some experience in there. There's no better way to do that, honestly, than the Sajam Slam. Not only just absolutely one of the most entertaining events out there, just watching a lot of the interactions. Speaking of Shine, I loved it when he won his match and then his whole team just started roasting him.
That's the best part about it, honestly.
I've always said, like, fighting games are such a joy when you're playing with friends, playing with people who are rooting for you and helping you and giving you advice. Sajam Slam is great. And you know what? I mean, Sajam even said, like, he had so much trouble picking out the people because there's so many people who applied for this. But
I'd imagine.
Obviously, tomorrow actually is going to be some more Sajam Slam action, but it is streaming live. You definitely want to check out all of this. And if you haven't watched any of it, go to the archives, go find the coaches, go find everybody, and go find their archives as well. Bringing in so many new faces and just a lot more eyes on the community.
Please do it. From the POVs of your favorite streamers, but also straight up from Sajam's channel, it is gold. It is comedic gold. I promise you. Not even just from like the POVs of the coaches or the players, but seeing what like Sajam and Steve have to say about certain situations, it's mad funny. It's easily one of my favorite parts of the year.
Yeah. Again, it's just a wonderful, wonderful setup. I mean, you know, we've seen what like Raccoon Cup and stuff have done for the Japan scene out there.
Legendist right now is going on.
Oh, dang. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Red Bull Legendist with Shaka. He's the one holding it down all the way in Japan. I know a handful of people are out there too. Same kind of deal.
Yeah. And the Sajam Slam is doing a lot of that here for the U.S. region over here. So again, just an absolute wonderful event. And, you know, I was actually part of a Sajam Slam for a different game. And I'll tell you right now, just having teammates cheering for you, having a coach that can, you know, because learning certain games using the Twitch chat is not the best recommendation. but you know, for certain games, but in any case, it's a wonderful experience. I had a blast doing that. And so I definitely recommend you guys try to sign up for it as well if you guys have a chance.
If there's an opportunity to in the future, most definitely.
Yeah, or like I said, just watch it. And listen to the interaction, listen to the coaching, listen to how they analyze things. And even though they're not talking directly to you, it's just a good way to start seeing, okay, so I'm trying to get better. How do I?
It's like learning through osmosis.
Yeah,
you see them struggle and go through
what
it.
is it that they're focusing on? What are you supposed to look at and stuff? And it's great. It's great. Shout outs to Sajam, honestly, and his whole crew.
And the finals, the finals going to be happening tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific time. You don't want to miss it. Everything that they've been working towards is finally coming to a culmination tomorrow. You really, really have to tune into that.
All right. Well, there you go. We have gone through basically almost, we've gone through
3 of them so far.
3 of them, yes. So we have one more to go, and that is going to be South America East. So that's going to be coming up after this very short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We have covered 3 regions here of the plethora of World Warriors that have started recently, but we are now going to be journeying back to the Americas here, heading back down to South America to check out South America East, where we have some of the strongest rising stars of the community.
Yeah, 2 of which had already had a really, really great shot over at CEO. You saw what they were capable of. Well, guess what? They're going to be spinning it on all of our heads, looking at who they're going to be playing. A little bit of a spoiler alert. It's not necessarily going to be their mains. But just to let you guys know, it is going to be Blas versus Kraime.
Yeah, so again, these 2 players, they first kind of jumped onto the scene at Blink Respawn last year. They both showed up in the top 8 over there, and people were like, oh my gosh, like these kids are good. And, and then Blas, obviously, like I said, with the incredible run at Capcom Cup. And one of the funniest things, too, is that...
Grand Finals.
I know, right? Grand Finals.
Jeez.
And you know, I always like to shout out Patroclo for this, because he actually had a tweet out there that showed like, oh, you got to watch out for this kid, because in playing Ryu in Street Fighter V. And it was Blas, and here he is, and you can see how strong he is. And even in my stream, I had a Chilean player show up, and she's like, I'm rooting for Blas. I think he could go far. And I'm like, you're allowed that. You're allowed to root for your country. And then,
but little did we know, right?
So, you know, Blas and Kraime coming up here, and we just saw Not Pedro, obviously the Brazil I want to just say this. Maybe I should save this for CEO, but Kraime and Not Pedro had like one of the most wholesome moments at CEO.
Arm raise,
yeah, where you know, people. I love the fact that people will get mad when you skip the yeah versus screen live, and it's like it's so awesome.
I heard that in the crowd. They're like boo, and I'm like, listen, guys, I was in the ring and I said, listen, you guys have to do it. You have to restart. I'm sorry, restart. I said restart.
Okay.
Intro rock, and they're like, okay.
All right, okay. But I loved it because like they were like, oh, talking, and then when it happened, they're like, yeah. You know, like, oh, it was so great. I loved it, honestly.
Let's get into it. We have South America East coming your way between Blas and Kraime.
Podríamos hacerlo volver. Así que si tienen alguna idea para dejar
estaría bueno. Sí,
dejen ahí en el Discord de UFG. Pero bueno, arrancamos la gran final. Blas contra Kraime y Blas se queda con Jamie. Bien, Kraime ahí con su Ryu ya ejerciendo presión en la esquina derecha.
Blas demostrando que tiene lo que hace falta para bancar la idea de jugar full Jamie. Porque posta que lo bancó hasta el final, con Selfcool la tuvo complicada y no lo cambió nunca.
Ojo. Ahí recupera un poco Blas. Segunda bebida. Castigando con el sweep. Ya lo tiene cerrado en la esquina. Mirá cómo se la está dando vuelta. Perfect parry. Ojo. Kraime con el reset. Y ya esto la cierra sin problema.
Nice.
Sabía que necesitaba meter el reset para cerrarla ahí. Poco jugado, pero...
¿Será una señal de que va a haber reset?
Vamos a ver. Parry ahí, perfecto, castigando de vuelta con el sweep. Ah, bueno, level 2, quedó safe.
Zafamos.
Doble palmazo, muchísimo daño. Air to air. Ahora una interacción. Levantó con crouch y medium kick.
Kazoshimi.
Sí, la Kasashimi, exactamente.
Mucho de eso, estuvimos viendo. Más que nada también por parte de Blas. Oh, cómo lo frenó, boludo, ahí. Jugando neutral, tranquilo, baiteando botones. Hablando de baitear. Ahora es el turno de Blas, presionando con Mitis. Le da el espacio a ver si se equivoca. Con un poco de inseguridad, Kraime ahora en este momento no quiere tocar un solo botón. Le está leyendo todo, Blas, todo. Y así
Perfecto.
se lleva el primer match con un perfect,
Creo que le está teniendo demasiado respeto Kraime. Como que no es el Kraime que vimos antes.
Sí. Viste, yo te dije que bien que defiende Kraime. En este estaba como congelado el chabón, ¿no?
Sí, demasiado respeto contra Blas. ¿Se vendrá cambio de personaje? Se viene el Zangief.
¡Vino Gief!
Sí. Se viene el Zangief de Kraime. Que es la carta rara. Es la carta rara de Kraime esta.
Kraime leía eso y no quería tocar nada.
Sí.
Pero en ese momento también le estaba cediendo espacio, entonces bueno. Quedó congelado, básicamente. Vamos a ver ahora qué pasa.
Ahora sí. GIF.
Peló el Dianabol, la Nandrolona y la somatotrofina de GIF.
La cortina de acero, el ciclón rojo.
¡El Red Cyclone!
El Red Cyclone. Vamos a ver si es suficiente el Red Cyclone. Mucha presión ahora de parte de Blas, con su tercera bebida ya posicionada, antiaéreo. Perfect parry. Cerca del burnout, cuarta bebida. Fue a buscar de una. Lo pone en burnout, bien. Antiaéreo.
Complicado.
Mazo safe, sí, esto es todo safe, todo safe. Muy difícil salir de acá.
Ahí está en el horno. Craime.
No castiga.
Y ahora sí. Guarda. Guarda. Puede vivir, Craime, puede vivir.
Sí, es un speedy,
Sí, un speedy y está dentro. No, nada.
Bueno, ronda para Blas.
Sí. Con toda
una install. Sí, acá se viene palmazo.
No le tiene miedo a los músculos de acero. ¡Uy, tomá!
Vamos a ver cuál es el Loki.
El daño, boludo.
No, ¿qué pasó ahí?
No,
Harry, medio raro.
Yo también tengo cross-up. Uy, tomá. Che, se están tirando. Esto es un bombardeo uno atrás del otro. No se perdonan una estos dos pibes.
Hay level 3, de parte de Craime. Straight combo, Blas que confirma level 1. 2-0.
Impresionante.
Garbano dice GIF PJ muerto.
Claro, un GIF player que cuando no llorando a GIF, boludo. Típico de los GIF players. Falta Saelito, boludo, ahí llorando. Falta que aparezca Saelito y decir, no, porque necesito el SPD, no
muerto,
siempre.
Muerto está el grappler guaraní, totalmente.
Buen antiaéreo ahí.
El Jimmy con uno de los personajes más lentos del juego.
Jimmy con un camión, boludo, dice.
Sí. Es un camión lleno de heladera, ¿viste?
Mi sangre es volado, toma nota, volado. Aprende del muchacho volado.
No hay castigo,
No, Craime, please.
Perfect parry. Mete bebida. Meta vino y porquería.
Muy bueno ahí.
Sí, mirá la recompensa encima con el palmazo. No conecta el Jimmy.
No,
se la jugó de Command Grab.
¿Qué se tiró a Command Grab, a papá Command Grab? Eso es un Grabber Norton.
¿Esto es level 1, level 2, level 1? No, va por el reset. Save ya.
No, Craime, hiciste todo bien y te mandaste esta, ¿por qué? También
bueno,
la había hecho.
Ojo, tenemos tournament point para Blas, que arranca muy bien. Palmazo, mete una bebida. Tiene level 3. Próximo confirm puede ser muy dañino. Paciente, está jugando un poco más paciente, ¿viste? No se está acercando demasiado. Está mandando con los palmazos. No lo deja meter la cuarta bebida. Craime va para adelante. ¡No, Blas! Error confirm. Se viene castigo. No, mirá cómo castigó. No, Craime, por favor. ¿Por qué?
Buena chisteo.
Uy, qué bien que se la hizo Craime ahí,
Muy bueno Craime. ¿Mata esto? Sí. Claro que sí.
Qué buen,
claro
qué
que
buen
sí.
Castigo,
¿Qué pregunta es esa?
Ahí castigó bien, pero antes la level 3 no la castigó bien. Y bueno, siguiente pelea.
Primer speed de la noche.
Mira, bebida, tranca. Conecta por abajo, Craime, reset SPD.
Eso es algo que me encanta ver de Zangief, los SPD, cuando no juego con Zangief, contra Zangief, no, obviamente.
Uy, cómo lo baiteó. Drive Impact. Lo va a llevar a la esquina con el palmazo. Súper positivo eso.
El Jimmy.
Drive Impact. Acá tiene que tomar.
Sí, sí, se tiene que llenar de poder. Tomá, la chapa al aire, el
Y ahí,
Mickey y la destrucción.
mi teoría es que saltó para atrás o para adelante, créeme.
Che, pará, esto es
Esperaba un
Tournament
poco más
Point para hablar,
Tournament
boludo.
Point, sí, ahora
Así con
Tournament
carpa.
Point. De vuelta a Tournament Point. Uy, quiso entrar con el SPD, menos mal, Blas, atento ahí. Palma y X. Segunda de vida. 3 barras. ¡No!
¿A dónde vas?
Le agarró un
Where are
botón.
you going?
Quiso tocar algo, me parece. Suelta el agarre.
Aguantó, Kraime, aguantó ahí.
Ahora se está defendiendo bien. Pero Blas tiene todo para matarlo.
El baile del perrito, todos quieren bailar. Hizo el baile del perrito, viejo y querido baile del perrito.
¿Qué? Próxima
Para meterle
interacción
la level 3.
por el torneo.
Abarájame la bañera. Interaction Tournament. Oh, yes. No. Y se toma, no. La meada. Y así nomás se lo lleva Blas all the way con Crime.
Well, don't get it twisted here. Obviously, I mean, that was kind of a jerk move at the end.
No,
there,
that
but-
was sick. No, that's not a jerk move. That was sick.
But I just want to say, don't get it twisted here. Obviously, Blas, Crime, both very, very young players, right? But
Yes.
Chile has been producing top players in the FGC for a long
That's
time
facts.
in all sorts of different games. And so it's always just been a very, very strong region. And so it doesn't surprise me, like I said, to see two young players coming out here and really starting to make a name for themselves from Chile.
The real surprise was the character selection. Jamie coming in for a grand final from the side of Blas, and then the big attempt at the counter pick from Zangief. It didn't look bad either, by the way.
No.
A couple of slight mishaps, but either way, the fact that these two characters are in like the back burner or the back pocket of both like Blas and Cryme, that speaks a huge deal going forward in the CPT, right? There's huge implementations of like pocket characters or like secondaries and tertiaries throughout the, I want to say, majority of like Street Fighter 5's lifespan going into Street Fighter 6. Like, it's a necessity at this point.
Right.
You have to have somebody else just in case there's a moment where you don't feel strong enough in your current predicament.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the classic Street Fighter games, I mean, it was always known that you had your secondaries. I mean, that was just part of the meta back in the days. You had
Really
to
now?
have a second
I
character.
did not know
Yeah,
that.
so you always had a secondary character, one, to cover the bad matchups, because in a lot of the old games, the bad matchups were bad, right? Like, you just needed
That was-
to
that was
cover.
real guttural
Yeah. But the other thing, too, is because it was a time before internet, before, you know, we were swapping things.
Sure.
A lot of times when you went to the tournament, you played your secondary character all the way up until it got late in the bracket. Then you switched to what we called your business character. And the
I've
whole
heard
point
about
of that was so they couldn't see what your strategies were. They couldn't see what your mix-ups were on your main. So you would play your secondary all the way up there so you could beat people up, and then you would go get your main, and then all of a sudden could surprise everybody.
Interesting.
It was almost like a necessary strategy. Now, obviously, some people didn't do that, especially if they're just using top-tier characters. If you're playing Claw in Super Turbo, you don't need a secondary, right? So, you know,
Okay.
but that was definitely a thing. You would see a lot of people use secondaries like in Alpha 2 and Alpha 3 and
Wild.
such. Yeah, so different times, but nowadays you can't hide what you're. I mean, I can just look you up on CFN.
That's
right
true.
now.
That is true. Blessing and a curse.
So, yeah.
Honestly. But I'll tell you what, man, a lot of blessings coming the way of Chile with these two talented players and the way that they've they've sort of like mapped their route towards success, right? This is definitely part of the blueprint, and I'm really excited to see how that goes with the rest of these World Warriors too. And I've said that like kind of like repeating myself a bunch of times over, but this genuinely excites me, right?
Yeah.
Seeing characters like Jamie and Zangief in the hands of more talented players as well, that's going to be cool. Seeing Jamie now being spread throughout Chile with Blas at the helm, that's going to be insane to see, because I just want to see the development of some of these characters in Season 3.
Yeah, the character variety is going to be amazing. I'm excited to see what kind of characters we're going to get, but also player variety. Let's take a look at what the standings are here in Chile. So again, Blas, Cryme, as we expected. Self-Cool, Frozen,
Got him.
Cloud, Atma, Shaka 22, if we've seen before, and Benz as well.
I like that.
Yeah.
Really, really cool selection of players, honestly. Self-Cool and Frozen being 3rd and 4th, really, really cool.
So we see that it's like 5 Chilean players, 3 Argentinians as well. So
Nice work. Nice work.
So yeah, great coverage between those two countries right there, and I'm sure they have a nice little rivalry going on between them as well.
Yeah, we'd love to see even more of that, just South America region in general. That was only week number 1. And in fact, we had so many different regions throughout the entirety of these last couple of weeks. If you guys want to check out some of the results or even check out some of the ones going on, there's like a few going on like this weekend as well.
Yeah.
Be sure to check out Liquipedia and also follow along with @Capcom Fighters, or even go to capcom.us/WW25 for all of the information in general going forward, right? To see like what events that you could sign up for, what events are going to be happening soon if you even just want to watch. But that pretty much rounds it out for our grand final segment. Now we get to flip the script and go into our top 8 in just a bit, right?
Yeah, that's right. We are going to be covering the U.S. Canada West top 8, and we're actually going to be commentating that even.
You don't say.
It's like what was this? Like commentationception or something? I think
it's commonception, perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's well. When we figure out the word, we'll let you guys know. But that's going to be happening after the break. When we return, we'll get our top 8 started for the U.S. Canada West.
Here comes a new challenger.
Hope you're part of a fight.
Cry for mercy.
Come on, get ready.
I am the pride of the Shiranui.
I'm here to help.
Street Fighter 6.
Now we're getting into our main headliner here for our Street Fighter 6 Esports. I want to say Spotlight every single time, but I keep reverting back to something else, like every single time, right? I want to do like the old
muscle
version.
memory, yeah.
But it is in fact the Street Fighter 6 Esports Spotlight. We got ourselves our headliner with US Canada West to go into our top 8. Now this transpired about maybe a week and a half ago over our Wednesday night fights. Shout out to Level Up Live, shout out to Vi and the rest of the crew there. We had a couple of commentators go through our top 8.
Yes.
And surprise, surprise, we're gonna be as if
we're going to be doing it again.
As if we seen it for the first time.
Here,
but genuinely, this is going to be a really, really interesting take because of the fact that we have said things before about the matchups. Now we get to add a little bit more nuances.
Right.
I kind of feel like I want to watch the VOD and be like, yo, what did they say before? And like, what am I going to say like now? So this is going to be a really
I'm kind of scared to actually think about that. I'm probably going to like say the exact same things.
I think most likely, yeah, but it would be interesting to see what insights we give going forward. But enough about that. We have our top 8 settled and ready for you guys.
And one of the cool things about this region here, a lot of players really trying to make names for themselves. Zach Boz played amazingly in the World Warrior US West last year, getting all the way to the finals. And I remember getting pretty far in that, representing the Pacific Northwest region.
right.
A lot of people in the chat was talking about Axel, who I think is, he's just from like Long Beach down here in Southern California, I think. So, another Southern California player here. Obviously, we know all the other players that we see there, including, Dr. Danny Pham, Enzo, JB, Noah the Prodigy. But it's kind of a wild, wild west here on the West Coast at this point, because I feel like, maybe Chris CCH counts as like the most prolific player at this point, but I feel like we don't have like that dual Kevin in the Midwest.
We have Nephew. I mean, Nephew has been such a solid pick
You're right,
for
you're
the
right,
West
you're
Coast,
right.
right?
Okay.
And that actually surprised me. I think he ended up being 17th, more or less. It's yeah, it was a pretty stacked one, and I was actually quite surprised to see some of the names in there, and I was like, huh. Our top 8 is
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
It's different, is what it is,
Yeah.
right? Which is a good look, right? We're seeing a couple of names that don't often get to see themselves that high up in a World Warrior selection, right? So that's very interesting to see.
Yeah, but as again, Axel, sorry, being one of the newcomers over here for the World Warrior, because I don't remember seeing his name much last year, but winner side, top 8. I mean,
Right on.
that's really impressive.
And one to see is Zach Boz. Like, that consistency coming from him has been very much so noted in the West Side. So being able to see him now in a top 8 bracket where it really truly matters to get into Capcom Cup 12 is very enlightening.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'm really happy about as well is that, kind of like talking about Juicy Joe at Capcom Cup, obviously JP got nerfed at one point in time, and Juicy Joe never stopped playing the character.
Not one.
And Zach Boz, very similarly with Chun-Li. He's just been a Chun-Li player, and I know she kind of fell off the meta for a while, but, she's got a lot of nice punish counter buffs with the lightning legs.
I love it. And also combo extensions mid-air.
Yes, that's right. And actually, spoiler, we're going to see a lot of really cool air extensions from that. So, yeah.
Hopefully so.
I mean, I hope we see Zach Boz put those buffs on display.
Maybe. It's going to be an interesting one. Samurai versus Zach Boz coming right at you first, coming in from the winner's semifinals. Now, Samurai, I actually had, wow.
Woo! Okay.
Hold up.
It says a Sammer fly right now.
Damn,
right? So,
dude.
I mean, gee, look
Hook
at him.
me up with your tailor, because that is looking fly. Yo, the shirt, the palette, hold on. The
I know,
shirt
right?
going into the jacket with the bow tie. My man's looking great, man.
Dude, it looks like when you're on the color select screen, you go through them, and then you just stop on this one. You're like, yo.
This looks kind of nice, man.
And Zach Boz, get yourself a picture. Come on.
Yeah, man, I would love that.
I mean, look at this. Look at this comparison here. Look at this. Come on.
I want to talk about the gameplay, but can we talk about the fit first? Samurai, hey, listen, if you're listening, you are looking amazing, bro.
Yeah, that is
that is sick.
That is a profile picture right there. So.
Not a lot of people could pull off those kind of color schemes, I'll tell you what. The bow tie is looking fresh as hell. Dude, so many expletives I want to use for this outfit. Damn, dude. Okay, Chun-Li versus Akuma. This is something we've actually seen pretty often, I feel like, towards like the middle, towards end of season 2. Right? Chun-Li was still kind of sort of hanging in there, but not as often. But with the resurgence of her character, I feel like we're going to be seeing her a little bit more due to the fact that she feels much stronger.
I found a Chun-Li online, and I was like, I hate her new sweep. I was getting hit by that all day because it wasn't the range that I thought it could hit. But, Samurai here, it's interesting to me that he is stuck with the Akuma because clearly Ryu is very strong, and Ryu has always been the character that's, part of his heart.
True.
But I did think I remember hearing, or someone in the chat had mentioned that he has a Ryu brewing. He just didn't think it was ready yet.
There's not enough time. That's what I was going to get into before I was amazed by his fit. Was over at CEO. I talked to him like, why not Ryu? He's like, honestly, I'm just not ready to bring it out. I wanted to bring it out for CEO, but like I have so many real life things going on right now. Like he's so busy with work. I think he got a new job as well, so he's taking care of things.
Okay.
So he's definitely been on the up and up on a personal and professional life. But Street Fighter 6, he's still making sure that he's still going to be as competent and competitive as ever. But let's get into it right now. Zach Boz versus Samurai. Let's see how it goes.
Yep. Is this live down here? I'm not sure.
Okay. I was scared for a second too. I'm like, I don't remember. I don't remember that part.
Yeah, but again, like I said, Zach Boz, just such a strong player. Pacific Northwest is really developing a strong region out there. Obviously, Chris CCH from there. Dr. Danny Pham is playing over there. Even I heard Dagger G has moved out to the Pacific Northwest.
Really?
So yeah, so he's no longer a Hawaiian player. So I heard he's up there, and I'm sure he's doing a lot of mentoring up there, you know, as a veteran of the game.
That's pretty sick. I would love to kind of see how that works out, and also want to see him more active in the West Side.
Yeah.
Actually, in terms of playing.
I ran into him online, but he's the sickest guy. He does all the drive rush sonic boom stuff, and I'm like, how do you do that? I mean, just like, what is Zach Boss gonna do here? Actually, okay.
I remember that.
Good bait.
I definitely remember that. Unintentional. Bait or not, that was unintentional.
We'll count it as a bait, you know,
Maybe.
no matter what. So you know.
Maybe. You know what? The worst thing is, you could ask Samurai about it, and he would never tell you the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can totally see that because you know he'd be like, you know, if you don't ever let the opponent know what you intended to do, then they'll never be able, you know, some philosophical.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something from a sports book, right? That's a huge jump in. That's the second time he's gotten away with spacing himself out within fireball range and also finding the big jumps.
Yeah, he definitely had a lot of timing on Zach Boss's fireball. So
that's what it felt like, right? Majority of the set. However, the way things turn out, currently in Zach Boss's favor. This level 3 is not going to be killing, but it's going to be doing a pretty good deal of intimidating the opponent, right? I think the damage is there. The corner positioning is there as well. You don't even have to pursue if you wanted to. That was also a swing and a miss. That's if that's a bait, I believe it.
yeah. So what I mean, that's trying to bait the option select, right? The crouch, medium kick, drive rush. You know, you do the DP option select on those cancels there. So I'm pretty sure that was him trying to bait that out because I've seen Zach Boss, I've seen other Chun-Li's do that, and it just looks like what's going on because she just flies right past them even mid-screen. That time, he just goes for the crouching heavy punch, and Samurai actually just gets frame trapped there. Oh, jeez, the range. Again, another jump over fireballs. So like I said, Samurai just had a really good read on Zach Boss's fireball timing, which he's obviously going to adjust during the course of the set. But should be able to finish off with the level 2 right here.
Yeah, I think that's the second time we had seen Samurai opt to go for like a demon flip dive kick. One was spaced well enough to actually catch Zach Boss blocking, right? Still within range to actually force that block. But the second one, it felt like it was a little overzealous, right? He was really trying to find a way to hit the ankles and possibly get his turn. But Zach Boss ready with the punish on down below.
And you also always got to remember, if you hit him out of the demon flip, it is a knockdown. It's one of those forced knockdown situations. You just jab him out of the air and make sure you have a combo ready to go. Otherwise, you might just sit there and then end up losing the round. Not that that happened to me recently.
I mean, the offside of it is if they decide to delay their button, they're clipping you, right?
Right,
For
yeah.
a counter hit, punish counter, etc. That's going to be, I think, more dangerous than not.
Also, just want a totally side thing here, but shout outs to Capcom. I mean, we obviously saw the new costumes and the Chun-Li and the Cammy based off of an old Kino Nishimura art. As soon as I saw Cammy with that straw hat, I was like, wait a second.
That's wild, too. Nakayama-san really pulled out, like, the old concept art, too. I'm like, dude, you are a beast for that. That's so sick.
Oh, boy. Block speed, it's kind of nice to have.
Catching the landing frames is so important, too, against Samurai. Oh, boy. But you always have to watch out for the OD uppercut, which he's prone to doing.
Yeah, Samurai, I mean, I kind of feel like he has the Momochi mindset of the OD uppercut because we all kind of think of Samurai and Momochi as very careful, very solid, but they bust those out like a lot. And I think they take advantage of the fact that they have that reputation, but Zach Boss here doesn't care. Got hit by that wake up, but still takes the round.
Not bad. Not bad at all. I actually don't even remember them playing at this stage.
I mean, I wonder. Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, because obviously different viewers, I think, see different stages and such, right? So it might have been a different stage when we first saw it, but the stage is really cool.
Yeah, it's easily one of my favorites right now.
I love it because, you know, look, my favorite color is blue, and the blue sky back there, but I love the way they're lit up by the flames. And, you know, of course, Akuma could generate his own flames, which is obviously nice. So
I think that's why Elena and him hang out, right? They can travel the world together because he can create a bonfire whenever he wants.
Oh, man.
Oh, that is huge.
Oh,
yes.
What a good air throw.
And what an excellent block.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Just caught barely with the tip of that crouch medium kick, but that is the power of having the cancelable crouch medium kicks, which is always just such a strong option to have in this game.
It definitely feels that way, yeah.
I was first messing with Elena's crouching medium kick, testing the range, and I'm like, oh my god, the range on this is even farther than Jury's crouching medium kick. And then I was like, oh wait, I can't cancel this. Okay. Now I feel safer.
I thought she had a target combo behind it.
She does, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing you would kind of like have it for.
Yeah,
majority of the
you
time.
always have to be careful. Like, you know, you have to make sure you hit confirm it because it's punishable on blocks and stuff. You
Luckily
know.
enough, it's like what, only -4, right?
is it?
So
Oh, okay.
if you were to use like drive rush with it to kind of like close the gap, I think that's pretty significant.
The use of that kick right there from Chun-Li as an anti-air, getting the knockdown off of the drive rush. It's such a good anti-air button.
Zachbot's just backing away for a very good reason, right? He was looking a little bit dry below the 2-bar threshold. Oh boy.
Yeah, but Samurai not going to spend the meter just yet. Wants to save it for the kill, I think, and he just bet it all on that overhead, and he didn't get it. So that is a rough situation. He was really like, okay, I land this, I win, I don't. I'm in a big trouble because I burned myself out. Ooh. But still burned out. I don't know what you do in that. Oh, actually,
I would think level 3, level 2, etc.
Yeah, definitely could have made it through that, but maybe just didn't expect it.
That was actually something we had mentioned previously too. From like a week and a half ago, we were talking about like the meter usage or the lack of during that exact moment. I wonder what was going on through Samurai's head.
It just could be one of those things that you're like, okay, meaty fireball is too obvious. There's no way he'd do that because I can just super it, and then he does it, and you're like, you really did that?
It's still hard to like not try to turn the butter, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
Pump those motions out just in case.
Yep, you always want to do that because that way, at least if you are going to react to something, the reaction is only just a button press, right? You always pump the motion, and that way, if you do want to react to something, it's just button. And it.
Ooh, and that
From
still
downtown.
gets me, dude.
From downtown, it's good.
He's on fire. Like, I love that too. Again, Samurai, he was not willing to spend that meter for the conversion, but he was pretty confident about himself with the life lead that he had. Didn't want to force the burnout from himself.
Oh, nice backdash and full confirm too. Punish counter light into standing heavy punch.
Yeah, we like that.
That's good stuff.
Ooh,
Wow, the one time he decided to go for a sweep perfectly to counter that fireball.
Yeah, it was pretty smart too because he did gauge himself with a low medium kick whiff first, so he knew he was within range to test that bomb just in case. But speaking of testing now,
Nice landing punish.
damn, that was a meaty Hazanchu. Samurai thought it was going to be well within his rights to press a button afterwards. Not at all. The math did not check out for him.
And Zagbot still had meter. He could have definitely gotten more damage there, but didn't need it, so he actually gets to save it here for this round. Samurai still sitting on 3 bars, but remember last time we were talking about he died with 3 bars, right?
Correct.
Oh boy.
Nice check.
Yeah, just trying to press buttons on Wake Up. So now just gonna go for the OD on Wake Up.
Overhead gets blocked again. The punish counter, nothing there afterwards, though. Forward throw, not going to get a back throw or repositioning.
Yeah, Zagbot didn't want to drive cancel that one because it would have burned himself out and just would have been in a bad situation.
Yeah, it's the 3-bar threshold that we're looking for. I mistakenly said 2.
It's, oh God, I mean, you burning out is just so scary in this game. And I still, oh, what? Just caught him with the drive impact. Samurai was not ready for it and then goes for the empty low.
Bro, we've seen this before and we were still not ready for it.
Yeah, next hit right now will be victory for Zakboz. It is match point, but Samurai with an ability to come back. He's still on that level 3. Actually, one hit from Samurai could kill at this health right now as well, but he might not have the chance.
A little stagnant. He's not allowed to press a button or really throw a fireball. This is kind of tough. OD uppercut. What are you going to do now?
Yeah, and Samurai can't really do much. He's so low on drive gauge as well. Oh, God. I remember that one now. The fireball spacing, so immaculate because you're thinking about blocking that fireball. How do you handle that? How do you handle that? And then the drive impact comes out of nowhere and the fireball dissipates, so it doesn't even ruin the combo. It doesn't hit him off the wall or anything like that. That spacing right there by our mysterious silhouetted man over there. Amazing job by Zakboz.
Yeah, that was actually kind of rough to deal with over as Samurai, right? There's so many instances where I feel like the game's just kind of escaped him and mentally he wasn't really prepared to make that comeback yet. But I think overall, Zach Boss's pressure and understanding where he was at to continue on with said pressure was really, really well orchestrated. And the damage jumps that he did have against Samurai, pretty much well worth it on any Akuma player, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And oh God, that air throw was so crazy. I mean, slowly but surely, I mean, Zach Boss has become one of my favorite players here on the West Coast because I love seeing the Chun-Li. I love seeing what he does with this character. So, again, it's a character who I don't even really felt like was bad when everybody stopped using her. It was just one of those things where it just felt like, you know, these other characters are just a little stronger. And so, yeah, the Chun-Li play kind of dropped off. But hopefully we see a nice resurgence here.
I would like to, genuinely. The way that Zach Boss is leading the pack for the West Coast in regards to his Chun-Li play and overall presence as a player, we might see that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But moving on here, on the other side of winter semifinals, interesting situation here. You know, we talked about, you know, the West Coast and such, but Christitarian, you know, for the longest of time was basically one of our top players. You know, it was like him and Snake Eyes during that
Those
era.
were the immaculate players of our heyday, for sure.
And Snake Eyes was in this tournament, finished 9th. Christitarian here, he's had a real, like, resurgence in drive, it feels like, and a lot of that came from him being in the Street Fighter League when he's teamed up with Team DR and such.
Team Bandits, yeah.
I even joked to him in person. Now, he's basically like honorary Dominican at this point, you know, and I love seeing that. I'm glad to see that fire has kind of been reignited inside him, and you know, I hope to see him continue that for Street Fighter 6.
Yeah,
but
now it has to be Tatarian RD now. Is what it is.
yeah, right, exactly.
It's the only way to change now.
Chris TDR, that's what we got to do.
Probably. Axel, on the other hand, again, one of the big rising stars from the West Coast, coming in from California at 18 years old. Are you kidding me?
Wow. And again, exciting to see. I mean, it's always a good sign when you see the young players coming in and you know, making a name for themselves here. So very interesting situation here because, you know, Chris Tatarian, you know, he started around, you know, Street Fighter 4 era and such, but
16, by the way, he was entering in tournaments, I believe.
Man. But so literally he is a veteran, and he is, you know, one of the old guard, you can almost call, for SoCal Street Fighter. So we literally have an old guard going up against a newer player here. And as you can see, it's going to be a Ken Mears. So, I mean, in my mind, on paper, I feel like this favors Chris because he just knows Ken so well.
That's fair. That is a fair assessment.
Yeah. I remember he won the very first SoCal Street Fighter 6 tournament, right? Out in Riverside, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously, he has a lot of experience with this character, so I'll be curious to see how this match goes.
Yeah, especially for the perspective of Axel. Let's get into it. Game 1 with the Ken Mir match, Axel versus Chris Tatarian. Now, we've all seen and heard the way that Chris Tatarian has played, but let's take a look at what the difference is going to be from the side of Axel.
Yeah, you can see aggression right away from Chris Tatarian. And now corner pressure here.
Yeah, as early as that aggression was, Axel being able to find an answer early to get out of that situation was pretty significant. However, Chris Tatarian swinging it right back to him.
Yeah, and I know one of the reasons why they decided to try to nerf Ken's throw loop here a little bit was because they did feel like his corner pressure was really, really strong. And he's not like designed to be like a in-your-face, rush-down, corner mix-up pixie character, but I still felt like his corner pressure was scarier than a lot of other characters because of the conversions he could get off of stand heavy punch, the standing heavy kick. That was such a benefit if you could back off enough and get people to whiff and punish counter them.
I mean, you say that, but then there's iterations of him where he did feel that way, which is like third strike, right? He's definitely had that exact type of firepower, and I feel like it's reminiscent, or sorry, it's very much so similar to right now in the current era of Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, you see Chris right here trying to go for the burnout here, and there it is. So Axel's in a tough situation. He does have the level 3, so it'll be scary to just throw out the...
Go on, James. That's as if you've never seen this before.
It's really scary to just, you know, try to throw out crouching medium kicks and fireballs, so that's why he went for the drive impact.
You got it. Nice alley-oop to yourself on that one.
Absolutely.
Off
exactly,
the glass and everything.
Exactly. Yep.
Boom,
Yep.
shakalaka. Nice work.
Very Tracy McGrady, right? So there we go.
Still one of the most talented players of that generation.
Oh
by the
yeah.
way.
Oh yeah.
One of Kobe Bryant's hardest opponents. But anyways,
Well, I mean, literally the hardest opponent. That's what Kobe said.
he was so athletically built. Anyways, Chris Tatarian now back on the offense.
Sorry, two Laker fans here.
Yeah, man. NBA fans in general, right?
Yep.
Oh, damn, that was a meaty fierce.
God.
Hold that.
It just, I don't know what it is about media attacks, but when you start to be able to detect media attacks just naturally, they always just feel so painful.
It depends if you're on the receiving end of it or not.
Yeah,
Right? If you hit it, you're like, damn, that was juicy. If you get hit by it, man, that sucks.
Yeah, it just feels impactful. You know, there's just something about it hitting on a different frame that makes it feel like it's just more like, oh, dang.
Dude, in that split second, the record scratch happens, it's like, oh, you messed up, right? That's going to be
Exactly.
Such a problem. And I think Ken can get away with that more often than not, too, with a plethora of different things that he has in his
Chris,
toolkit.
I mean, you can see here dominating very early on here, winning game number 1, and, on the verge of winning game number 2 over here in dominating fashion, as I just said. Oh, my God.
Footsies, James! I'm pretty sure I said that a week and a half ago, too. Footsies!
Oh, man.
Damn, son!
I cannot even tell you how jealous I am of anybody whenever they get a whiff punish on anything. It's crazy. So obviously they switch sides here. We'll try to get the names switched up over here. But Chris Tatarian has to stick with the Ken. But I like Axel switching over to the Terry over here. This character, I mean, is very, very strong.
Yeah, the stock value of this character has risen up significantly, even before Season 3, right? The patch, like a couple of patches prior, he was looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, I remember when he first dropped, people were like, oh, this character's not particularly strong. And because, no plus frames and all this stuff. But then people started figuring out, and people were like, actually, he's kind of a dark horse. And then they buffed him.
As they should. Honestly, that's fine with me, man.
Oh, yeah.
We're seeing so many more Terrys, so many more Mai's. I'm personally enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that a little bit later, when we...
Kid CEO, yeah.
Yeah. And,
what a backdash.
And combo breaker, frankly. But, again...
true.
Terry, it's just so cool that he's here fighting Ken, Oh my goodness, what was that DI about right there?
Yeah, that was tough to convert to, especially if you don't have drive gauge. Although he did have critical art, which he does get to spend.
Oh, this is gonna hurt so much.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna kill though. Right, raw damage, I don't think so.
Yeah, just shy right here, even on critical art. Oh God, the chip! Oh my! I mean, he was gonna just try to chip him out, right?
Of course.
So the hardest part is when you know that you're. Oh wait, he wasn't burned out yet. Axel wasn't burned out, so he wouldn't have gotten chipped, right? So.
No, it was Axel trying to go for the chip because Chris Tatarian wasn't burnt out.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
But you were right. Technically, you were right.
Sorry, side switching is confusing my brain right now. Sorry.
You're good.
Left-right dyslexia again.
We do get the uppercut going in for the damage instead of the Oki, right? But he still sets him up nicely for a standing fierce. Axel immediately forcing Chris Tatarian out.
Ooh, God, yeah. Gotta be careful with that. But again, you can see how Chris, at those ranges where he knows the buttons, safe jumps. Not gonna spend any meter just yet. Wondering if he wanted to do that to maybe build some of that drive gauge back, but he's not gonna need it. Just takes it right there. And so, again, I like seeing this. I'm really happy to see this. I'm happy to see this kind of like well-oiled Chris Tatarian machine playing Ken right now, because again, he was one of the strongest players in SoCal for such a long time. And, I would be really happy to see him, be able to achieve that again.
I mean, he's well on his way, right? You see it in the mirror match. He pretty much finessed his way past Axel. Not to take it away from Axel, but there are so many pinpoint moments where Chris Tatarian was able to outpace Axel, outspace Axel, and pretty much deliver a very diverse range of options on offense, right? It was so difficult for Axel to even try to figure out where he should be at or even how to defend against. But also, this one is just really solid intuition from the side of Chris Tatarian, right? With how much he had left, or I guess remaining in his life bar and how he was in burnout. I think obviously that's so smart of him to get ready to turn.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that round that we saw with Terry where Axel won, that was the only round that he won, if I'm not mistaken, in that set, right? So, yeah, well, I mean, we saw Zangief Bellato, win a little bit earlier, so it's the veterans are definitely showing it to the kids right now.
It's kind of like half and half right now in terms of the spread. Samurai went down 0-3.
It's true.
And then Axel
fair.
went 0-3. So there is a pretty significant spread here for the West Side. You're going to get that even more so in losers.
Yeah.
Right? Sencal's representative with Noah the Prodigy versus JB, formerly East Coast, now in SoCal. Enzo the Hokage, currently in the Valley of Southern California versus Dr. Jenny Pham in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, again, kind of that young versus more veteran situation. But
Jenny
again,
Pham is definitely veteran status.
But again, I mean, Enzo's been playing forever, right? And we're starting to see this.
I don't know, because I feel like he came into this at 14, 15.
Right. But so, in case you guys don't know, Enzo's father was part of the SoCal scene. For a while, he was playing a lot of fighting games, and we've been seeing this now. I mean, shout outs to. I have to give the shout outs to Online Tony and his son Online Kale.
My favorite father-son duo.
Oh my
period.
God! Like I was crying so much at CEO, and I've never Online Tony looks so proud. But the thing is, we're starting to see this now where, obviously we've had players like Sonic Fox who've been playing fighting games since they were a kid thanks to their older brother. Now we're seeing kids playing fighting games since they were young thanks to their parents.
Yeah.
And, when you've been playing fighting games for that long, you build up a lot of skills.
You might as well pass it on to the next generation, man.
So I feel like, even though Enzo, we just saw him just show up and start dominating, I mean, it seems like he had been getting a lot of good practice against his father and such.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. But we'll see if that actually amounts to anything going into it, right? I mean, this could be a whole different outcome, unless you guys already watched it. But either way, let's kind of fast forward a little bit. Again, you guys are tuning in to a lot of the events that have been happening throughout these last couple of weeks. It is the World Warrior. In fact, you guys have an opportunity to join in on all the competition over at capcom.us/WW25. Again, the registration is open to get yourself all of the scheduling information, including that regional finals pricing, as well as how to earn that big old ticket to Capcom Cup 12.
That's right. And of course, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, the next offline event that's coming up is going to be Blink Respawn 2025. And you definitely, if you have a chance, if you can't make it, DR is a beautiful place, great place to go, spend some extra days, get some vacation, chill on the beaches a little bit and such. But also because the FGC down there is just so electric. And again, the few times that I've had the pleasure of being able to go down to the Dominican Republic, just listening to that crowd, you can't help but just you're just so hype and you just start screaming and yelling as well. It's fantastic.
It's hard to keep your voice at that event for sure. Also, the event that happens afterwards, going into it, EVO Las Vegas, pretty much right around the corner, happening August 1st through the 3rd. Dude, if I said this weekend, I would have been out of my mind. EVO 2025 happening in Las Vegas, Nevada. Use that code CPT25 for $25 off your ticket, as well as getting yourself a customized Street Fighter 6 badge at checkout. High priority reminder for those that are planning to compete or hang out there. Late registration ends July 1st.
Yeah, and of course, shout outs to, top 8.
Top 8, that's right.
Top 8,
Did you guys say top 8?
Top 8.
Shake the magic 8? Yeah. Top 8?
I had the little dreidel top.
Yeah, I was like, what are you doing back there? That was such a wild commercial, and I loved it. I loved every second of it.
Oh man. But yeah, so obviously EVO every year just brings in drama and just excitement and hype. So
drama in a good way. In terms of the games and the storyline, 100%. Just to clear the air on that one.
It's the we know drama, that slogan style, right? So yeah, for sure. But that's going to be exciting as well. So again, offline events, I mean, obviously it takes a lot of, finances and dedication to be able to make it out to these events. But if you can, I absolutely recommend it, because you go offline and it's just it's a different thing than what you see from online and social media and stuff like that.
It truly is. Actually, a testament to that is the ad package that we're going to have coming up, where we actually get to talk about one of the events now brought into the CPT, the Capcom Pro Tour, which was Combo Breaker. In fact, as we get ourselves ready for that break, stay tuned in and see what Rob TV has to say in regards to what had happened over at Combo Breaker.
Let's rumble. Alex. Ingrid. Oh. That was crazy. Sajam. Street Fighter 6.
The future. It isn't just a dream. It's a promise. One we're turning into reality. With our third generation of Luna filament and advanced generative AI, we're reshaping the line between dreams and reality. We create life for our future. Delphi Corporation.
Let's see about getting passed through to Earth. And why are these things trying to kill us?
There you are. All better.
You patched me up?
I am DI03367. They are pragmatic.
Hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something? I'm good. Get behind me!
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through. What the?
Bypassing first and second firewalls. Hooking control protocols. Initiating hack.
Hey, D.I.
I said I am
Okay. Look, how about we call you Diana?
Diana?
The 2025 CPT season is officially underway. I gotta introduce our first guest of the year, commentator extraordinaire. You saw my man's putting in work at Capcom Cup Grand Finals, no less. My brother, Ringe. What's going on with you, bro?
What's good, man? You're bringing back good memories right there. That's definitely one of my favorite times of all time, but it's great to be here with you. You always know I like chopping up with you, whether it's fighting games or otherwise, so I'm very much pleased that we get to kick this off.
So you're speaking about one of your favorite memories of all time. Well, some of my favorite memories of all time, my favorite tournament in the world is none other than my home region's Combo Breaker. And that event was absolutely fire, top to bottom. What was your takeaways, your key takeaways from Combo Breaker?
Combo Breaker always just has that like family atmosphere, you know. It's definitely one of those things that really brings people together. A lot of the offline tournaments in general, you get to go and get together with like-minded people, and you could literally feel the vibe, the love that everybody's there for fighting games, right? But Combo Breaker, I think, is definitely especially special for a lot of people. I think that's where a lot of people fell in love with offline fighting games for the first time. Another banger year of Combo Breaker, the 10th year of Combo Breaker, so it was especially special this year. And I mean, the players, it felt like they knew it too. The games were just out of this world.
We can actually go ahead and look at this top 8. My man Blas making top 8 yet again. We already knew Blas was ridiculous. At Capcom Cup, he gets second place, and then here makes top 8 winner side, but he goes down to none other than the Midwest own hero in round 1, Dual Kevin. His run was absolutely insane, Ringe. I thought he was gonna win the whole thing.
100%, it felt like it, right? It felt like he had the home turf advantage. The crowd was behind him, the electricity. It just kind of felt like his moment, because not only did he have the crowd behind him and all that, but Dual Kevin, he's been banging at that first place door for a long time, right? Like, he's gotten second, third at so many big events, so many major tier 1 events, and it looked like this was going to be his moment. Fortunately, fell short, but he did get that all-important EWC qualifier at this event, right? With Lashar winning, he was already qualified. It went to second and third place, so Dual Kevin able to pick that one up. And that is especially, I think, relieving for him after what we saw last year, right? Where he tried to qualify for EWC and eventually did, but it took him all the way to the LCQ to do it. So I know he's much happier now having that taken care of and having some points on the board for the CPT as well.
Okay, and most importantly, when we're looking at that top 8, you got to look all the way to the end of the rainbow. In the pot of gold's name is Lashar. Ironically, the Golden Finger, which is that name is crazy. But hey, champ, you're winning. Call yourself what you want. You the champ. My man's Lashar is an absolute machine. I mean, you don't really see a player like this come around all the time. It seems like he's almost like perfect. And of course, Street Fighter 6 is a very aggressive game. And for him to be able to get things done with, we see him even going crazy with the terror. We'll talk about that later on and everything. But of course, he's known for that Ed, known for that Mai. So I had the misfortune, Ringe, of betting some bison bucks, not real money, some bison bucks against my man Shax over there in the UK. And I was winning all night until my heart got in the way, and it was Dual Kevin versus Lashar. 3-0, brother. Lashar is, you gotta say right now, he's in the best form of any player in the world.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You know, it's a heartbreaker. I've been there with the fifth leg on the parlay not coming through, just ruining everything. It hurts, man. The Bison Buck parlays. But of course, yeah, with Lashar, it's been different, man. And, you know, obviously it's exemplified in his play, winning CB, and we'll get into another tournament he won after that as well very quickly. I think the first player, we'll get more into that when we do, but besides that, I've seen Fudo. This is Fudo we're talking about. Fudo recently gave an interview where he said himself, being Fudo, and Daigo are Lashar's sons. How are you Fudo and Daigo and calling somebody else father? That's how sick this guy Lashar is. Lashar is 25 years old. We went over Daigo. I think Daigo's 44 now. We found that out at CEO. We talked a little bit about that in his matchup against Crimea. And I believe Fudo is in his 40s or late 30s as well. So, I mean, he's got like 15, 20 years on these guys being younger. And they're considering him the more experienced like player to look for advice. Like, that's just a testament to how on another level this dude is.
You know, and I got to point this out really quick, Range. Just to spotlight this player right here, just because we didn't bring him up yet. Endon Walker had a phenomenal run at Combo Breaker. In the same way Dual Kevin is knocking on a big win, I would say the same thing about Enden Walker. I mean, this dude has just shown nothing but consistency, and I think there's a deeper conversation to be had, and I think we should actually get into it later on in this show, Range, about just the fact that it seems like some of these young guys, they just are naturally, I know they work hard, but I think they're naturally built different. Enden Walker burst onto the scene. This was actually during the lockdown time that we had going on in the FGC when everything is online, and he's just winning every single Salt Mine League, winning all the World Warriors. He comes offline, immediately gets amazing results, and we keep seeing that back to back to back. Now with the even stronger Ryu, I think there is a high chance that he will be winning one of these next CPT events. All right, Ringe, super glad to have you here with us this week, and of course, Ringe is not going anywhere, and I want you guys at home to do the exact same thing. You do not want to miss what's going on here, and if you want to compete in CPT, go to CapcomProTour.com and check out all of the upcoming events. We still have even more Street Fighter 6 Esports Spotlight coming your way, and Ringe and I will be back to talk about CEO. Don't go anywhere.
It was the first combo breaker that I had been back to in a long time, and I gotta tell you, man, again, it's every time you go to one of these offline events and to have it be back on the Capcom Pro Tour and you see everybody there, it's just something about it that just like revitalizes you, you know?
I think it's just like the atmosphere of the people there, all being there for the same exact passion that you are, is automatically going to be felt, right? That energy is like easily tangible at any sort of event that you go to. And honestly, I think Combo Breaker does it the biggest and the brightest too. On top of the other ones that we had mentioned, right? We talked about CEO being back in Orlando. That energy was invigorating as well. It was definitely on a different vibe for sure. Blink Respawn is about to hit that energy level as well, coming into it in July, and then followed up by EVO. But before we even get into all that, hey, welcome back, guys. We got our top 8 and the rest of it to go through here for the World Warriors. We got our U.S. Canada West, if I'm not mistaken, going through the losers semifinals.
Yeah.
Nope. Losers round 1. Jesus, dude.
I guess we'll maybe wait till CEO to talk about it, but I want to talk a little bit about Lashar. But again, we're continuing through here. We're going to be jumping to the loser side of the bracket here. And again, it's so funny that like so many of these matches just kind of ended up being, the new kid on the block. Well, not necessarily new kid, but the kid on the block going up against, a player who is of higher age.
Sure. Yeah, we can put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, Noah the Prodigy's been playing fighting games longer than JV has.
I agree. And
right?
actually, he's been playing a lot more fighting games just in general.
Yeah.
Right? Not even just like Street Fighter.
Because I remember in Street Fighter 5, like, JB literally said that's the first fighting game that he was just like, I think he went to Henry Sen's card shop. I think he was there to buy some cards, and he saw people playing, and he was like, this looks fun. And then he just like started winning, which is absolutely insane.
It's kind of cool.
I mean, some guys just have that, but again, it's that competitive mentality. Okay, I'm having mistakes here. I got to shore up this. I got to fix this. And once you find that passion and once you get into it, it's just it's addicting, and it's so hard to stop.
Yeah, I can definitely feel that. But Noah the Prodigy, he is definitely one for the books, to be honest with you. I think he's been growing up with a very, very Street Fighter eccentric father, right? He's been very much so active in a lot of the Californian scenes, being both involved with NorCal and SoCal for so long, taking his son out to travel to EVO events since God knows when, maybe like 2009, 2010.
He was he won like new player of the year at an EVO once when he had that crazy MVC3 run.
Dude, yeah, taking down Royal Flush on the big stage. I still remember that. And that was actually a heartbreaker because I was
Royal Flush is from SoCal. So
I was a fan of the way the Royal Flush played. I'm like, Noah the Prodigy just bodied the hell out of him on stage. That's crazy. But before we digress again, it's going to be Luke versus the Rashid, right? I think it's going to be very interesting to see like how Noah the Prodigy has kind of adapted towards the way that he wants to play as Luke, because there have been some pretty good changes towards the way you accumulate your drive gauge back.
Right, and I remember you talking about this when we, when we commentated this before.
That's right.
That even Noah the Prodigy himself was saying like he feels like he's managing his drive gauge a little bit better. But like, does he need to? Because I mean, he's so scary when he's burned out, honestly.
Yeah. And we'll see how it plays out. Noah the Prodigy versus JB. Let's get into game number 1.
And obviously, Noah the Prodigy recently has become quite the personality out there in social media. And, definitely some people out there are like, dude, I love this energy, very old school FGC vibe,
Sure.
And again, say what you will about Noah the Prodigy, but he keeps it in game. He keeps a lot of the smack talk in game, and that's as long as it stays there. I think that's great.
I can definitely agree with that. Forward throw. So yeah, Noah the Prodigy, he's been so aggressive-minded in the very early stages of Street Fighter 6, and now I feel like he's really done a great job of picking and choosing his spots when to let go of that offense.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I said this during this broadcast because it's one of my favorite things about the way Noah plays, is that it's very reminiscent of the classic gamble style from Punko, from Amarn, these kind of players who just like to overwhelm. I'm like, what is even happening half the time? When you're fighting against Noah, is he gonna throw? Is he gonna neutral jump? See, there you go. And it's hard to predict what this player is doing. And for a while, I wasn't sure if that kind of play style could have success in Street Fighter 6. And so I love seeing that Noah the Prodigy has been able to pull this off.
Yeah, the amount of control that he does have against JB right now. Man, actually, that was just a little bit shy off the mark of that jump in, too. But JB not taking a really big advantage of it. Now he's suspended level 2. I wondered if he could have killed off of level 3. But trying to take that gamble here with so close to life.
And now a back throw, so not going for the level 3 is going to come back to bite JB. All right, so Noah the Prodigy going up 1-0 over JB.
I hope I said that in the prior broadcast. I really do.
I remember talking about that decision, that level 2 or level 3. Ooh, counter hit. Also, he actually got the drive rush started, so it wasn't a punish counter throw. So nicely done for Noah the Prodigy. It is one of those things that you want to kind of pay attention. If you parry and you see someone coming up to throw you, just drive rush, and then that will change it from a punish counter to a counter hit. It's not a hard knockdown, and then that way you can also take less damage.
Yeah. Much better of a trade-off too. You're not stuck in, you're not stuck stationary too upon recovery. I think that's pretty important as well.
Yep. Oof. Oh, okay, got it.
Arcade.
Rashid the kicker.
I love that you get the full animation, and his pose is just too damn cool. JD actually on the board with this one. That level 1 being pretty early, that's something he could afford, right? Because he's about to build up another one. However, Noah the Prodigy, he is just swinging right now.
Oh, boy. And that's the other thing, too, is that I don't know how he does it, but Noah the Prodigy's jump timing is one of the most awkward, it's just like, why would you jump there kind of players in the scene right now.
I think he's built up such good conditioning with the ground game that he presents is probably the reason why, right? But this level 3 not necessarily going to kill, but he has such an advantage. He can just walk away and do everything he wants. Or run into it if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, also, wake up. See, wake up dash from him because he just knew that JB wasn't going to push too hard. And I've seen Noah dash into stuff on wake up before, but, that's just not an option that anybody ever really thinks of trying. And it's crazy how often we see that from Noah.
Oh, there we go. We're starting to see the layers now from JB. Level 2 coming in from that very big eagle spike. Got to snipe at least a little bit of damage.
Jeez, look at this.
A couple of sand blasts.
And is that really terrible right there? You just took that throw right there. Oh, but a trade combo is bad. Oh, couldn't you have comboed off of that drive rush cancel?
Perhaps.
Uh-oh.
Level 1, not going to go through with it. JP scoring his first game, tying it all up 1-1.
Nicely done. Okay. JB, of course, he is another one of those players actually, who are, on the West Coast now that is one of the players that you always have to be careful of. So, again, Chris CCH, nephew, JB are kind of the 3 biggest threats from the West Coast, but Noah the Prodigy has certainly got himself up there as well with the farthest American run at Capcom Cup.
Yeah, that's true. Running around the stage, no slides, just in his socks.
Yeah, that's right.
As comfortable as ever.
Oh, yeah, it's not even just a figurative run at the Capcom Cup. It's a literal run.
So wild. I love that.
Oh, man.
Looking towards another game. Noah the Prodigy again, keeping JB on the right side of the screen. There hasn't been much of a response from the side of JB.
I mean, that is another one of the reasons why Noah gets away with jumps a lot, too, is obviously Luke's jump attacks are so good. Oh. about the perfect timing on that charge flash knuckle in the air. Don't want to hold it for too long because you actually don't want the powered up version, but you got to hold it so that you can get closer to the ground when it lands. Oh, oh, anti-air Isar. You don't see that very much.
You really don't. The jungle is pretty great, though. The damage, not too bad from that side. However, what's even worse, the neck breaker, the DDT, right into the pavement of the Coliseum. That is actually gargantuan damage.
I mean, and they increased like the meter gain and all these things on it in previous patches as well. I mean, it looks painful when he does that to you, and then there are some days where I'm like, I kind of want him to do that to me because my neck is not feeling very good.
Yeah, that's
right
how you feel. And then the pavement afterwards, or what?
Yeah.
Oh, that was meaty as hell, too, on the roundhouse.
Oh, ooh. Actually, that's kind of nice for Rashida. Standing light punch really does look like a throw with, but it didn't help him in this situation here.
Oh, yeah, that animation is just so similar. We get a couple other fierces coming in now.
And look at that corner carry right there, right to the middle of the screen. But again, another time, spending the extra bar for that follow-up for the kill.
Super worth it.
Yep. If it kills, it's basically almost always worth it.
Ooh, not close enough for the punish. And Noah the Prodigy taking full advantage of that, getting the charged knuckle. Going in for Oki as well. Not going to get the cross cut. JB flying real high, too, especially with the mixer ending. Crouching medium punch. That could have been a little bit more, perhaps.
Yeah, he might have been going for the autocorrect DP because I think the crosscut prevents you from DPing the wrong direction, but you have to time that one perfectly, right? So, ooh, meaty knee. That was so meaty.
No anti-air is present. Again, no anti-air is present.
I'm telling you, that jumping heavy punch.
I think there was a little bit of a startup to the mixer. There was a little bit of animation tied behind it. I couldn't tell you exactly what it was, and I might have highlighted this before. But JB's 2 attempts at anti-airing could have been input errors, or it could have been because of the startup of the heavy mixer.
Yeah, but there you go. Look at this. Noah the Prodigy. Like a joke. Kind of the veteran taking out the newer player in a way, you know?
Yeah, just the amount of control that he has, too. But I also want to say, like, towards JB, I feel like there wasn't really, I want to say, not as much confidence in some of the routes that he was choosing for offense, but also some of the decision-making on defense has been so rough to deal with against Noah the Prodigy. I mean, it's very much so like a half-and-half ordeal. I think JB wasn't really comfortable with the way he wanted to initiate his offense. I think there were moments where he was forced to play out some of these instances, like the level 2 to anti-air, right? Because he just wasn't really trying to maybe do like an OD spinning mixer to stop Noah the Prodigy.
Oh, so there was one right there. Oh, that was the one right there. Yeah. I saw something. I almost feel like it was also, maybe it was a crouching medium punch. Maybe he was just trying to anti-air with.
Maybe.
But, whatever it was, it didn't work. And so Noah the Prodigy is going to be going up against Axel coming up in the losers bracket. But moving on the loser side over there, we see Enzo the Hokage versus Dr. Danny Pham. And just wanted to mention this. The reason why I remembered that Snake Eyes got 9th place is that I remember that Enzo got to this point by beating Snake Eyes to qualify into the top 8, and he has to fight another Zen. What the heck is going on with his arms?
So he's been doing a lot of yoga recently, and he's been stretching out in Pilates as well. So he's able to actually stretch his arms out to reach the back around and like hug himself on the shoulders.
I don't like this.
I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding.
I know, but I just don't like this. It looks like something from Silent Hill or something like that. Like,
whose arms are those? I want to say one of them has to be like 801 Strider or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Well, okay. Anyways, but I see Enzo also choosing to go with the mysterious silhouetted.
Brother, he's 14. That's crazy. Started playing fighting. I thought he started at 14, but he probably might have started even younger.
Yeah.
Possibly 12. Dude, are you kidding me? And he's mad good.
He's super, super good. I remember at Genesis earlier this year, I think he got like 3rd place or something like that. Or 2nd place. He might have got 2nd. I don't remember. But like, he did really, he beat Noah the Prodigy at that event as well. It was when I kind of thought Noah had a little bit harder time fighting Kens, because Kens take advantage of burnout a lot better. Than
in
some
previous
other characters.
seasons,
yeah, but
I think now also still.
You still think so?
I still think so, yeah.
But I think Noah's gotten a little bit better at fighting the Kens. So
Danny is 20 years old. You know what? We're not gonna talk about that. Ken versus Zangief.
It's
Let's get
actually-
into it, man.
I mean, obviously, it's just like, oh my God, I'm old. These guys are so young or whatever, But I mean, it is a great storyline. It is a very important storyline, in my opinion, that we are seeing this, and it's very encouraging, honestly. And here we go to the corner. That is not a safe jump. That is not a true safe jump. Target combo into run Tatsu.
Yeah, they get to land a little bit earlier, right? You would have to
Yeah.
purposely time it off by a single frame.
Yeah, it's plus 43, and you need 42 for the safe jump. So it's really almost impossible to manually get the safe jump off of that. Oh, but look at this lockdown in the corner here.
Yeah, this one was kind of rough the last time we had seen it too. Enzo the Hokage had done a great job of keeping Dr. Danny Pham contained for the most part. We'll see if there's going to be a rebuttal.
Oh,
You know he was turning.
Yeah, was he going for the level 1? He might have been turning for the level 1. He might have been trying to bait Enzo into the, oh God, he's going for the spinning pile driver reset, jump backwards, kind of a thing.
I don't think that would be a moment for him to spend level 1 either way. I think there was a moment where maybe he was trying to anticipate something else.
Fair.
I'm not too sure. I genuinely don't know because that movement alone strikes me as like him buffering SPD. That's all I'm thinking about, right? But level 1 in that moment against somebody who has that much life left, I think you're just wasting resources.
Yeah, could be true. Could be true. God, there's a technique that I came up with Zangief for that situation. I can't do it because my reactions are bad, but I'll let you know about it so you can try it.
No.
Oh, nice parry, by the way. Tried to perfect parry it. Didn't quite get that.
Yeah, a lot of the action coming in from standing light kick and low medium kick from the side of Enzo the Hokage again, as we had just mentioned it. Going for a very, very beautiful route. OD fireball into the Shipbu Jinrai. Enzo has just had so much control, blatant control, in game number 1 against Danny off of those 2 normals alone.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I keep also bringing up that Snake Eyes situation is because obviously you can see why Enzo was able to beat Snake Eyes because he's playing this match really well. And I feel like that's the first SPD that Danny Pham got on him.
I believe so.
Oh, well, here's number 2. Ow.
Damn.
And already almost dead. You just need 1 more now. Oh,
gotta check the fake stuff.
Yeah, I think that was also a dash forward to try to catch the level 1 kind of thing. Oh, the burnout is so scary.
Yeah, a lot of great blocks. Not really much you can do off of that punish counter. But speaking of punish counters now, Enzo the Hokage building 2 off of that combo alone. Forward throw. Now you're within threat of the strike throw, even after the drive rush. But Danny Pham cannot seem to shake my man's off.
Oh, here we go. Into the level 2. And that should be enough to kill. Jackhammer, not quite. Dude, okay, a lot of lights at the beginning. I didn't think it was going to scale it that much there, but look at this, and after that, Enzo still makes the comeback. I think I thought it was going to kill the first time, too.
To be fair, I thought the same thing with Jackhammer.
Because Jackhammer usually does a lot of damage, right? Zangief Super is doing a little bit more damage than most characters do. But, like I said, a lot of the scaling with the jabs at the front. Oh, jeez, Enzo is not stopping swinging.
Oi.
Dude, how many whip punishes has he gotten in this corner?
A bunch so far. Again, we've spent majority of our time on the east coast of this stage.
That's right. And, I talk about this again when you fight Zangief. Most of the time, you're going to lose if you're just scared of DPs all day. I'm scared of SPDs. And you saw how many times Enzo was like, you know what? You're not going to SPD here. I'm just going to sit here. And Danny Pham runs up to him and thinks he's going to react to an SPD attempt. And he doesn't land it.
Oi.
Zangief players are legit scared of trying to go for SPDs a lot of times because if he gets backdashed or neutral jumped, you lose so much life.
Unless your name is Itabashi. He has a great time turning.
Yeah, that's true.
Hit or whiff.
But that's why he's smiling all the time, right? He doesn't get nervous.
No, not ever. I mean, if I were playing on a peripheral like his with the little skate park joystick that he has, yeah, I'd be having fun no matter what too.
I always call it the 720, so the 720 stick, because looks like a skate park, works for Zangief, and there actually was an arcade skating game called 720.
That's funny.
Oh, you
not,
died.
That is definitely not. That is serious business. Can we find the rebuttal from Dr. Danny Pham? That's going to be the big question, right?
Yep.
Enzo has had such complete dominance control these last couple of rounds, and now some of the sneakier stuff that's not based around the normals, it's starting to pay off now for Danny, right? Getting some of these SPDs in are absolutely crucial. And you see that, too, in terms of the momentum.
I'm actually kind of very amused by the fact that Enzo the Hokage's screen name is Hand-Me-Downs. You know, being as young as he is, yeah.
That's fair.
So a lot of the Street Fighter skill might be a hand-me-down from his dad, right? So
possibly.
Yeah, trade with that 4 frame after the light Dragon Lash. Oh, okay, here we go. Danny Pham gets a game on the board. And he's going to do it with the 720.
No skate park necessary. Does get his first game, though. Very, very significant, right? Now we've seen what has actually started to work for Dr. Denny Pham, but the biggest issue I have is whether or not Enzo would be able to make the adjustments to be on the aggressive first in comparison, right? There we go. Yeah, had to check that drive rush.
Yeah, just go for that right there. Again, that's kind of the option select right there. Nice throw tech from Danny Pham.
Oh, an even better baseball swing from Enzo the Hokage with that roundhouse.
I mean, that's a long startup move, that standing heavy kick. But when you see a good player who's good reactions, use it to whiff punish stuff, it looks like the fastest button in the world.
Yeah, it feels that way.
Oof. Oh no. I know I always say this, but it's the worst feeling getting wake up thrown in Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, you lose all of that momentum behind you too. So much real estate. Okay. Still managing to get the SPD, gauging it out with the lights, running bear grab, getting absolutely countered.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's the end right there. And you know what the best part about it was? Even if that didn't kill, it's -5 and safe.
He's -5, brother.
And in Burnout, it's -1. So, you know, it's like, woohoo. Oh, man. Okay, I like this from Danny Pham, trying to be aggressive, but you see how much drive gauge he's lost trying to do that. And so Danny Pham backing up, trying to build that. I love the run kick because it's just keeping that drive gauge down there and keeping Danny Pham. Oh, and he's going to get the optimal punish with the Tatsu punish counter plus frames.
Yeah, that's so much damage on the board if you had checked it. But speaking of checks, standing like it coming in for Dr. Denny Pham. Not really going to amount to much, too, especially after the lariat. He has to still push his way forward against Enzo while at this deficit.
Oh, boy. And, you know, obviously, Zangief can drain your life really fast, even without meter. But, you know, a Zangief without any meter, with even a level 1, can't do anything in that situation there, you know. It's just basically checkmate. Because obviously the level 1 doesn't do anything to drive impacts.
Yeah, that's rough. If anything, I think there's enough room in the conversation to talk about like changes being made towards Zangief's level 1, perhaps.
Yeah.
Like, although it could be game breaking, so I don't want to chip in too much of that conversation. I'll maybe, you know, like pass the message along, perhaps, amongst our peers in general, right? Be like, yo, how do you guys feel about Zangief's level 1? But even outside of that, I think Enzo's control overall in the first 2 games are just so substantially good against the way that Dr. Danny Pham wants to play, right? Because we've talked to him and seen what his philosophies are about majority of the time, right? He can cause chaos with his SPDs and his mix-ups, but I think he prides himself in the amount of work he puts in footsies, right?
Yeah, that sequence right there is just going after the chip win right there. Dr. Danny Pham had to try something. Even if he had blocked, he would have died to the chip. So,
yeah, I mean, whether it kills or not, it's still very potent to mention that level 2 and how strong it is this time around with being -5, turning into -1 off of a burnout situation, right? It's so good to just utilize in these situations, right? And more often than not, Ken is going to get you burnt out.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are like, why does Ken get that? I mean, honestly, level 2, outside of just being a combo ender, basically almost had no point. So, you know, it's kind of nice to have that there. It was no invincibility. That super has like 0 invincibility. It loses the throws, it loses the meaties, whatever.
That's
you know?
fair. Okay.
So, like, where do you use it? Maybe, I mean, you try to use it as a raw whiff punish, but I mean, standing heavy kick,
I would
right?
love to use it as like a raw whiff punish.
Yeah.
Definitely like, it's such an iconic super. It's literally the same super from 3DS. And I'm like, dude, it looks so damn good.
Drives me nuts. Because it's the super from Third Strike, they made it quarter circle forward. and he is the only character with a level 1 that is not 2 quarter circle forward. And that messed me up one time.
Hold that, James. You gotta hold that.
Messed me up one time. I was so angry. Oh man. But you know what? Speaking of whiff punish supers, I really wish people would do that more with DJ, because it gets that cool little crumple.
The crumple, dude,
yeah.
it's everything too. Like so the sound design on the leg hitting the opponent and like the audio visuals combined, it's just such a satisfying tool. I don't know why I grabbed my pen for this to emphasize the point. That was so Asian dad of me. I'm like, dude, let me tell you something about this SA1. This super art is easily one of the coolest designed super arts on the planet. But no, I definitely agree with you there. But again, I want to see what happens with Zangief going forward. Genuinely, I mean, we've seen somewhat successful players go through with this character, right? Itabashi Zangief over at Combo Breaker is primarily the one that we can harp on for this year's CPT.
But I mean, we just saw Zangief Bellato, right, take the Brazil tournament right there with Zangief as well. And again, it's so cool because, you know, I talked about that content. Again, I apologize that I don't remember who the content creator was asking about top 5s. But you got a lot of different characters in those top 5s, right?
Really
and it's, I mean, the joke has been, and even more prolific now, like that there are like 10 or 15 characters in the top 5.
Yep.
You know, basically.
Right.
So, but again, I mean, obviously, we're watching a lot of these World Warrior events here. You can join in the World Warrior. It's early. We've only are in like week 1 of most of these events over here. So if you register right now by checking at capcom.us/WW25 or Liquipedia, as you mentioned as well, you know, get all the places that you can go to register for your region. And again, it doesn't matter if you feel like, oh, I can't win, or I'm just going to go 0-2, but that kind of experience is kind of required for growth and to become stronger. And again, it's free.
It's free to enter.
It's free.
Yeah.
So no skin off your back. And you also get to, I mean, even if it's not the top players, but some of the other players earlier in the bracket, they could become your training partner. You can find people to play. I remember just at this past Evo, I was talking to 2 people, and they're hanging out, they were buddies, and they're like, this is the first time we've met in person.
Sick.
Like, one was from like Mexico, one was from like, you know, California area or something like that, but it was the first time they had met in person, and, you know, already great friends and stuff like that. So, you know, it's awesome. So definitely check that out. And again, go to the website right there, and if you can win it, you be get into Capcom Cup 12.
I mean, we can also talk about you in the next couple of weeks, next couple of months, right?
Right.
Yeah, with that in mind, we have another big event coming up tomorrow, actually. It's the finals of Sajam Slam, streaming live over at twitch.tv/Sajam, where you guys get to watch all of your favorite pros, team up with some of your favorite streamers in one of the most chaotic and also most entertaining exhibitions and tournaments of all time. Sajam Slam. It's going to be happening tomorrow for the team finals, both on Twitch and YouTube, with all of the matches starting at 3 p.m. Pacific. If you guys hadn't watched it at all, I highly encourage you guys to check out the VODs, both from the 25th and the 27th. Not even just from your favorite streamers' perspectives, but also from Sajam's perspectives, being able to listen to both Sajam and Tasty Steve harping on some of the funnier moments happening throughout that entire sequence, the entire set of days and matches. It was a treat.
Yeah, and you know, I feel for Sajam a little bit, because I'm sure these days he has to be thinking like, should I double the size of the Sajam Slam?
That's hard. That is so difficult.
He said on Twitter, he was like, this is the hardest it's ever been to pick who gets to play in this, you know, because everybody, it's making waves. A lot of people are hearing about it, and a lot of people are like, hey, I want to get in on this. I want to learn Street Fighter. And again, you know, a lot of the personalities that play it, we've seen them play, and they're like, oh, you know what? You know, even after Sajam Slam, they're like, I got to Diamond. I'm so proud of myself.
Right on.
That's all I wanted to do. And then you see like a tweet like the next day, they're like, I just want to keep playing.
That's my genuinely my favorite part.
Yes.
Taking away all of the cameras, turning them off too. I would definitely tell you the exact same thing. Watching the players that participate in exhibitions and tournaments like these, and then hearing them say, damn, I want to grind to master.
Yeah.
Damn, I want to enter a CPT. Damn, I want to go to an offline event. It feels great.
Yeah.
It is such a satisfying and gratifying feeling.
And again, you know, it's hard for a lot of people playing on their own, obviously, because Put down the pen.
I'm trying, man.
It's hard for a lot of the players when you play yourself on ranked and everything like that.
Yes.
This is why I always suggested, like, try to find groups to play with, have the voice chats with, have them watch your games or something like that. I know for my community, I'm trying to cultivate that, but it's hard. It's hard, right? Obviously,
but it's so worth it.
But there's also 1,000 discords out there.
True.
But again, it's just one of the key things that you want to do to play, because once you start getting that, because when you start breaking those certain walls that you run into, I can't improve, and then all of a sudden you break through it, it is one of the greatest feelings you will ever run into, and it's just like
in life.
Yes, seriously, yeah. I mean, because you get it, and then you're just like, wait, okay, and so the next wall you run into, now you approach it like, what is the thing I need to figure out to break through this wall? Because I broke through the last one.
And you brought the layers in with you for the move. Dude, we could talk about this all day, genuinely. I'm not going to do that to you guys. We're not going to do that to you guys. We're about to do a podcast together.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sorry. Hey, chat, my bad, y'all. Hey, flame me again. My fault, y'all. Hey, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we're going to have a midway through package with Rob TV talking about another really heartfelt event that we experienced not too long ago over in Orlando. That is CEO. So when we come back, be sure to tune into that.
Did you guys see CEO? I mean, that event top to bottom, pretty much as close to perfection as you're going to get. Ringe, I know you were down there commentating and everything. You had some strong words when I talked to you about CEO. I know one of the big things is we not in Daytona no more, baby. Come on.
Indeed, indeed. The vibe in Orlando is infinitely more immaculate than the vibe was in Daytona. And I gotta say, man, the actual play at CEO was amazing. And the fact that now CEO has moved out of Daytona, kept Orlando, kept the Waffle Houses nearby, it has become an even more amazing tournament. I gotta say, man, I mentioned it to you a little bit off camera, but literally CEO 2025 is one of my favorite tournaments of all time. The vibe was just amazing from start to finish. Like the venue, it just gave you that old school type fighting game feel where everybody was packed in the same place. The way you got to like from your room to the venue, it was so easy to run into everybody, you know? And that's, I think, something that we all crave at the offline events, like the ease of just being able to run into your friends without even having to plan anything and stuff like that. And the CEO had that in spades, man. Everybody showed out, man. The Street Fighter tournament was amazing. And like, I believe there was 7 different countries representing top 8. That's, I mean, what more can you ask for?
And when you talk about the whole 7 countries thing, Ringe, now that's where it's a little interesting what's going on right now, brother. 7 countries in one top 8? Are we serious, ladies and gentlemen? That's how serious and intense this Street Fighter competition is right now. And not only is from a country standpoint, even from an age standpoint. What was the age gap from the youngest to the oldest player in top 8?
I was gonna say, I believe NL's probably the oldest player in the top 8, and then Cryme, I think, is 14. NL is 39, right? So like 25-year age difference. Like, bruh, like this is wild.
That is absolutely crazy, and it's super fire, man. But that said, can we really say who's the best country or region in Street Fighter 6 right now?
I mean, not me. I definitely can. I know some people probably got strong opinions on the matter. I feel like it's so close that I feel like a nuanced conversation is necessary, and like I am not equipped to have that at the moment. There's so many great players in so many great places, right? Obviously, we've been well aware of the talent of Japan for a very long time. The US has been amazing in Street Fighter 6 specifically, with all the weeklies happening each and every week. We have grown to be such elite competitors as well. But you have other countries stepping up continuously, right? We see Kills You out of France, and Europe in general has been leveling up constantly. They're always right there with everybody else. And now South America is like, yo, y'all might have forgotten about us for a while, but you ain't gonna forget about us no more, with Not Pedro and Cryme in top 8.
Brother, where did he come from? Playing like this, like to this level. This is what, man, this give me hype. This what the FGC about. Long as you pick this up, or PlayStation controller, whatever you prefer, a little leverless, I don't give a damn. Pick up what you want. It's as close as we can get to a meritocracy. It don't matter. He was going against players who are so much more famous than him, and these big esports orgs, and have X, Y, Z championship. None of that matter right now. With the money on the wood, make the game go good. Not Pedro made a name for himself, Ringe. That was inspiring.
100%, like you talked about it. He took down players that are on the Mount Rushmore of fighting games. Same thing with Crimea, right? I had the privilege of calling the Crimea Daigo match, like 30-year age gap, dog. That is insane that we get to see this. They're getting a real chance that some of those players are having big moments, and those moments are inspiring the rest of the country and the rest of the region to show out offline as well.
You know something I loved a whole lot too, man? Like, the energy of that top 8, like when you get to talk about that offline experience, the energy, the size of that crowd, you know, even when, you know, the Street Fighter 6, the intro, like when the two characters walking in, you know, the little, yeah. And the whole crowd does it. Like, remember back when everybody used to do the Karen, whenever Karen do her critical art? Like, that type of energy is insane, and I just implore everybody to do their best to try to get out to these events, meet your favorite players, talent, whoever, and compete and cook some people up, man. You got to make sure you get to these offline events. That said, the main person right now that you should be trying to meet is the champion of CEO, and that is Lashar. Are you kidding me, Rich? You win Combo Breaker and CEO back-to-back? If I'm not mistaken, he got 5th at Evo Japan as well. There's been 3 CPT events, bro. And a lot of people talk about how aggressive Street Fighter can be and how, you know, the volatility. But Lashar seems to be someone who completely blocks out the noise and is proven without a shadow of a doubt, if you're that nice, you're gonna win.
Yeah, 100% right. Lashar has shown out time and time again. He qualifies for Capcom Cup at Combo Breaker. He had already been qualified for EWC at Combo Breaker. So the fact that he takes that, like, I don't want to say lack of motivation, but he doesn't have that extra oomph that a lot of these players have, right? Where they're still trying to qualify for EWC. They're still trying to qualify for Capcom Cup. He doesn't even have that, and he comes in and wins both tournaments. Like, this dude is just on another level when it comes to understanding the game. And I really feel like, yeah, he is honestly showing us the future of fighting games right now. I mean, this is the first time I think we've seen a back-to-back major victory in this game. First time I feel like we've seen a back-to-back major victory in Street Fighter in a long time. So, man, I mean, very impressive run for him, 100%. And like we talked about, the 7 out of 8 countries being unique in that top 8. The only country that was repeated was Korea, right? With Lashar and NL being that grand finals. And NL had a hell of a tournament himself as well, right? Being able to take down Punk 3-0 twice, which is something I don't think any one of us would have betted that would have happened, right?
3-0 2 times?
Like, we never see that happen to Punk, like, straight up, right? And even Punk has said himself now that he's trying to go back to the drawing board a little bit up against Takuma. Obviously, that character has caused him some problems. We saw with Kawano at SFL finals, at Capcom Cup as well. So I'm very interested to see what a locked and loaded Punk is, right? When he comes to kind of game planning for that Akuma. I have no doubt that he's going to come back with a vengeance.
That said, we've used so many superlatives for Punk, like pretty much all that we can use, but I can't help but be like surprised every time I see this guy play. He finished 3rd place, amazing showing overall. And when I'm watching him, his mental stack, it just has more space than everyone else's. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, like, when you playing in a tournament, like when you playing a high level, like at least when I play, I would more so think like, okay, I'm able to react to these 3 different things right now. And depending on the range and the character matchup, this dude seems like he can react to 10 different things at any given moment. Just the most naturally talented player that I've ever seen, and of course a hard worker. That said, you don't need to work too hard to enjoy some CPT action. And we have more of that coming up for you guys this year. You do not want to miss these events. If you want to join the action, make sure you head over to CapcomProTour.com and check out the upcoming events so that you can sign up. Now, with all of these new competitors coming to the stage, are we seeing a changing of the guard? Have the young guys taken over the scene? Is it inevitable? Me and Ringe are going to be breaking that down and so much more. You do not want to miss it.
Can I say, Jeremy, honestly, this past CEO was the first time I've been back to CEO. I had to go back for its glorious return to Orlando.
Hell yeah.
It was the most fun I've had an event in such a long time. I enjoyed myself there. I mean, I was also fortunate that, like, Friday I didn't have any commentary block, so I just got to chill.
You were just hanging out.
I was just hanging out, but
nice.
I hadn't done that in a while. And, you know, one of the things that Ringe mentioned that was so important for my experience as well is I ran into so many people in that hallway. I saw faces that at all the other events I keep not running into. I even saw like a Bronson Tran in the hallway.
Random as heck, by the way.
Right? And you know, like honestly, it was so cool. I had a great time hanging out in Jabali world, I guess you can call it now.
Yeah, I was there too, yeah.
But you know, even the fact that one main ballroom for every one of the tournaments out there, except for some of the retro stuff in Jabali world. But I just had such a great time there. It was so much fun.
Yeah, that intimacy is so needed in regards to like all of the games sharing one common space, in my opinion, right? Being able to enjoy not only like your favorite game, but also possibly find another favorite game. In fact, maybe find another favorite set of players, set of commentators, etc., or even new people to play with or learn how to play with. So it's such a great and gratifying experience.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there is a little bit of a great vibe for something like Combo Breaker, where they're in like few different halls and stuff like that, because it feels like you're like discovering things, and
it's more like it's like back to back rather than all like one kind of like wall, right? Yeah.
But I mean, again, the storylines from that event and everything, and one of the main ones being Lashar, because back to back,
huge, man,
and up to then, everybody is all they've been doing is talking about Lashar, but he just never won the big one, and then he did it twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the many huge events that are going to be happening throughout the year, right?
Yeah.
Him kicking it off this hard, it strikes me in two different ways, where I'm very excited to see if he continues to do so, because imagine if he goes for the three-peat, if he happens to go to Blink Respawn and just be like, you know what, I just want to travel here.
I mean,
that's going to be insane. And then imagine with all of the qualifications he's had, he does it at EWC, then maybe he continues on to like Capcom Cup. I'm like, dude, this would be a start of something beautiful.
I mean, has anybody ever won a CEO, Combo Breaker, and Evo in the same year?
In one? Okay, well, not when you include Evo. That's a little bit of a loaded question. That's really, really difficult to actually kind of answer. But man, there's so much to look forward to, man, because you even saw what had happened at CEO. Like Punk was the reigning champ, right? And now going into like Blink Respawn, or even going to Evo, technically, him being the reigning champ there, it's like, man, what's going to happen? Can he do it again? Imagine. There's so many different storylines and different angles to play at now. It's going to be so fun. That's why we harp on this so much, that you really need to go and bring yourself to an offline event, as long as you're financially responsible.
Yes, of course. If you can. And honestly, CEO has really kind of jumped up there all of a sudden as like, this is one of the ones that you go to, and it's always been that way. That when it was at the Wyndham and such like that, it was a wonderful event out there as well. Having it back in Orlando in a beautiful new venue.
Dude,
by the
venue
way.
is sick. And absolutely insanely convenient.
Don't you love the fact that he also like had all those old CEO matches on the TV in the rooms?
Literally in the rooms. I definitely fell asleep to it. I was like, white noise. I'm like, oh damn, this is kind of sick. Yeah, like the history of, dude, we could go on all day about it. I wish we were invited onto that show with Rob TV and Ringe to kind of talk about it more, because it was so much to talk about. We still have also a lot more to talk about here for our World Warrior segment for US, Canada, West, as we get through the rest of the bracket. Let's take a look, just in case you had missed it, who is remaining. Obviously, Zach Boss and Chris Tarian over in the winners finals. However, down below, Axel versus Noah the Prodigy, then following suit, Samurai versus Enzo the Hokage.
Yep. So we're going to be continuing forward in that loser side. It's going to be Axel going up against Noah the Prodigy. Again, I mean, you can see in the ages, definitely very close, but, not sure how long Axel's been playing fighting games, but we literally saw Noah the Prodigy playing fighting games when he was just a tiny boy, basically. And I mean, he
8 years old.
Yeah, he had that great picture where he met Daigo when he was 8 years old, and then wasn't it Red Bull, I think, that he got to play him and beat Daigo, right?
Crazy.
So, yeah.
Full circle moment. But we'll see how it plays out. Axel and Noah the Prodigy going right into it. This is for Tournament Life. Hey, I'm going to take this from you because I actually want this flavor.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Sweet.
Watermelon's really good.
I appreciate you.
But this was a very odd one. I mean, this one shocked me because I was like, wait, Noah the Prodigy on not Luke? Clearly Noah the Prodigy has been playing some other characters, worrying about Luke maybe not being as strong as some of the other characters. And you know what? Cammy's a good character for Noah the Prodigy as well, because a character who really survives well on kind of unpredictability.
And she gets so far with it as well. Not only as a threat on the ground, we talked about how Noah the Prodigy is when setting up the ground game, but also some of the random jumps. Well, guess what? You have an even stronger arsenal with that dive kick, being able to utilize it at a moment's notice.
I mean, I know Ultra David has always joked and called Luke's jumping heavy punch a dive kick.
Yeah,
anyway.
so everybody does.
Yeah. And but Cammy has the real deal. Right
Yeah,
here,
she
so.
is truly something to really be afraid of in regards to the approach, especially at this range, right? The 1.5 range. Noah the Prodigy can easily get himself a walk-up, maybe a counter poke, but now Axel being the one to charge back with the crouching medium punch. And again, one of Ken's more potent counter poke tools, now being on the offensive. This is everything for Axel, at least to get himself on the board with a round in the first game.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful here because he put himself so close to burnout, but it actually isn't even gonna matter here. Actually, well, it is a critical art version.
He's dead.
There it is, right there. And even if he hadn't died, it would have been a burnout situation. It would have been really tough right there. Although Axel did have all of his meter there, so definitely a comeback possible. But Noah the Prodigy taking game number 1 with the Cammy. And I remember saying I was really impressed so far with what he was doing with Cammy.
Yeah, imagine, you know, seeing him progress with this character further on in the CPT, right? Being able to have a Cammy at an equal level as Luke, it's going to be such a danger for the rest of the talent pool here. But Axel still trying it out with Ken right now. He hasn't found the sweet spot to kind of poke against Noah the Prodigy. A lot of his attempts have been stuffed towards counter hits, right? There hasn't been a real significant moment where it felt like Axel was able to get a confident set of offense going, a confident string of offense going. He does get a little bit of a halt here against Noah the Prodigy, but again, turning the turnstile of that standing roundhouse. Jesus!
Wow.
And just when you think you have him on the defensive end, putting himself into burnout, that is the Noah classic.
I mean, let me tell you right there, too, that situation right there, you get jump fierce by Ken, you get slammed, you got it right away. A lot of players would just be like, wait, I need to figure out, where am I? What's the situation? And Noah just got slammed down, was like, you know what? I'm waking up EXDP or ODDP, and that was it. But a good start here for Axel, and deep, so fighting those dive kicks is going to be one of the key things, and we've seen Axel a couple of times have great DPs against those dive kicks.
Yeah, most of the time, right? However, it's a different kind of look when you see in comparison to somebody like Akuma with like a demon flip dive kick. Cammy's, hers has a, it's so much more difficult to gauge because of her height restriction, right? Or at least the moment she actually gets to land the execution for it, right? But this level 3 is, I want to say, pretty significant now. Also, the amount of gauge that Noah gets now in pursuance of offense, a little bit of a frame kill. Forward throw even afterwards. Could do it again if wanted to.
Yep.
For
there
the
it
kill.
is. Back to back right there for Noah the Prodigy and going up 2-0 here. And I've always say this, you know, if you are looking at a secondary character, you got to bust these characters out in events like this. You have to.
Noah did it at Capcom Cup. Remember that?
Did he play Cammy at Capcom Cup?
He pulled out a Cammy at one matchup.
Oh, God. Okay. I barely even remember that, you know, because, like, my brain was probably like, oh, whatever. He's still Luke.
That's true.
Just kind of,
that's fair.
And it is a tough situation. I mean, Cammy, I feel like, is kind of a character that, you know, if you're not careful, you spend a lot of meter because you're just crouch, medium kick, drill, drive rush cancel, you just EX dive kick all day, and a lot of her combo extensions require, you know, OD meter, so.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Majority of her single hit confirms is where the damage is coming from majority of the time.
Yeah, but I mean, again, we talked about how Noah's being much better about managing the drive gauge, right? And we haven't really seen him burn himself out. Oh my goodness. And he's gonna get the neck break. Shout outs to the anime here. Ugh.
Not quite dead yet. While in burnout, though, it could be a little bit easier. No, the Prodigy needs to drill, which he does so successfully. I couldn't even tell what Axel tried to do at that moment, but we knew it. We knew it was coming along.
Yeah, I think that was a standing medium kick he tried, but obviously the drill can get kind of under that. So I think Axel was just going for the range, trying to catch Noah off guard, or even just because he was burned out, be safer on block and such, you know, but that drill countered it, and Noah the Prodigy is actually on match point to take 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, he's really just picking apart the timing of Axel majority of the time. But I was going to say Axel could have an opportunity to keep Noah the Prodigy in check, but again, a lot of the counter hits. Damn, son! And you still get the punish. You get the punish plus the crouching combo.
Oh, yeah, he's trying to do as much damage as he can. Gonna go for the level 2 just to guarantee the kill right there. Gonna save a level 1. Has just one more meter here. But, I mean, to be fair, not a 6-0 in rounds here, so that's definitely encouragement right here. Oh!
Damn, son!
Ouch!
That hurts.
Man.
That hurts because you see it, and you see time kind of slow down after that sudden pause from the stand jab where he stands still. It's whoever flinches loses, but
yeah,
man, what a punish. Jesus, I'm telling you, the walk speed as well?
Oh yeah, I mean, that's one of the most beautiful things, but Axel was called out a couple of times when Noah's going for the shimmy, working up with a crouch medium kick and just hitting the walk back, but oh, okay, perfect parry. Oh no.
Yeah, that's the one round that Axel managed to muster didn't amount to a game on the board. 3-0
yeah,
from the side of Noah.
I mean, again, I've said before, you know, that I'm, you know, jealous of people who can whiff punish moves very effectively and such. I mean, but one of the things that you can honestly do is, I mean, even if it's just, you know, just making the training dummy throw out a move and you're just whiff punishing it.
Yeah.
If you do that enough, I mean, it's hard because you're gonna have to do this for a lot of moves. But if you just get used to the timing of pressing the button against the move and you know that it's gonna hit, it helps when you're trying to whiff punish because you're like, oh, I know I hit this button at this timing, and in training mode I've seen that this is the timing that will actually connect. You can commit to DRCs and special moves and stuff like that. So there's a lot of ways you can improve your whiff punishing.
Yeah, there's. Oh my
that was
God.
the one that got us.
Hey, great job, replay operator. I see you.
Yeah.
That was definitely our moment.
Yeah,
a fantastic moment at that. That was such a significant drop too. That could have been the start of something really special. Also, that could have put Noah the Prodigy into burnout.
Yeah, and again, you know, Axel obviously younger and you know hasn't really played on this kind of stage before. This is why we tell you to enter these World Warriors, because these things are going to happen. You're going to play in a tournament, and every time someone plays in their first tournament, they are nervous beyond all that they can imagine. It is scary. You're just like shaking and everything like that. And you got to keep playing to overcome a lot of that. You learn how to channel that energy. And not only that, like that, you're like, that sounds awful, but like, there's a certain level of that adrenaline that you get out of it, you know, and it's kind of exciting in a lot of ways.
It's very
you know?
exciting. In fact, addicting. That's why we got here in the first place, right? That's exactly why we got into fighting games in the first place.
I know, you know, some people don't like the notion of having the FGC Dark Ages, you know, before Street Fighter 4 came out. But during that time, we saw a lot of the fighting game players jump over to poker because poker was getting big on TV around that time and everything. And, you know, talking to one Jay Vassant, and he was like, you know, the reason why a lot of us did that is because it's the same adrenaline rush. He was like, you get that same adrenaline, that nervousness and stuff, and you have to stay composed. And he's like, we got from that what we were missing from the fighting game community at the time.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Understandably so. But one that actually has a lot of control over their nerves majority of the time is Samurai, right? I think Samurai has had such a prolific run in Street Fighter V and hopefully continuing on so into Street Fighter 6 in regards to his overall stature mentally, right? He's talked about the mental aspect of the game, the emotional aspect of the game, and being able to control that, being able to figure out how to transfer that energy into like effective practice and play a good amount of the time. Then you have Enzo, who's at the age of 14, is just like running through all of that. He's like, I don't feel that for a second. Like, I'm just built different.
Right. I mean, you know, especially for, you know, Samurai, we've been talking about, should he go Ryu? Should he go Akuma here? You have to pick the character that is a good fit, right? And speaking of fit, I mean, look at this guy.
I can't. I'm trying so hard not to look at the screen, James, because damn, this guy looks good.
Yeah, he definitely nicely done, Samurai. But let's go ahead and start this matchup here, and it will be Akuma versus Ken. So obviously, two very, very strong characters still.
I really enjoyed Akuma in this game. Really, really genuinely. I think his toolkit being a combination of a lot of the things he's had Some of the newer things he also has for like Demon Raid now is just super enjoyable. Adamant Fist is actually one of the coolest special moves that he could have had. It definitely fits his killer assassin mentality. I guess not assassin, but just definitely like a killer mentality for sure.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, we've said this when this game first came out. I love the fact that a lot of the characters just felt like the greatest hits versions of the characters, right? Like, they turned a lot of those V triggers into just special moves, you know, and then they brought back some special moves that we haven't seen in a long time. It was just really cool. And, I mean, these two have been playing some solid footsies here. I mean, Samurai's been stuck in this corner for quite some time, and he has not gotten deleted, even as Akuma with the low health. And look at this, he got out, and he's actually tied the game up here, and resources are almost exact between the two.
At least in regards to the super, yeah. But the drive gauge looking a little scarce from Samurai, hence why he's backing off. He's not ready to fire the gun just yet, but now you see the fierce. That's the exact gun, or cannon, I should say, that leads into round number 1. He was waiting for that threshold to finish, and you could see it. It was very evident. He was hanging back, playing a little bit passive, and once he went past 3 bars, he started firing off that gun of Standing Fierce.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of combo breaker, whenever I see Akumas go for like Tatsu into level 1, I get scared.
Oh, if it's gonna kill or not?
Well, remember what we saw from Shuto against Itazan, right? He did it 1 frame too slow, and it dropped, and he ended up losing that match. It was gonna be the one that was just gonna make him send Itazan into losers.
Yeah, we could have had a whole different story too.
Yeah.
That would have been like maybe like Shuto going into top 8 facing off against like maybe Dual Kevin, right?
Right, yep, exactly. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness, that...
No!
Oh, man. Okay, so a couple of drops here from Enzo. But look at this. Both of them on the verge of burnout here.
Yeah, he's just trying to tick away at it with those lights. Enzo the Hokage, he already knows once his offense is down, he doesn't want to expend too much of his drive gauge or resources, right? Trying to keep Samurai locked down from that close to the range. So I like him backing off momentarily. However, it leads to this very big moment. Samurai's like, you know what? Once you try to get back in, eventually you're going to get hit in the face.
Not quite enough to kill you. And he was in the middle of the drive parry, but it might have just been a tap right there. So,
100%.
you know, you still have to keep blocking in the correct direction afterwards. Ooh. Dude, they're having a standing light kick war here. Oh, no, you got baited. Oh, and optimal.
Dude,
as
plus the corner carry? That was insane. Adamant Fist into the back roundhouse?
Dude, you see it? Enzo, like, when he was, when he was plus after blocking Samurai's move, he didn't just take his turn by attacking. He just walked. He just walked. Oh, no, there was another link right there. I mean, the standing light kick into heavy DP, it just didn't happen. And as a result, Enzo's going to lose this round.
It's kind of reminiscent of the way Lashar liked to play. If you had watched him carefully throughout his top 8, he would get a couple of hits with lights, even if it's counter hit or not, take a little micro step forward, and then go back on the initiative with something else that's light. But Enzo the Hokage trying to emulate that is not necessarily working out against Samurai because of the fact that 1, he's stepping a little bit too far forward.
Right.
2, Samurai is already on the button trying to press.
I mean, you remember in Street Fighter V, you know, one of the things that Sajam pointed out very early on was Tokido and his use of the standing light punches to check people really well. In fact, he was even doing that in Street Fighter VI for a while, which actually created a nerf to lights into drive rush cancel that if you did it on whiff, it would cancel. You know, so Tokido was really good at those light button checks like that, and you see a lot of people using that these days.
Or it wouldn't cancel technically. That's why we have that nerf, right?
Right. Now it does cancel to make it so that Tokido couldn't just do jab drive rush cancel, jab drive rush cancel and you know, if it whiffed, it wouldn't happen. But if it hit you, instant free combo.
Pretty dangerous.
Oh, jeez.
Caught him trying to move back. Or not move back, sorry. Possibly trying to jump, perhaps.
Yeah. And here we go, corner position. Oh, he reacted to the backdash. You saw him try to shimmy, and as soon as you saw the backdash, he was able to switch that combo and had that whole sequence ready to go. Fireballs all day.
Couple of those lights. Yo, Samurai, again, he's very keen on trying to react with a purpose, right? He'll have a certain read on a player and have the right routes prepared for you just in case to optimize. So Samurai, again, not only is his reaction great, but his like authentic reads on certain players, whether they're going to backdash or not, is just so high level.
I mean, we talked about it, very zen, has studied a lot of, keeping calm and stuff. But at the same time, he likes to troll you a lot.
Yeah, he is definitely a troll.
Oh,
if you
look
get
at
to
that
know him.
patience. Didn't even bite on the shimmy right there. Nice OD fireball. Dude, where was Enzo going?
I don't know, but it's definitely not towards W.
Oh my God. Dude, he did not stop moving forward and he just ran into buttons. Oh, and wow, I'm surprised that Enzo had that reaction right there.
He's 14, what do you mean?
Okay, you're right, never mind.
I'm totally kidding. Not about the age, but about like the message of not, having bad reactions. Right?
I mean, we haven't seen a drive impact the entire match, and then all of a sudden throwing him out like that, and Enzo was ready for it. But I do think Enzo he's a pad player, if I'm not mistaken. And honestly, pad players.
I don't think he is.
Oh, is he not? Is he
I don't think he is.
Okay, then never mind. He's just really good reactions, and I'm sad. Oh no, that's the combo. Ooh,
that's rough.
Yeah, maybe just like one frame too slow again.
Perhaps.
Because that's like the optimal damage combo right there.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Angry Bird utilize that for the very, very first time. We were like, what the hell?
Oh, yep, there's that option select right there. DPing in between the driver's cancel. Always have to be ready to throw those out.
Forward medium kick is just such a big driving tool.
I mean, there are those characters that are very, very blessed with being able to do medium driver's cancel into medium and have that be a true block string. For against characters that don't have that, you have to make sure that you take advantage of that, Oh no! Take advantage of the gap. And, okay.
Yeah, it was a little bit tense, right? I was wondering if somebody was going to go into burnout first, if Samurai was going to get a counter poke, but he was backing away again. He's looking for that 3 bars.
Yeah, he needs that 3-bar threshold, as Ringe has called it. Oh, nice! It was a punish counter too.
That's so sick.
But he's not going to go for the level 3 because it would have did very little damage after all that scaling. Oh, yep, that's a standard frame kill right there. He was trying to bait something out. He was trying to bait out a DP or a super or something.
And he walks into it yet again. If there's anything I chalk up the big L to from the side of Enzo, is his overstepping of boundaries. Like, he would definitely move a little bit too far forward only to get smacked with a counter hit or even a grab like that. Samurai moving on 3-0 against Enzo.
Interesting. All right, so Samurai using his experience to be able to take the match over Enzo. And I mean, honestly, a lot of times it looked like Enzo was, just having trouble dealing with the neutral. And also, honestly, Samurai's play from the corner was so good. His defense in the corner, it's so easy to just panic and start swinging and getting whiff punished, or but the way that he managed a lot of those corner situations was excellent.
Yeah, even if there were big swings like that ODDP, I think those are the type of risks that Samurai is willing to take, just dependent on what the round status is in the game as well.
I can't believe he reacted to the backdash. That's just go into training mode and make the opponent, wake up with random stuff and just get used to practicing those.
Then on the offhand too, man, that recognition from Samurai being able to punish the fireball like that was so smooth.
Right.
But also, I will chalk it up to Enzo maybe dropping a couple of things that were pretty significant as well. Towards that end, we saw that Dragon Lash just completely whiff. That could have been maybe the start of something different with the corner carry, with the damage implied as well. So I would love to see that run back eventually, but it's not going to be happening, at least within this top 8. Samurai moving on 3-0. It's been a very consistent spread so far of 3-0s, with the exception of losers round 1, and it's going by pretty quickly. And you can see it, Samurai now having to face off against Noah the Prodigy.
So taking out Enzo the Hokage now has got to go up against Noah the Prodigy. So he's the Michael Jordan meme right now.
Sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Maybe. I don't know. It's kind of vague, right?
You know what? Forget about it, man. I'll tell you what, man. You guys have been enjoying yourselves the entirety of our Street Fighter 6 Esports Spotlight. We've been going through a lot of the grand finals here for the World Warriors. In fact, we're still going through on our way here for this World Warrior. In fact, we want to encourage you guys all to join in on the fun over at the World Warrior for the Capcom Pro Tour of this year. The registration is in fact open for your respective regions, and if you want to find out which region that is and as well when it's happening, capcom.us/WW25 is where you need to go. Or you want to be fancy about it, whip out your phone, get that camera out, point it towards the QR code, and you can find all of the information there as it leads you to that exact same website. Again, be sure to join in on all the fun to get that coveted Capcom Cup 12 invitation, or just kind of try it out. Maybe hang out with a couple of people, meeting a couple of new friends.
Get
and also,
experience.
It's like playing pickup games.
Free. It's free.
Yeah, you get to play pickup games with NBA players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to say it, actually. But of course, thanks to Rob, we've been talking about how wonderful the offline events have been. Well, the next one is Blink Respawn. And again, this is in the Dominican Republic. I've been gushing about their FGC for a very long time today already. They're just so energetic. It's so hyped. That will be the weekend of July 8th. So that is coming up very, very soon. So you definitely, if you haven't registered yet, please register now. And like I said, also beautiful island, beautiful place just to have a nice little vacation as well. So having video games allow you to travel to places like, Dominican Republic, places that you might not think you'd ever visit. Like it's amazing. And one of the most beautiful things is no matter where you go, the geek culture, the fighting game culture, like it's everybody's the same.
Dude, they are so about it, and I genuinely mean that. Not even just for fighting games, but gaming in general.
Yeah.
Right. And so that energy is going to be very, very much so tangible, just as much as the upcoming event right after it. Right, Evo 2025 in Las Vegas, Nevada, happening August 1st through the 3rd. Be sure to use CPT 25 for $25 off of your ticket now, because that late registration does end on July 1st. As the incentive is right now, you can see it. You get your exclusive customized badge.
Nice.
From Street Fighter 6 over at the checkout. Man, that was much harder to read than I thought. I'll tell you what, man.
Well, you know what? I also love the fact that logo, it's so Rick.
It is 100% Rick. Are you kidding me? He tagged up the Evo one with that. But
shout outs to Rick and probably Oric too, helping out with that. So
it looks great. It looks great. Honestly, I want to get a customized Street Fighter 6 badge. That'd be sick.
I know, right? Do commentators get one? You know,
we might get like a staff one, which is cool, but I want the customized one. You know what I'm saying? That looks
I see what you're
cool.
saying. Yeah. Okay.
I would hope we get badges in general.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I was like, wait a minute.
But in any case, those are two of the offline events coming up. And coming up after this quick break over here, we are going to be continuing along this bracket. Just a few more matches left to find out who wins the first week of the World Warrior for US Canada West. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey, come on, let's go! Wait for me!
Here comes a new challenger.
Hope you're part of a fight.
Cry for mercy.
I am the bride of the Shiranui.
I'm here to help.
Street Fighter 6.
In recent years, young players have taken the CPT by storm. I'm talking about guys only 18 years old, even younger than that. And it's interesting because in the past, I would say that Street Fighter used to be looked at as like a OG type of game, a legacy game where the players that are even 40 plus years old are still at the top of it. But Ringe, are we seeing a change in the guard?
Oh man, it's one of those things where I think I harken back to that Punk versus Tokido set in Street Fighter V at EVO, right? Where you even hear Mena give interviews about it and how that was a very important set to Street Fighter history because Tokido winning prevented that guard change, right? Like it gave a lot of the OGs like the hope, so to speak, that they will be able to hang with this new generation that looked unstoppable leading up to that point. Obviously, Punk at the forefront. So I think we're experiencing something a little bit similar to that right now, right? Where we're seeing a whole lot of new faces come into the scene and get really high placings, really upper echelon rankings. And it's going to take, I think, like a big victory at EVO or Capcom Cup. And so far, that's kind of what has happened, right? We saw Angry Bird and then Punk win EVO. So both of them have been around for a while, right? Punk obviously had a very dominating run in 5. Angry Bird has been around since 4, and so has Punk, but obviously the domination started in 5. And then for Capcom Cup, we saw Kakadu win, right? And Kakadu, I feel like, is very much on like, he's like the middle child when it comes to the generations, right? Yeah, like he is like, he was taught by the previous generation, played a lot with them, and obviously was, I think, one of the leaders of the new generation, but has since had some years under his belt now where he showed out as Uzuru in Street Fighter V at EVO, right? He showed out a few times before this, and obviously at Gamers 8 to start Street Fighter 6. So I feel like he's kind of the middle child, while now we get to see, yeah, like the Crime Maze and the Blazes and the Not Pedros and a lot of the other players where we get to see come out and really show out Enzo the Hokage for the America side of things. It's going to be a clash, and the clashes are only going to get more frequent. Obviously, Ending Walker as well started at like 16, 15 in Street Fighter V. Now he's barely 18, gonna maybe turn 19 this year. I mean, still so many new-blooded players are so elite that it's scary for the old guard, man, for sure.
You know, I want to go ahead and I just want to list some of these ages for you guys, right?
Yeah.
Crime, 14 years old, just turned 14 this year, mind you, only 14 years old. We just saw him beat Daigo, the GOAT, or at least my GOAT, right? Yeah. Ending Walker, only 19 years old. Jin, 22. Not Pedro, 18. Blas, 15. Higuchi, 23. Lashar, 25.
Kills You's 23.
I can't say that the young guys are taking over because as you listed with these results, the OGs are still, you know, and Lashar even very young, 25, but the OGs are still performing phenomenally. We just saw Blanchan in this top 8, like you brought up the EVO champions, the last EWC, Xiao Ha, of course, the definition of OG legend. and yet he won EWC for Street Fighter recently. What I will say is that these younger guys are just as good as the OGs right now. And that is terrifying, right? Like, I mean, it's amazing for me as a spectator, but imagine being on the other side. Like, if this dude is only 14, then you'll see how Crime plays. That's something else I want to bring up, man. I feel like the way that these dudes played in the past, when the young guys started coming up, they would be a lot more aggressive, a lot more willing to take a risk and balls to the wall. I think we do still see such things to some degree, but these little dudes are coming out playing Shotos, fireball game, whiff punish, anti-air. They are playing fundamental Street Fighter. I don't know what's in the water, what's in the air in South America, but I think it's footsies and nooch in talent, right? I think they put in some Mike's secret stuff in their drinks, because there's no way this dude should be do you know how hard I worked to practice my neutral game range? Do you know how tough it was to practice on? And this dude, they children play. It make me mad.
Yeah, I feel it.
I don't understand what's going on right now, brother, but I do think there potentially does come a point where, I mean, they're not going to get worse.
That's a great point, right? It's definitely not going to get worse. And yeah, it feels like when we used to see a lot of the young players that had a lot of success, it was that gameplay style where it's like, oh, you are not burdened by reality or bills or life responsibilities yet, right? Like, they're just playing so free. These dudes are coupling that with calculated footsies and calculated neutral. And when you have both sides of that coin, I mean, it's going to be so tough to get a read on these players. And they're so new that it's like you haven't even ran into them in tournament a lot. There isn't even a lot of footage out there to study of them. It is very hard to hone in on their habits and try to exploit that because they're so new and they're so good when they're so new. So yeah, I think it's definitely tough for the old guard right now, just running into these type of players as they get used to them. Like you said, these players are not going to get worse. They're only going to get better. The good thing for the other competitors is at least they'll get more intel on them, right? Like, we'll be able to see them a little bit more. They'll get personal practice against them. They'll start being able to see for themselves where they maybe can exploit some stuff. While these new players, I mean, in the case of people like Blaza and Crime, 14, 15 years old, into the Hokage, 14, 15 years old, they grew up watching these guys, right? These are players that they've idolized since they were children, and they still are just barely teenagers. So a lot of the time, even if they were not maybe looking for something consciously about these players, they've watched them so much that subconsciously their play is a part of them, a part of who they are, right? A part of how they learn fighting games. So it's going to be a very interesting generational clash, and it's already been one that we've seen time and time again in fighting games. And that's one of my favorite parts about fighting games getting older, is seeing all these players clash across generations.
And I'll tell you what, man, I think that we're going to just continue seeing this trend happen. Players that we don't know yet are going to keep on popping up, becoming amazing. In other esports, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of kids are the ones who dominate. Yeah. Like the young guys dominate in a whole lot of these esports. I think that the FGC is just now, as we see from the numbers, getting bigger and bigger. And the more we see people winning $1 million, the more that we see these big, crazy, wild events going on, celebrities popping up in our stuff now and everything, the more we're going to see these kids playing from a younger age. And I think it's going to be very tough to stop them. Let us know what your thoughts are in the comment section, the chat and everything like that. Do not miss your chance to get into all of these Capcom Pro Tour events, because they have been absolutely fire, and they are for all ages, young and old. Everybody does flip to the events. You do not want to miss out. CapcomProTour.com. Make sure you get involved. And when we get back, me and Wrench are going to be checking out the CPT standings to see just how everything is shaping up. You do not want to miss it.
Man, what a valid set of points in regards to like the overall mentality of like all of the age ranges and also how many accolades all of them had. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter unless you're able to get these big W's. The fact that the young guns are doing it right now should be like a big wake-up call for a lot of the older guards, but also a big inspirational call for a lot of the upcoming players coming in right now. So we've been harping on it for the entire time. I mean, we've been harping on it since we started kind of talking about like the start of the show.
Right,
With all the
yeah,
grand finals, a plethora of different players, and leading in from Combo Breaker, from CEO, right?
I mean,
just
Not
something
Pedro
to-
was part of the first match that we talked about, right?
And then
So-
we had wow, I was gonna say
Blimey?
I was gonna change it up.
Blimey.
Blyman Krause, right? Cryman Blaz, dude.
Right.
What is in the water? I have no idea in
Yeah.
regards to like the overall talent pool. But yeah, I think Rob and Ringe pretty much hit the nail on the head. And I love the fact that they're actually covering these now as we get back
Yeah.
into our swing for the Street Fighter 6 Esports Spotlight. But speaking of spotlights now, we get to go back into our US Canada West bracket, going into what had transpired earlier. A lot of 3-0s from both the winners semifinals down into the quarterfinals, with the exception of losers round 1. Now,
And those are 3-1s.
Yeah, those are 3-1s, right? That's actually kind of wild to see it. But we are going to swing all the way back into winners finals between Zach Boz and Chris Tatarian. That should be Chun-Li versus Ken.
Yep. Remember, this was the first round match. Oh, I'm sorry. No. This is winner side. Never mind. I got confused for a second right there. You know, it almost feels like I've seen these matches before or something like that.
Something
you know?
like that, yeah. Now you really have to go back into the VODs. Like, I know
Yeah,
you have to dissect it in your stream and go by match,
Oh,
honestly.
my
It's going to be
goodness.
so fun. But, again, Chris Tatarian versus Zach Boz, there was a lot of control, I feel like, from Chris Tatarian's side, and also a lot of like tenacity from the way that Zach Boz was executing his offense. I want to see that clash actually happen again, the second time around.
So again, this is a match here between Southern California and Pacific Northwest, and you know, with players like Chris ECH starting to gain some dominance with it, the Pacific Northwest scene has really started to
flourish pretty well.
Yes, exactly. And again, I'm not saying Chris ECH inspired them. They've all been very, very strong out there. But you know, for a long time, even for the history of FGC, in fact, one of them, when we were talking about the poker stuff, one of them, Randy Liu, actually became a super famous poker player.
That's
like
wild.
he's like Nanonaka or something like that. But I forgot his handle. But apparently, he's like super big in poker.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
A lot of talent in the Pacific Northwest. Let's see how it fares up against SoCal's star talent, Chris Tatarian. Now,
I gotta
again,
look up that name because I just gotta get it right. I don't want to be.
I mean, if it matters within the FGC realm, then by all means.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, man, Zach Boz already on the offensive against Chris Tatarian. I believe the monthly event that happens over in like at least the Pacific Northwest is the Salon, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken, but just in case. Big shout outs to them for throwing it down every single month and gathering such a large group of talented players every single time to cultivate guys like Zach Boz, Chris CCH. But right now, he is taking a lot of fierceness to the dome instead. Chris Tatarian, he's like, well, I used to run Wednesday night fights.
I mean, you also saw, you know, with Samurai jumping over a lot of Zach Boz's fireballs. And so, continuing here with Chris Tatarian. So, might be something that Zach Boz has got to, you know, tighten up a little bit is his fireball game.
Perhaps, or at least a little bit less predictability. Yeah, that's tough. Air legs, just right in front of someone like Chris Tatarian as well. I don't know what he could have possibly anticipated. Maybe like a forward-moving normal, perhaps.
Yeah, I think he was maybe just trying to throw off. Oh no, and a drop right there with not going into the stance.
Yeah.
But you know, I think you know a lot of people like to throw out that crouching medium kick when you land. Maybe he was just trying to lightning legs to land on the legs or something like that.
And you saw a jump light coming in from the side of Zach Boz. That's something I actually hadn't noticed the last time when he perfect parried that fireball. He just went into like a somewhat of an error, but being in this corner is so tough. We'd see how Chris Tatarian had demolished a lot of the footsie ranges, a lot of the medium ranges with that standing light kick. Zach Boz, luckily, being able to fight off and get himself out of the corner, but now, okay, that could have been so scary to even try to contest. Zach Boz is keeping it relatively safe with a couple of these stand jabs, and now the big conversion, or decent conversion, for the counter hit.
Yeah, and that's one of the big powers that Chun-Li has, is that standing light punch. When it counter hits, it leads to a lot of great combos for her. You know, the forward or back medium punch or the crouching medium kick.
I was going to say, direct footage from the VOD is what that was. Totally kidding.
Oh, man. All right.
Oh, I thought that was going to be close enough for the minus. minus punish. Actually.
And see right there, I think that was supposed to be trying to bait out the option select DP. Again, he did crouching medium drive into the down forward heavy kick. And then he just did crouching medium punch way too close.
Yeah.
Again, just jumped over the fireball to start the round. Christitarian doing the classic hold up forward at the start of the round. Yeah, Chris is looking very, very strong here. Has Zach Boz in the corner already. Like barely 14 seconds in the match. Already has Zach Boz down below 50%.
With the amount of control he has off of that roundhouse, no doubt that Zach Boss is going to be backing off. And two, the light kick that's been used majority of the time by Chris has been such a bully button. Bang! What a punish.
Yeah, that was, remember when we kind of reacted to when Zach Boz kind of did that to Samurai. Very similar. Oh, goes for the throw right there. Huh? What's going to kill?
A lot of damage, or sorry, a lot of meter gainage off of that throw as well.
Yeah, and Joe Higashi afterwards just throwing out a Typhoon for no reason in the pop-out cafe. I think he should be kicked out for that, right? I mean,
I feel like he knows the owner, right? I think he gets to do whatever he wants here.
Fair, yeah. I mean, it's not like that there aren't two people also just throwing out energy and breaking barrels and releasing.
That is true. Look, somebody dropped an entire plate of food and the Anjo. We're like, yo, get this guy out of here, man.
Yeah,
like,
I know, right? And that's a lot of hot dogs you just wasted over there.
Jeez. That's a full-on pizza, by the way.
And then those Monster Hunter meat on that table over there. I don't know who's eating that, dude. Seriously. All right. Oh no, I saw him walk backwards. Yeah.
Zach Boss does get the burnout, but at the expense of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Not necessarily what you. Oh, Zach Boss. That's right. I forgot that he actually pulled out an Elena over here.
Yeah, easily one of my favorite characters to come out from the DLC. Honestly, I was really, really excited to see it, but Chris T, I don't think he shares the same sentiment, right? He's like, damn, another matchup to learn, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is such an interesting character. And, you know, I can't wait till we start getting a lot more of the Elena experts out there, but she's got a very, very odd style here. Obviously doesn't have the crouch medium kick drive rush cancel like I talked about before, but has a lot of, like right here, the chain in these situations, like it's almost like she wants to sacrifice the follow-up damage to try to go for the mix-up. Yeah. And you're just hoping to overwhelm people.
I will say, to her credit, that if she does land a single hit confirm that is cancelable, it does lead to a ton of carry. It does lead to a ton of damage as well, just like this.
Yep, well, there we go. It's going to be able to juggle after that. Let's just throw out one more. And you know what? Let's just do a DP afterwards. So.
Pretty damn cool, if you ask me. The scratch wheel ender, beautiful stuff. But I mean, the overall kit, I wonder what the actual philosophy of it was when it comes to the design, right? I think she's been more so designed as a counter-poking type of character that leads into possibly target combo into the confirmed, right? Target combo into like the cancels, right? Because the second parts of the target combo is what leads to the damage, right?
And yes, you're gonna have to have a lot of skill on hit confirming her target combos, because she has target combos. You can hit confirm them. They're hard, but you're gonna have to do single hit confirms a lot with her, I feel like, in the end, because that's how a lot of her moves access cancelable normals, you know?
That's right.
Oh, no, yeah, okay.
I don't know if the level 1 would have sufficed for someone like Zach Boz. I feel it was something like he was even managing or like thinking about.
Well, I heard that Elena's level 1 doesn't have any invincibility. I'm gonna have to double check.
You know what? Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think she's one of the characters who have been saddled with that unfortunate situation there, because level 1 is such a good combo tool that I guess they figured, you know, let's just make it so it doesn't have that benefit there.
Yeah, I can definitely check that out for you as well. It does not have any strike throw projectile invincibility.
Yeah, okay. Oh,
but
no.
If it's, so here's the thing. If the drive impact is not meaty enough, the armor gets blown up.
Right, okay.
So that's like the one caveat.
If it can hit 3 times fast enough, basically, right? Yeah. So, yeah. But Christitarian...
No, not 3 times. Straight up breaks it.
Oh, that's right.
You know what
that's
I'm saying?
right. Yeah. It has the armor break properties. Okay. That's right. But Christitarian there with a dominating 3-0. You know, you feel like Zach Boz just kind of went with the Elena there just to test it out, you know, try to see how it feels in a match. Like I said, it's very important to play characters like that in these kind of scenarios.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair assessment. Like, it's something that you need to kind of try out, especially if you feel like your Chun-Li is not working out, not making the cut to face off against someone like Kristen Terrian with that Ken, right? But I will say that was such a beautiful thing towards the end of it. I mean, it was very expensive, but overall, I think the presence that Elena has in neutral can be a little bit of a nuisance. But what if somebody decides to kind of get out of that range and try to make you uncomfortable up close, right? I think Ken can do a pretty solid job of that, like closing the space and also counterpoking his way towards that space, but also the amount of damage that you get from these singular hits into drive rush cancel are so much more threatening.
I mean, it's going to be interesting because obviously, I mean, how many characters have come out where like this character seems okay? I mean, we said that about Ed,
yeah,
right? You know, we said that about Mai. There's a lot of people who are like, I don't know if this character seems very good.
A lot of people just missed Mai. I'll tell you what.
And so I feel like Elena has a lot of room to grow. I'm really glad we got to see her. Obviously, the latest character drop, last character in Season 2 DLC. I think she has a lot of potential to get kind of scarier. I feel like because the one thing missing off of her spin scythe mix-ups is doesn't have like a command throw option, but you can, you know, cancel it early, just go for the throws, and I think.
Oh, you mean like the Link stance?
Yeah. So I feel like, you know, perhaps people starting to try to use more throws in those situations, more shimmies might actually start opening people up.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It's all a risk. It's all a risk, right? So
yeah. We'll see how that plays out. I know Mike X has been using that character frequently. We used it over the FlyQuest Fight Series this past Thursday and actually made it all the way to grand finals with that character. So that's something you guys should check out.
I need to go check that out.
It was so good. It was so well done.
I need to go check that out.
But now we have the loser semis. Again, the winner of these two get to face off against Zach Boz. But currently it is Noah the Prodigy going up against Samurai.
Noah the Prodigy, of course. Like I said, making a big splash for himself in Street Fighter 6. You know, he was not much of a presence in Street Fighter 5, but in 6, like as soon as the game dropped, he just came out like running out the gate, basically.
Yep.
And was doing some damage almost instantaneously.
It felt that way. I actually ran into him in the very first parts of Ranked in Street Fighter 6, and I got absolutely demolished. I'm like, yo, like, where did this come from? Like, I was expecting it was a Luke mirror match, and I'm like, I'm gonna bust this guy up because it's Noah. You know, like we played against him before in previous games, like online randomly. You know, we know of the kid. I didn't know to what pedigree he was playing at. I was like, yo, you are this good this early with Street Fighter 6? Like, this is gonna be a problem.
I was just about to say too. I was like, and you know, you ran into Noah while he was Season 1 Luke, but then you just admitted that you were also using Season 1 Luke. So.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, why not?
I know, right?
That was an excellent choice
good.
on my part, dude. That was second place over at Capcom Cup. I made the right choice. I almost made Jury, actually. Because I played Jury in like the beta too, and then even Sajam was like, dude, why didn't you stick with Jury? I'm like, I thought Luke's minigame was cooler.
Anyways, let's go ahead and check out and see what Noah the Prodigy is going to do against Samurai here. If Samurai can actually stop this Noah the Prodigy train over here. Again, he just took out Enzo the Hokage, so, you know, trying to take all these Wunderkind out of this tournament here. I know I mispronounced that. All the German viewers at home are mad at me right now.
Probably.
Ooh.
Salt Mine's coming after you.
I don't want Regis yelling at me, man. That's scary.
The best part.
Is he going to switch sides? Yep, there it is.
And bam.
Yep, and here we go. Trapped to the corner. I talked about how good Samurai's defense was in the corner against Enzo, and that was actually just a miscalculated distance by Noah. No parry attempt on that heavy flash knuckle. And now here we go. Throw loops. Ooh, okay. And he has more drive gauge than Noah right now, so not in a terrible situation. Good DP reaction right there.
And not going to pursue with a drive rush, by the way, from Samurai. He actually had 4 bars at that time of the knockdown.
He has been using the OD fireball from the corner a lot. Perfect parry. And that should be able to get the kill. Actually, doesn't even need any of the meter. I was like, okay, he's definitely going to get the level 1, but didn't even need that. So that's even doubly good for Samurai.
Yeah, nothing but heavies. Majority of that combo. We do get the corner pretty early, a very similar start to the previous round. Noah the Prodigy knocking on the door just a little bit, one tap. Now into the forward throw. What happens here now? Samurai trying to rebuttal with the blind. No cross cut, no punish either. Oh my God, they're slugging it out. That's crazy.
Oh man, but you know what? Samurai's gonna come out of it for the better here because he gets the burnout on Noah, gets the follow-up combo here. Can he actually, is he gonna try to stick him with the wall with the DI? Because remember,
you are insane. He did a crouching jab to get a little bit extra time to buffer into the super and reaction to the DI.
I was just about to say, man, Noah's reaction timing on all of that is just ridiculous, and he just did it again. It's crazy. It is. Oh, nice. Saw that he was gonna land on it. Had the driver's combo all ready to go.
So sick.
Offensive drive reversal right there. Try to keep him in the corner. Oh, but it wasn't a counter hit. So he couldn't get anything linked off of that.
Oh, but that one was, Jesus Christ, that came out of nowhere. Level 2 right to the chest.
And that should be dead right here. I mean, Akuma gets all sorts of fun stuff after that level 2.
I love that wall splat. I'm so glad they gave that to him. Because it's as cool of a super as it is, if it's not hitting the wall in that fashion, it's kind of bland. It's just like, what else do you do after that? You just hit him in the chest really hard. That's cool and all, but like, I want more.
Right. So it's kind of a neat thing. You can use it for its invincibility or whatever like that mid-screen, but it's almost kind of like a waste in that situation.
True.
Prepare. Oh, no, cancel.
No, he was going to put himself in a burnout.
Oh, you're right. Good call. Oh no, yeah, it's still plus, even if you drive parry it.
Yeah. You do have to crouch it preemptively. That's the whole deal with it.
Oh! It actually jails you into a... Oh god, the DP reaction.
Standing block, yeah.
And get a little extra meter that way.
That's huge meter, by the way. That brought him up into a big chunk of level 2. You can see it down below. He was just at the border of level 1.
Yeah, and we've seen from a lot of like Ringe's analysis that he's been putting out recently. Shoutouts to Ringe. You should definitely check those out. But he has been showing how like all these little tiny decisions about managing your meter and drive gauges and stuff have been basically helping people like Lashar win.
Bang, level 2, into the wall again. Do you spend it all for the burnout? Level 1? No, you don't. You don't get to risk it. Yeah, because you don't want to like shorten the combo or the damage by just going into level 1. But I think this is much more effective, or so I thought.
Oh no! Okay, yeah. I mean, Samurai just went ham with the meter in the corner, and then Noah the Prodigy dropped the flash knuckle combo.
Uppercut. Yeah, you got it. Forward throw. Burnout City.
No, too close. He tries again. No, that's it right there. Yeah, it's a free punish right there, and Samurai takes game number 2.
Pretty convincingly, actually.
Yeah, Noah the Prodigy having a little trouble here, and that's right, he busted out the Bison, too.
I totally forgot about this.
Yeah.
I genuinely forgot about this.
And again, you know, I like seeing this from Noah, because he's trying to find other characters, because, you know, despite the way that he plays Luke, most people consider Luke not necessarily the strongest character, you know, not quite Luke Season 1 for sure. So, you know, I don't blame Noah trying two characters who are always largely considered to be like top 5. So,
I mean, it makes sense. If you're seeing it on the leaderboard, like why not test a character out for yourself? Not only just to possibly play them in tournament, but also like learn against them, right?
Yeah, and you saw right there, you know, he blocked the drive reversal and just missed the combo, right? So that's why these kind of situations are valuable to have, you know, these tournament situations, and you're like, oh, that didn't work, and you know Noah's gonna go test it out later on, you know.
100%. But now when you're locked down in the corner, do you risk anything else with the drive impact? Oh. Damn, that was so deep. OD fireball, that's not gonna work out. Back-to-back fireballs. If there's anything that we could kind of attribute Samurai to having is a great sense of using OD uppercut, but also a very strong fireball.
Yeah, he's always had that. I mean, that's why, like, you know, he was a Ryu player for a long time, because Ryu was always the Shoto with the strongest fireball game in Street Fighter 4, for example.
I think he might be the strongest right now still.
Oh, yeah. I'm just referring to 5, because Akuma's fireball game is way better.
Akuma's fireball game right now is pretty substantial. I will say that.
It's just true. The trigger on it is very fast.
Being able to hold it just like that as well. Forward throw.
And I think I said this the last time, but just having the ability to do meaty fireballs is so powerful in this game because it just takes away the level 1 out of the equation, you know?
Yeah, immediately backing down as soon as that drive gauge replenished. No other Prodigy, just one more sequence. I think spending the meter to secure it, sure, we get that. That's absolutely critical.
I do think it would have killed if he just went for the scissor kick, but again, you just don't want to make that decision and be wrong and then just lose. You know, it's annoying. So.
And trying to regain 1 bar is not too bad. In the beginning of like a 3rd round, not too bad at all.
Yeah, and of course, Psycho Crusher with the anti-air property. And also, don't forget, this is the change dem Bison. You know, when he gets when he plants the mine, he doesn't get the same kind of Oki. So
yeah,
you want to end with a Psycho Crusher if you want Oki now.
Yeah, and the damage is actually much better, I feel like, with the Psycho Crusher in comparison. I mean, you get potential damage from having a setup off of mine, which is where the value is.
Right.
Looking at it right now, if you don't get the Oki to pursue, then it's kind of difficult,
right,
to force that bomb explosion erroneously, or at least force an error off of the bomb explosion.
And you saw what it just looked like. I mean, he got the mine planted, then he drive rushed forward, and still kind of far away after a while. Samurai burns himself out, so he's gonna go into the level 3 here. Gonna get Noah close to burnout, but more importantly, he's just trying to gain some of that drive gauge back. I don't know what Samurai was trying to do, but he was trying to get a little cheeky there. Oh! I forgot about that.
Yeah, by the ruling, we definitely had a big halt to that a week and a half ago. By the ruling, a game is not awarded to either player. They do have to run it back.
But the beautiful thing about that was that Samurai even tried. You know, Noah clearly mistimed the meaty, and, you know, you could have just stood there and got chipped to death or whatever like that. But Samurai was like, you know what? Like, what's the harm? If he gets the meaty, I lose. If he doesn't, I could get a double KO, and that puts no wins on Noah's board, you know? And what a decision right there just to go. And DPs, despite not being invincible, still have some of the fastest startup out of almost your entire kit.
That's fair. That's fair. I think, if anything, it's the bare minimum in terms of speed, right?
Right. Like, obviously, I don't think anybody has a... I don't know, some people have any 4-frame DPs in this game.
Lily does.
Oh, right. You're right.
If it's enhanced.
Because she's the only one that, you know, the 4-frame, 5-frame DP safe jumps don't work on.
That's right.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, Noah trying to gain some of that drive gauge back. And I love Samurai not pushing on it, you know. It was just like, you know what, we're just going to let it run out, and we'll let you gain that meter back. It's cool.
What a stop, dude. That looked like it was too far for it to reach, genuinely.
He must have hit something. Like, Noah Prodigy must have pressed a button and a hurt box extended out there. Wow. I think I said this last time, but the dual Kevin right there. Ooh. Wow.
Away. Just a straight hit from Noah.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing super impactful just yet, right? Oh, that pretty much equalized it up, right?
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say is that Noah does go for shimmies a lot. And Samurai has really shown that he is not much of a throw techer. So I feel like maybe that's just something Noah's got to be careful of fighting against Samurai here.
Yeah. A little bit of a buffer coming in from Samurai as well. The overhead does connect.
Okay. Just going for a lot
of... Oh, no, James.
Die 1,000 deaths. Oh, it's so cool.
It looks exactly as it does in in Super Turbo.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was the beginning.
Like Super Turbo.
You know what's a fun trivia about that? I don't remember if it's a Japanese-American difference or if it was random, but a lot of times when Akuma would come in a Raging Demon Bison and you would end up fighting, sometimes Bison would just like sit up. Like he would actually like kind of sit up a little bit while lying on the ground.
I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, so like he's not dead, but you know, he definitely got bodied.
He's very, very much so hurt, right?
Yeah.
He definitely looks like he's on life alert. That is for sure.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I
boy.
mean, watching this match and the Enzo match earlier, Samurai was really just, I mean, he had all of his fundamentals down. He got all of his anti-airs, so no free get-ins for anybody. And so just really, really solid play here. And I've always felt that way about Samurai. He's just like from a fundamental standpoint, he's just been one of the best.
Yeah, he's been very well tuned in regards to what is popular in the meta in terms of strategy, right? He had the stoppage towards that drive rush, right? He understands what needs to be done with oppressing people with fireballs to stop the level 1s upon wake up. Even creating a distance for himself to be risk averse towards what the opponent wants to do is very fundamentally sound from the side of Samurai, specifically for Street Fighter 6. And now he gets to move on as a reward up against Zach Boss, the person who put him into
That's right. Yeah, and Zach Boss did that 3-0. So, this is, let's see if we often say that, when you get that run back, it's kind of hard for the person that won because a lot of times they just kind of move on. But this one, I mean, might not. We'll see if Samurai can make that adjustment.
We shall see. We definitely
You're looking
will.
at me like as if I know who actually won this match.
I'm not going to say nothing about that, but I will talk about the fact that we have been covering a lot of the World Warriors thus far throughout the entirety of the show, and we do appreciate you guys. In fact, we want to appreciate you even more by dropping the link as to where and how to register for the World Warrior with capcom.us/WW25. Again, it has all the information you need for both the schedule, the regional finals prizing, but more importantly, this is your ticket to get into Capcom Cup 12. Be sure to scan that QR code. Again, go to the site, capcom.us/WW25 for all the information needed. And again, you get to play at the comfort of your own setup for free.
Exactly. There's no cost for you to do this. And so it only costs you your time and maybe a little bit of your nerves, but if you're new to this, we definitely recommend doing it and trying it out and playing, having fun. Just have a good time, play some online matches. And like I said, it might be nerve-wracking, but that's just great experience. And a lot of it, there's that element of you feel alive when you do it, honestly.
Yeah. It's definitely a different look in regards to being a casual player and going into like the competitive space.
Right.
And you kind of see that with a lot of the players over at Sajam Slam, right? A lot of the people that have signed up with your favorite pros and expert players.
Yes.
Wow, I said pros and professionals, huh? Real smart on that one. But let me reiterate, Sajam Slam is easily one of the most entertaining exhibitions and tournaments for Street Fighter 6 and fighting games in general to date.
I will never get over how funny it is that somehow Sajam's whole thing ended up being Hoop Squad, and there's a basketball logo, and he's not even like a big basketball guy,
He
right?
definitely is. He definitely plays.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't ever sure, because I remember he said it was kind of like a joke amongst his chat, and he just ran with it, and it became this.
I guess so, but we definitely spent a lot of time together, and he definitely could hoop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll talk to Sajam. I'll ask him about that then, where that whole Hoop Squad thing came from. But again, great place to learn fighting games, great environment, and yeah, it actually is scary to me to think that Sajam might have to start opening up to more teams, find more coaches, and I mean the coaches look like they're having a great time, and honestly, being a coach, I mean it gives a lot of eyes on you as well, and people get to see. You shine, pun not intended, you shine as, in a way that you don't get to see a lot of other times. So
Yeah, no doubt. And it's kind of, it's so entertaining to see that side of a pro player.
Yeah.
Also talk about their learning process or their approach to matchups. I think that alone is the content for someone like me. When I'm like, yo, if I have to watch it from an observational standpoint and try to break it down the way that I usually break it down, it's that may not be 100% the case, right? Sometimes we do get it right a good amount of the time, but hearing it direct from the source and seeing that is so much more valuable, especially with the players they get to bring alongside them, that establishes that fundamental, that core foundation of fighting games for the rest of their lives.
And honestly, watching some of the beginner players, the ones that are completely new to fighting games, as they grow, and when you hear you know, their teammates being like, yeah, let's go.
Feels
you see the
good.
cheer.
Yo, Saikuno gets involved in it. I know CarQ also, being able to watch like CarQ play a fighting game now, because he's so good. We got to cover one of his matches a long time ago. It's so cool to see them like really evolve towards like even bigger and higher heights in Street Fighter 6.
And honestly, the joy it brings them. Right? Yeah. You know, when they get cheered on and when they start accomplishing, they like win a match and they're just like, oh my God. You know, it's so cool.
The finals happening tomorrow at 3 p.m. You guys do not want to miss it. In the meantime, we're going to be taking a little bit more of a break to get ourselves ready for our finals between the losers finals and the grand finals here in our spotlight. Do not miss it. We'll be right back.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
Here comes a new challenger. Hey now, where you going? World Tour. Fighting ground. Battle Royale. Local violence match. Fight!
I just want to give a major thank you, a major shout out. Capcom, come here. Give Big Hollow Rob TV a hug. Because it is absolutely phenomenal that we have points back in the CPT. Ringe, how you feeling, brother? CPT finally has points again, and we seeing the effects.
Oh, it's so heartwarming, bro, to see it back, right? The point system is what the players have desired, and it is back in full-fledged action, and we've seen the benefit of it, right? Evo Japan, super international, mad players coming from Europe and America to Asia to try to play, and South America, of course, as well. CB, Combo Breaker, same situation, more international than I've seen it in quite some time. CEO, I believe Jabali tweeted, it's the most international interest they've got in years. So you can see the fallout of the point system, right? Everybody coming out. It's a more consistent system to reward the players as well for their placings, not only just winning the tournament. Obviously, the winners of all these tournaments get to qualify directly in the Capcom Cup as well, but the points being earned, the top 6 at the end of the season, get to go to Capcom Cup as well. It's a beautiful thing to get offline, some great support, but also support the players for their consistency as well.
So as we look at the leaderboard, Ryu Kichi is absolutely cooking right now, brother. I mean, first place with 450 points. Itabashi Zangief. We talked earlier, Range, about the OGs versus the young dogs.
Yeah.
Itabashi ain't hearing none of that, brother. And then, of course, Enden Walker, Kobayan, Kev, Punk the God, the list goes on. Is this leaderboard shaping up the way that you would expect it so far?
In some ways, definitely, I think. But in other ways, I am a bit surprised, right? Like, I think even though Punk is in the upper echelon, I always expect him to be like 1 or 2. So that's always something that keeps me surprised. Itabashi Zangief as well, right? I'm always interested to see how the premier grappler players do. Itabashi, I feel like, is definitely a feast or famine type of player. That's because how you kind of have to be when you play a grappler, right? And right now he's feasting. He's doing a great job at a lot of these tournaments coming out. I believe he got 2nd place at Combo Breaker, right? Yeah, and Dual Kevin got 3rd. So that is where a majority of his points come from. So yeah, man, I mean, that is a great showing. I love seeing kind of the spread of it right now, right? Is definitely like we got a few Japanese players, few American players in there with Kevin Punk, and then as you mentioned, with Ryu Kichi and Itabashi Zangief. But I think it's coming when it comes to the rest of the world. Like, I think Europe, South America, they're going to start invading that upper echelon, right? Especially with the tournaments that are around the corner. Obviously, we got Blink Respawn coming up soon. That's going to have very strong South American representation, just like we saw with last year. And then after that, of course, we have EVO in Vegas, which is always a huge international affair. But even looking beyond that, we have EVO France and UFA, 2 primarily focused European tournaments. So those are going to be big chances for the European contingent to get up on that leaderboard as well. It's going to be a fun ride this whole CPT season.
I promise you there's going to be somebody who like qualifies and it's going to be just a 10-point slither gap. So right now, the reason Jin's ahead of Momochi is because at Combo Breaker, Jin got 13th place, so he got 30 points. Momochi was just slightly under that. That goes to show you it's not only about just go ahead and getting the big performance and getting the first place. Every single match, every single set actually counts and matters here because there has been some razor thin margins throughout the years, and it makes it extremely fun to follow.
Blink Respawn is the next event up. The electricity, the atmosphere is unmatched when it comes to being in the building itself. Hopefully one day I can make it out, experience it in real life. I know you have been there multiple times already. I know you can't wait to go back, Rob. Even at home, we can feel how different that energy is out there. So I know you're going to have a good time, fam.
If you want to join in on the good time, head over to CapcomProTour.com. Make sure you guys sign up for any of these events or even all of them, anything that you can get to, because I guarantee you it is time well spent. You're guaranteed to enjoy yourself. CapcomProTour.com. That is it for me, Big Hollow Rob TV, and my co-host of the week, Ringe. Ringe, I appreciate you so much, brother, and I will see you guys next week. Much love.
You know, I don't know if it's necessarily the reason why we got points back, but we should call the point system the dual Kevin point system. Because previous year, when he finished top 3 at like every offline event, and it wasn't, and he didn't even qualify, he had to win his World Warrior to actually qualify. It was crazy, and like everyone saw that was just like, that's not fair. Remember, we had the super regions. That was like the where you, if you won like the
that's
most
how
points,
Kevin made it. Yeah,
but also like that was like the Ending Walker rule. Because remember the previous year, Ending Walker like won every single one of them and still had to play in the finals, and everyone's like, that's not fair.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show you that Capcom is definitely listening and in tune with what's going on in the community, right? It's not just like them making the rules and like, all right, go play. They're definitely making sure that they see the hard work and also the players are properly rewarded as we go on. And still, keeping the $1 million prize pool is pretty damn significant. Right? So they're doing their best, and they're doing a great job at it, honestly, in regards to the community aspect for the competitive play and the integrity of it all. In terms of the changes that have been made throughout the entirety of Street Fighter 6 thus far have been pretty much on the up and up. Like, we haven't had, really, honestly, it's been such a fun way to kind of like reintroduce yourself to the characters and rebuild your strategies, but also I'm so damn excited for the season 3 characters.
Oh yeah.
I'm so excited, James.
Oh man, I mean, dude, Viper, oh god, where has she been? Like, she needed to have come back. I'm not even a Viper player. I might not even pick her up, but I just know that there's so many Viper fans out there. My secret wish is that, you know, Monat came out in season 3 and she was super execution heavy. You know, maybe Viper can be the Sako character.
So going into the losers finals for today is going to be really, really interesting. I'll tell you what, because it leads up into the grand finals against Christitarian, who's been an absolute tear thus far between Axel, Zach Boz, both getting 3-0 against them. I'm so sorry, James. Minot is just...
No, it's fine. It's
difficult. Minot is... she gives me nightmares. Still.
Oh, man. You know, I can also give you nightmares because he's been a Chris to terror in the winner side of the bracket.
You know, Zach Boss and Samurai in the losers finals. Let's get into it, man. Holy, we were having such a good run so far, man. That's what I feel like both of these players are probably saying to themselves too, or at least during the time. I was like, we were having such a good run. Why do we have to face each other again?
I mean, this one's going to be really interesting here because both of these players have been looking really, really strong, and you know they both want to get up against Christitarian. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Christitarian face off against Samurai as well, if that would have been the case. But
dude,
let's take a look.
Again, Zach Boz getting jumped in on. I mean, that's like the 4th time Samurai's been able to do that to Zach Boz.
Yeah. Oh, that was so awkward too with the Hazanchu. All the way down.
Just went for the meaty fireball. Such a thing that I miss so much. Just like meaty fireball and zone them.
Again, what is that object? Is it in anticipation for a fireball, perhaps, from the side of Zach Boz?
Which one?
Hazanchu. That's the second time he's done it. He's done Hazanchu, and Samurai happened to be in the middle of a demon raid.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he thinks it's a jump, and so he's worried about the air fireball, right? Oh, nice OD fireball there.
We did talk about that exact same thing last week. I don't know if it's the air fireball, though.
Yeah.
Because he's already doing it before the demon raid fully develops.
Oh, what? Oh, what happened?
Couldn't tell you.
Was he thinking of a counter poke?
Even that drop there, I couldn't tell you what happened. The burnout's going to be happening very, very soon, though.
This is scary. Oh, we talked about, you know, some of those changes that she got, and we were going to see them. And you saw right there, air OD legs leading into follow-ups now. You know, even some mid-screen, like in the supers and such, it's cool.
It looks great, and it feels great. Just to not get hit by it, though. I mean, like, in terms of executing it, it feels great. I got to do it in training mode. I'm like, damn, this is substantially more damage.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Speaking of damage, as well as the carry away from the corner, knocking on the door a little bit. Zach Boss not going to answer. He's backing away.
Yeah, because, I mean, honestly, I feel like they did that because, honestly, EX air legs was not something that you just saw people use very often. There was, like, never really any point of it unless it was at the end of a combo to kill, you know, in the air at the end of a high scaling combo.
I wish they gave her a moment where she could do air legs that lead into, like a knockdown ground bounce to continue the combo kind of thing. Like Marvel Infinite.
Oh, man. Nice. Give them ground bounce combos.
Just her. I think I make her super cool.
Oh, well, that's going to be a level 3 for Samurai right here. And
that's a ground bounce technically, right? Right there. Bang. OTG. Damn.
I mean, look, for Elena's level 3, they gave her like 3 ground bounces.
Yeah, she hit the combo limit before the reset happens. Before they get out of the jungle. Yeah, makes sense. That's bars, James.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. Crouching heavy punch again. trying to keep Samurai in the corner here, really taking advantage of that. Again, the reactions, and well, okay, this was in the corner, but he's gonna go right into a level 3. He wants to gain a lot of that drive gauge back, but then also give himself a substantial lead here.
Yeah, and the walk-up two still very threatening within that range. Doesn't even want to try to charge a fireball because he's really getting stomped in on by Samurai. That is an excellent opener. Or
He put himself in the corner, but read the shimmy. Read the shimmy. Zach Boz with the brave wake-up crouching medium kick, but again, that's part of the attack throw shimmy mix-up. If you're defending against it, you gotta wake up with buttons sometimes. You have to, because that's just part of it, because that's what beats shimmies. Even if you don't go for a low, you just wake up with a button and, you know, like just hit them with something, and it just throws them off.
That was actually kind of wild too. Okay.
Yeah, and there it is again. I talked about it before, drive rushing to make sure you don't get punish counter on the throw.
Oh my god! Just fierce to the face, but so lacking in the drive gauge department is Samurai, right? He's trying to get as many hits as possible before he has to play defense again. The perfect parry was there, but so was the leg from Zach Boss with that low medium kick, level 1 off of the target combo mid-air. Kikosho.
Yeah. So Zach Boz really doing a great job continuing what he did in the winner's side of the bracket. Remember, he beat, we keep mentioning it, he took out Samurai 3-0, and he's on the verge of going up 2-0 right here by taking 3 rounds straight.
Damn, slam him right down.
Yeah, there it is again. As you mentioned, the Hazanshu against the Demon Raid, but I really think he just thinks he's jumping. Maybe, I don't know.
I couldn't tell you what the strategy is behind it, honestly. As a non-Chun-Li player, couldn't tell you really. Oh, a little bit of a delay. Still ready for the tech throw. Samurai still trying to find a way in, and he does so counter it just at the tip of the toe. Low medium kick finds the mark.
I mean, if he had cut his nails, his toenails, he wouldn't have hit right there.
No, it goes past the sandal. That's the thing, right? Even if his toenails were still long, it's the sandals that do the work.
Oh no! And that's gonna be a kill right there. Obviously, -6.
Help me.
All right, can Samurai get a game in on Zach Boswell? This is going to be a decent start. It's a lot of meter for not too much damage, but it's the corner carry that's the important part.
Not getting jumped in on. Wait a minute. Hoyoku-sen does get obliterated by the counter level 2, being able to get the pop-up with the roundhouse. Bang.
Yeah, Samurai on the verge, but here we go. The wake-up OD can turn everything around, especially when you throw him back towards the corner this way. Oh, for the fireball. I've talked about how Samurai likes to use the OD fireball to get out of corners, but he's actually almost on the verge of, you know, being able to die on one combo.
Damn.
And here we go, level 2. And the follow-up.
Jeez, just enough damage. I had to turn away from that one.
I was just like, I like, you know, you're just a Samurai on the verge of taking this game, and then Zach Boz coming back around. And, you know, when people talk about Akuma and, you know, the weakness of lower health, it plays out a lot. Like, you hear 9,000 compared to 10,000, big deal, but it is a big deal.
That right there is proof of it.
Yeah.
Ooh. Out of the fireballs actually starting to work out. Air throw to keep Samurai grounded. No escape via the air option. Drive reversal, keeping him in lock, and also close to burnout. Hence Samurai trying to press a button for dear life. He tried to press a counter poke button, but there was a frame trap. Demon!
Okay, let's go for the command throw. Oh, there it is again, that standing light punch. I always call it the you know, because you call sword normals. I call that the dagger normal. But it's just so good, it hits so far, and the counter hit leads to so much reward. I don't even know, like, if the opponent's not sticking out a button, I don't know if there's a distance where Chun-Li can hit you with a standing jab with a counter hit and not reach with, like, the forward medium punch or the crouching medium kick.
That's fair, because the extension of those, the normals that follow up afterwards are just so lengthy. Right? So, yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think.
Oh, I was just about to say, because even Cammy, like, her crouching strong reaches most of the time, but there are ranges where the crouching strong will miss.
Yeah, especially if there's pushback because the person actually pressed like a longer normal, which happened in the Punk matchup between NL and Punk and CEO.
Oh, it reached, and Zach was 3-0 again.
You know, I want to say there's a little bit of surprise here, but at the same time, I don't remember it going that quickly. Holy, Zach Boss, Jesus, man.
Yeah.
Slow down. He got some games to play. Well, he's big chilling right now, I'd imagine. So.
Yeah, and again, that change right there, it's so cool. You know, being able to spend meter on an OD move for cool combo extensions, I think it's just it's such a cool way to design a lot of these characters.
Yeah, and I think Chun-Li definitely needed it, right? I think there was just something about her gameplay that just didn't exude as much damage as the current meta, the current field of play, right? So, granted, she had a lot of tools and utility around a lot of the higher tiered characters, right?
Yes.
She had ways around the fireball. She had a fireball herself that's actually kind of difficult to work around. She had such amazing normals to play in the ground game, but it was all a matter of getting some of these big moments to land critical damage, right?
Right. And you know, one of the things that you can say about Chun-Li is that, you know, prior to season 3, she was a very solid character, an honest character, you could almost say, but in fighting game linguistics, honest means not worth playing sometimes, you know? Like, having dirt is like such an important thing, and I don't know if Chun-Li had enough dirt, you know?
No, not at all. I don't think she was dirty at all, to be honest with you.
And so,
her dirtiest thing would probably be stance reset, or maybe like overhead, having an overhead or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, shimmy off of like a Hazanshu. I don't know, but that's not even like viable because of how punishable it is, right?
The funny thing too is that I think one of the dirtiest things she did get was the punish counter lightning kick stuff. We haven't seen any of that in this whole any of the sets with Zach Boz, and you know, hopefully we do see it once or twice during Christatarian. But this is going to be a run back, and Christatarian up 3-0. Oh, actually, never mind. Zach Boss is going to go straight to Elena.
I like that.
Okay,
So
okay.
I think one of the instances where you can possibly utilize it is walking within the range of where Christatarian wants to let out standing roundhouse.
Yes.
Right? Being able to let loose with that reversal lightning legs. But I don't recall ever seeing it in grand finals between the two. So we'll see how it plays out. Either way, it's going to be Elena first.
I think he gets it one time. I do think he gets the OD one, and which now leads to the crumple. Because before you got the punish counter, and it just added enough frame data that you could actually link afterwards. But when you did it at ranges, Chun-Li couldn't get the combo off of that.
Yeah,
now
right.
it just leads to a crumple, so you just drive rush, button, pops them up in the air, get some extra juggles, or, you know, all sorts of crazy things Chun-Li can do. So, but yep, Christatarian going up against Zach Boz over here. And as I mentioned, Christatarian, really, I like how his club is actually just called House Tatarian. Nice.
I forget about that, yeah.
That's awesome.
Can you change their name of the club?
Like afterwards?
Yeah.
I think you can edit it. Yeah, I think you can change it.
I
Yeah.
was curious about that.
Okay.
Anyways, game number 1 here in the grand finals. Christatarian sitting on the winner side spot. He just needs 3. Zach Boz needs to find a way to reset.
All right, here we go into the corner here. And again, Elena, she does have the ODDP, so, you know, she has a little bit of a way to get out of the corner situation, but not when you're burned out. You got nothing. You get nothing.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks. You lose.
Oh,
good day, sir.
Goodness.
Scratch wheel OD
there
as
it
soon as
is.
you replenish.
Yep, like I said, that's the nice thing that she does. She is a character with an ODDP, but apparently Chris doesn't care.
No, absolutely not. I mean, like, what do you have to lose, right? I mean,
Right.
it doesn't necessarily guarantee her out of the corner. It's damage, but it pushes the character further away, so you don't get Oki afterwards. You get a little bit of range, or at least a lot of space, or a significant amount of space away from the corner.
I remember when we commented this last time, Zach Boz did do a DP against that not and safe jump. And he didn't do it that time. Oh, and this time now Chris actually just does it into a backdash. But there it again, the brave wake up into, you know, on the shimmy right there. And I talked about going into the Link song into the throw, and that's what Zach Boz did right there.
Oh, that's so sick.
It's so fast looking.
Double 3, the way she
here we
claps
go.
first is
Ground
so
bounces.
sick. That's 1,
Two,
that's 2, 3.
Ran out right there. Gotta just finish with
You gotta finish the combo?
Yeah, exactly.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Oh, man.
She's so cool in this game, James.
She
I'm
is
telling
really,
you.
really cool. Oh, no. Wow. Counter hit, too. So Chris knew he could combo into the standing medium punch. Well, that medium punch from Ken is really fast, so I wonder if
6 frames
would have comboed without the counter hit there.
Possibly.
I'll have to double check that one. That's one of the nice things about being able to commentate from home. It's got the machine right there. And I can just test
true.
it.
I like to look at the frame data.
That's true, that's true, but
bang!
Pow! And that's gonna lead to just about a burnout here. I wonder if he's just gonna go for a meaty fireball in this situation.
You could.
No
trap,
meter
right?
from Zach Boss.
Oh no! The worst thing you can run into. I think that's fine for Chris.
Yeah,
100% fine
drop
for Chris.
the combo, but I mean, what is Zach Boss gonna do at that point?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
You lose. Back to Chun-Li. Okay, that Elena experiment was not going well, so let's go back to the Chun. Good patience from Chris. You saw right there, no buttons pressed. Very good patience.
Yeah, especially with that delay that Zach Boss has been using. It's not the first time we've seen it, right? Into the crouching heavy punch. But that counter poke is definitely something we've seen a bunch off of the stand jab. And now the shimmy, full on into the stand spinning bird. Meaty hake.
Oh, no cancel though, no cancel. I think he saw Zach Boss walk forward and might have been a chance for a last second block to, you know, make that cancel not valuable, or maybe he was scared to go into burnout. Oh, nice. Okay, counter hit combos. Gets in there. We've seen Zach Boss do that a lot. Drive rush with the crouching heavy punch, and he's gonna get the hit here. Might not even need to spend any meter, especially with that lightning kick. Many hits works better at the end of a highly scaled combo.
Not too bad for yourself building that much meter towards the end of it all too. Pretty optimal, but Zach Boss, he still needs to find that game on the board against Chris Tatarian, right? He's still on a technically 4-0 deficit.
Running into a lot of small things over here, and he can't get out of the corner. Now running into a standing heavy punch, so here we go. Remember, Zach Boss doing that wake-up OD up kicks is what allowed him that comeback round against Samurai.
Right.
The 10 Shokak. Oh my God! There it is, there it is. That's what I remember there. The crumple on that punish counter. It's so, I mean, because it moves forward, it's fast. That's a really powerful whip punish tool. Oh, what?
Damn, son.
No fear.
What a jab stop.
But he didn't go for any super. I thought he would have tried to go for a super there.
Oh, I could have done it again, James. He
Zach,
did it.
what are you doing? If you kill him, you win. You don't need to save it for the next round. Oh no.
Oh yeah. Get to see more games for Zach Boss to figure it all out. Although he did have it figured out to land lightning legs into the super.
He just didn't get it. All right, good start here. Get some damage, corner push. The timing. Remember we talked about the awkward button timing and learning better button timing. That was a great example right there.
Shout out to Shine on that one.
Yeah, again, I call that syncopation. If you have any music background, playing notes off the beat. And there's a lot of times, like as soon as you wake up, you press a button, or after you block, you press a button that's on beat. And so you want to kind of hit the buttons off beat. Oh, no cancel. He didn't want to burn himself out though.
Not ready for that single hit confirm either, right? We talked about those offbeat moments. Medium kick, very much so a practical anti-air. This should be more than enough damage. Just don't drop that 3, please.
Man, I was so scared.
He already had it delivered and wrapped in a special Capcom napkin. Don't drop that level 3, son.
That was a sick combo too that he had right over there, but Zach Boss does put a game on the board, and against Chris Tatarian. Remember, he lost, what was it, 3-0 last time, and he has to win 2 sets. So, I mean, he's just got 1 game out of 6 that he needs to get at this point.
Pretty sizable task against Chris Tatarian. Bang, into the hake. Stance switch up into the 10 show. The sword now coming in from the plethora of daggers he's been throwing out, but instead it's the medium. What do you do now while you're in the corner? You eat that fierce.
Oh, he tried, but he was too far that time. But a perfect parry. What happened?
I do not know.
Where was the throw? Oh no. I thought he was going to try to back throw him into the corner.
Maybe he anticipated an OD uppercut, perhaps? Oh, now he pushes him into burnout. -2
maybe
for Chris.
he was even trying to do something fancy, like go for a shimmy, and just couldn't walk back far enough or something.
Possibly. But you're too close off of that situation. You can't even punish that properly.
Oh, dang. Hamilton burnout couldn't punish that. Nice conversion, and the neutral jump is gonna find success. Okay, Zach Boss with the lead in this set now.
Nice work. OD still being able to trick your opponents while in that stance, right? Still cancelable into the OD uppercut.
Yeah, it's just a lot of times, you know the opponent is plus. Gotta steal those turns sometimes. Gotta do it. If you never steal any of those turns like that, your opponent's gonna have free offense all the time. A little too far.
We literally had that conversation a little bit earlier, right? In regards to trying to shimmy with the drive rush.
Yo, that's right. Yeah.
So what happens if your opponent just decides to react with the button? Zach Boss showing off that example.
Oh! Perfect parry in the check. That was nasty.
Help me. That's so rough, man. He's just taking chunks now, huh?
And that's just one of those. All right, so the lead is gone now. They're tied in the set.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, that's just one of the things that you do. If you try to perfect parry a projectile, you always pretend that you perfect parried it. Press the buttons afterwards, because if you didn't, nothing's going to happen, right? So always be prepared.
A little bit of a delay, now the stagger. At least
he's
there
gonna
was a
go
stagger.
for it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? This actually puts Zach Boss in the burnout.
Yeah, I just saw the drive gauge, and so smart decision. I mean, that's great. Chris just being aware of that drive gauge like that. Oh, no.
Let's go, Justin.
Come on, SK would have just perfect parried that whole entire thing.
And she's done it so many times, by the way. It's phenomenal.
There was a whole clip of her just perfect parrying everything. It's crazy, but here we go. So the lead for Zach Boz was fleeting, and here we go. Chris Tatarian here.
I'm so
Up
sorry.
2-1.
Justin's definitely watching, by the way. I'm so sorry, bro. You're my boy. I'm sorry. It's just, what? It slipped out, man. I'm sorry, man.
It's fine. It's fine. You know, he's used to it now. And unless he says otherwise, I will still take to the grave who actually screamed, "Let's go,
I'm
Justin."
not saying a damn thing. You'll never get that info from us. Oh, that was sick. It doesn't cause any stagger or any sort of juggle. You know it should, though.
Yeah, I know, right?
But it should.
All right. Oh, God. Chris just being adamant with that crouch medium kick. He was not calming down at all. He was just counter poking all the time. But Zach Boz still with a substantial lead here.
Right now, it's definitely looking like an award-winning button. I'll tell you what. The mileage that Chris is getting off of this button is so terrible.
It missed. I was just talking about, but I think that was one of the situations where Chris actually extended his hurt box, you know?
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I'm curious. Oh!
Why not? I mean, he's in burnout.
Yeah. Just do to him what you did to Vega in the anime, right? So.
Except there's no window to kick him out of.
Yes. Well, there wasn't a window. She just pushed him through the wall.
Oh, that's fair. Oh, yeah. That's right. Well, there's no walls.
Japanese soundtrack is better.
I didn't say that. I disagree.
We could get so many people. Oh, no. That's going to hurt so much. Oh, look at that damage. He didn't even spend any resources. And Chris doesn't even have to spend a ton of resources here, and he's not going to. He thinks he has enough of a life lead that he can risk this.
Technically, he does, but let's see. Zach Boz and Chris Tatarian below the 3-bar threshold. Not going to be a lot of cancels or confirms off of Zach Boz, so he has to play it off cool for now if he could survive.
Oh, no. He was doing it again, trying to bait out that ODDP. But a lot of times if you catch somebody in a hectic situation, they're not ready to do their, that option selecting.
Again, another big
opener.
opener.
Level 3, yeah, because he wants to build back a lot of that drive gauge because he's so far down here.
So important to manage that resource. Chris Tatarian doing it quite well, just over 3 bars, back into the green, but on the onslaught. This is so horrendous for Zach Boz.
This situation right here, Zach Boz got to find a way to land his level 3. If he doesn't land his level 3 right now, it might be over and done. Wow, the walk-up throw. Dude, Ken standing heavy punch is so scary. Ah, he did it again. The walk-up throw. Chris Tatarian is going to take it and win the first week here without even being dropped into the loser side. Chris Tatarian showing that, you know, like I said, he's back. He's back, and he is as strong as ever, taking the first week of World Warrior. Really happy to see that, and to hope, you know, we can continue to seeing him represent that Southern California fighting game community.
Absolutely wonderful to see. Also, with a character that feels like one of the lesser of the three between Ryu and Akuma. I feel like still seeing some of the Ken mains thrive in this fashion is so satisfying to see. And Christitarian keeping it true, tried and true, honestly. But Zach Boss, I like the potential here too, coming in with the Elena. I'm not, you know, I'm definitely not against it.
Right.
I honestly think there's definitely something he could prove himself
Cultivate
with,
here, yeah.
and definitely cultivate for sure. But it's almost very similar in regards to the footsie game, or at least the neutral game that he does get to play as Chun-Li. So we'll see if that actually comes to anything fruitful going forward. But the Chun-Li, again, still not a bad look. A couple of mishaps in regards to his meter management in terms of like some of the in regards to some of the punishes as well. But like the overall presence of mind, I think it was just Christitarian having stronger game sets.
And, you know, obviously a lot of people have been talking about Ken probably being the weakest of the three main Shotos at this point in time. But don't tell Christitarian, and don't tell Ryukichi that, too, by the way.
That's fair. That is big facts, actually.
That guy had a lot of points, as we saw in that segment with Robin Ridge.
350 points, man.
Exactly,
Damn.
right? So Ryukichi thinks Ken is doing just fine here. But there you go. That's only week number 1. Keep in mind, this is only week number 1. And
it's not even all of the regions,
yes,
by the way. There are a couple that are rolling through these last couple of days, and also this weekend there's a couple more actually happening too, so there's so much more to look forward to. But that's just like a handful of all the regions that we could possibly cover.
Yeah, but fortunately, you know, we're going to be doing these frequently. I think next week, of course, on Sunday, I believe, we're going to be having the next episode of the Capcom Esports Spotlight.
That's right, yeah.
Where we're going to cover even more regions. I think it's the UK-Ireland week 1 that's going to be the main draw for that one, where we play out the whole top 8 like
That's exactly
this.
that. But just in case you had missed it, let's kind of go through all of the regions that we had focused on for this particular day and this week for our Street Fighter 6 Esports Spotlight. We had gone through US, Canada, Midwest number 1, where we saw the showcase between Hamad versus Just a Kid. We saw Honda on the board from the side of Hamad. You can't put Honda in 27th with the way that he's been playing. He happened to take it down over Just a Kid, aka Jack, excuse me. But overall, I loved seeing that exchange over in the Midwest. I love being able to see these two particularly in the final spot, because I think they are both exceptional players. Going into it too, it's such a fun matchup to see, like Honda versus Jerry. That's not something you get to see often.
Yeah, absolutely. And following up with that was Brazil. And again, Brazil has some of the best players. They've been had a representative in Capcom Cup for almost every year.
That's right.
I remember when I look back, and I think there was only 1 year, like literally it was like 1 representative during Street Fighter 4. Then the next year there was 2 representatives. Then the next year there was 3 representatives. And so like Brazil's always been really strong, and obviously not Pedro having that great top 8 run at CEO.
Yeah.
And Zangief Pilato, you know, gaining a lot of fans at Capcom Cup last year, or I should say earlier this year.
Earlier this year is correct. Actually, just a few months ago, dude.
Dude, it's so hard to keep track of, but they had a grand finals there, and what a grand finals that was. Zangief Pilato resetting the bracket, getting it to final game, final round, and then able to take it with that Zangief. And I know all the grappler haters out there are miserable, but you know.
It's different. It's a different look nowadays, in my opinion. But also, talking about resetting the bracket, we also had that following suit with Europe Northeast between Juicy Joe and Phenom. Both players making it into Capcom Cup just a few months ago, having to duke it out. Now, Phenom, again, the storyline here was he was put into the loser side immediately from winners round 1 and climbed all the way back. And there was a side note that he did use Mai in one of the matches. I wonder if it was the losing match going into round 1. But ever since then, he crawled his way back, game after game, using that Camby, only to get the reset against Juicy Joe, and then falling short just a bit. And we talked about that. That's I feel like his career path in regards to Street Fighter, it's been very, very similar to that regard. He's worked so hard every single event, only to fall just a little bit short. But to be fair, Juicy Joe's mad good.
Yeah, and honestly, it's less, you know, like a weakness, I think, from Phenom, but more just a fact, because we talked about this a lot, that there's just a lot of good players on the come up at this point. Like every region, you know, you always have like you start off with maybe one guy dominating, but that's just not happening anywhere anymore. I feel like, it feels like the competition is so strong. And again, that's one of my favorite things. And again, one of the things that people don't really think about, how Street Fighter 2, the original game, was such a global phenomenon that there are just Street Fighter pockets everywhere. And as soon as you bring out, a game like Street Fighter 6, they all just come out of the woodwork, Like,
yeah, it feels that
he's
way.
like crawling out of all the like holes and cubby holes and everything, and they're just like, "Where's Street Fighter?" And they come and
that was terrifying. Like not looking at you, not looking at the screen, just hearing that. That's gonna be my sleep paralysis demon now. That's going to be my sleep paralysis demon. Where is Street Fighter? I'm off the clock, man. I'm trying to sleep. Anyway, South America East following suit after that. Blas versus Crimes. We're going to come in out of nowhere. I feel like, these two guys really making a statement for themselves. But the bigger statement was the fact that they used their off characters. Blas rocking Jamie. Crime, after the first unsuccessful Ryu attempt, immediately switched up to Zangief.
Right. And I know, there have been rules before of oh, you guys get in the grand finals, you got to play serious. The thing about it is, they're playing secondary characters, and there was no point in that match where they didn't look like they were trying to beat each other up as badly as possible.
That was, it was all very viable and optimal, or at least to a certain degree, trying to figure out how to optimize with their character, and that's where the attempt was, and that's what's more, I feel like that's where the effort is, and that's fine.
And as we said, in a situation like that, you sometimes just gotta test your character out. I really want to play Jamie, so I'm gonna see if I can win with Jamie in this grand final situation, and it worked. So
that makes me very happy for the future because I want to see more Jamie representatives. But now into our top 8, we had just covered it for US, Canada, West. Chris Tatarian dropping only a single game in the entirety of the bracket. Can we pull it up just one more time just to let everybody know how impressive that is? 3-0 against Axel. 3-0 against Zach Boss. Having to fight him again in grand finals, 3-1. Yeah. How immaculate of a record is that going into your very first World Warrior Series?
Yeah, but I mean, again, I mentioned obviously Chris Tatarian looking dominant here in this first week, but shout out to Zach Boz. I mean, I became such a huge fan during World Warrior last year for season 2, and here he is starting off just only second place, only to Chris Tatarian. And, I just see that. I'm just so excited about what he has in store for the future. And it's tough because sometimes, a player like this, who's obviously very good, just doesn't have the chance to travel as much. And that's why these World Warriors are so important, is to give these players, opportunities to try to make it into Capcom Cup, to make a name for themselves. And, I mean, we saw what Blas did at Capcom Cup, and now he's, going everywhere. He's being flown everywhere,
Pretty significant deal.
Yeah.
Even outside of the Capcom Cup check, right? Being sponsored now, like a fully fledged sponsored player, that's got to be huge for him and his family.
Yeah.
Right? So think about it this way. Let's say Chris Tatarian, with the way he's playing right now, let's see if he happens to maybe qualify at an event and he gets shot up into Capcom Cup. Then it opens up another opportunity for the West Coast, right? So even so, if some of the players that don't get to travel as much, this is definitely your opportunity into the big ticket for sure.
Yeah, we should also mention that too, that if you do qualify by winning one of the offlines, you get shot off both of the boards, even the global board as well.
Oh, true.
You just leave, so through Kichi wins, you don't have to worry about his points anymore. Right?
Yeah,
So
that's correct. That is correct.
Yeah, but here you take a look at the standings right now of the U.S. Canada West. We saw all 8 of these players, so no surprises here on who has the points for now. So as you can see here, Chris T, of course, leading the way with 50 points, and going to try his best to keep winning these. And again, you get seeded into the finals, and if you win the finals, you are booked into Capcom Cup 12.
You got 4 more to worry about, though. I'll tell you what, this was definitely a big trial and error type of game. If you get the points here, that's going to be what really helps fuel you for the rest of them. But looking at the overall Pro Tour points here for Street Fighter 6, Ryukichi at the top of the leaderboard with 450. Itabashi following suit with 350. Ending Walker just a few points below it, just about 70 if my math is correct. Kobeon 30 points under with 250, tied with Dual Kevin and Punk Then, of course, down below,
Oh,
Zen and Momochi at 230 and 220.
Yeah, and then extending this all the way to the top 16. I mean, Blas already with 200 points.
Damn.
So he's chilling up there. Akira,
Chilean.
Kami player from Japan with 160 points. Part of Team Reject. I mean, Reject is just disgusting right now.
They're so good right now. Their videos also pretty cool.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Some of their videos have been really good.
But then, you know, one of the other young guns right here, Cryme, and then Bonchan and Higuchi. I haven't been saying the points over here. So Akira with 160, Cryme and Bonchan tied 150. Higuchi with 140 points. Right under that is Kills You with 110, and Goichi and Not Pedro with 100 points each.
Not bad. Goichi is actually doing absolute work as we've seen him over at Combo Breaker. One name you actually didn't get to see towards the end of it is Jack, because he's also tied in with the bottom of the leaderboards right now.
Okay, 100 points, right? Okay.
We just couldn't fit it in the graphic. We just, just add a little post-it note at the bottom.
Yeah. Dude, that would be so funny. Like, just like use like the mouse and scribble in his name.
You could have done it. I know production could do it.
Right.
But they won't, and that's okay. Hey, it's been an absolute blast being able to go through each and every one of these regions with you guys. It's been so phenomenal that we get these opportunities with being able to present it to you and also being able to watch from around the world.
Yeah, and this is just the first one of this season, right? So we're going to be doing these esports spotlights, Capcom esports spotlights, basically all season long, including next weekend on Sunday. And 4 p.m. Pacific.
Yes. Specifically Pacific. There you go.
I do that. I was trying to say Pacific, come out with specific.
Every single time. But also a side note, hey, Sajam Slam Finals.
That's right, tomorrow.
Happening tomorrow, 3 p.m. You guys do not want to miss it. James, it's been an absolute pleasure. Any final thoughts?
I mean, again, if you have the chance, please enter these things. It's free to enter. And also, I mean, even if it's not something that you want to enter here, there's all sorts of tournaments going on.
Every single day.
TNS and can openers, everything going on. You can enter those, and they have cultivated wonderful communities out there.
Street Fighter Academy as well.
Yes. So please make sure you find some way to enter and just have a good time. Enjoy yourself. Don't sweat the results and stuff. Just get the experience. Have fun.
Play the game.
And yes, play the game. I think that's all we need to say. Play the game. Thank you, guys, and we'll see you next time. Oh, nice backdash and full confirm too. Punish counter light in dominating fashion, as I just said. Oh my God!
Footsies, James. I'm pretty sure I said that a week and a half ago too. I think that's pretty important as well.
Yep. Oof. Oh, okay. Got it.
Arcade. My man's off.
Oh, here we go into the level 2. And that should be enough to kill. Not quite. Dude, okay, a lot of lights at the beginning. I didn't think it was going to scale it that much there, but look at this. And after. Oh!
Damn, son.
Ow.
No, if he's not ready to fire the gun just yet, but now you see the fierce. That's the exact gun, or cannon, I should say, that leads into round number 1.
Again, just jumped over the fireball to start the round. Chris and Cherry doing. I don't know what Samurai was trying to do, but he was trying to get a little cheeky there out of corners. But he's actually almost on the verge of, being able to die on one combo.
Damn.
And here we go, level 2. And you follow no meter from Zakbot.
Oh no! The worst thing you can run into. I think that's fine for Chris.
Yeah,
100% fine
drop
for Chris.
The combo boat. I mean, what is that?
Mit meinen Gefühlen im Einklang. Seh mich nachher, folgt doch fürchte das Scheitern. Ich tanz auf der Party, doch eigentlich würde ich gern heimfahren. Himmel hoch jauchten, zu Tode betrübt. Ich hätte gerne Sonne, doch der Mond, der genügt. Nur weil ich über exzellente Strophen verfügt, heißt das lange nicht, dass mein Herz sich nicht wohl anfühlt. Und ich weiß ehrlich selber nicht, woher das kommt. Auch am helllichten Tage sehe ich alles sehr verschwommen, als hätte man mir irgendwann einmal den Kern entnommen. Ich bin zu lang durch dieses tiefschwarze Meer geschwommen. Ich bin psychisch labil, ich fühle mich wie ein Freak, nicht gegen die Welt, sondern gegen mich selbst führe ich den Krieg. Mich packt dieses kalte, leere Gefühl nach nem Sieg. Egal, was ich erreichen mag, genügen wird's nie. Doch ich kämpf weiter, mein Herz, mein Weg. Weiser der Selbstzweifler in mir, mein ständiger Begleiter. Doch ich lebe weiter, aufhören ist keine Option. Bekämpfe die eigenen Dämonen und besteige den Thron. Es zieht sich wie ein roter Faden durch mein Leben. Große Taten, wenig